Hello and welcome to the last edition of the CCT, which is season number 8. I'm Atoma. I'll be doing one game today. We had 2 games scheduled for me, but one of them got cancelled. And CCT it brings about like 10 teams. We split them to 2 groups of 5 and 3 from each group of us, and they join 2 invited teams for a $50,000 prize pool. It's a lot of fun. It also has like teams who are sort of starting out, teams that are trying to rise up, and some teams that maybe are going through difficult times. So let's look a little bit at what we're going to be doing today. Do we have this schedule or something like that, and where you guys can see exactly what we're working with? So today we had Passion UA versus Asakura, which is supposed to be the starting match, but Asakura have withdrawn from the tournament, and I believe they may have even disbanded. So that's going to be a little unfortunate. But we don't have them anymore. We're just going to go straight up to the second match, which is going to be Zero to Nasty versus Apple City Gang. This is going to be the only match I'll be casting. Afterwards, though, Zero to Nasty will be playing another game, this time against Quantum. And finally, Robo Something versus Winter Bears will be our last match of the day. I believe the next 2 series will be done by Blue Scale, who is definitely a lot better at play-by-play than me. So that's going to be a joy for you guys. Do we have any standings? This is only going to be day 3 of the tournament. So let's look at how everyone's going. This is going to be Group A, as Y5 Esports is at the top with 2 victories. Zero to Nasty with 1. Apple City Gang has 1 victory as well. Quantum with nothing, and 1 will also with nothing. Reminder that only top 3 advance, so it is quite important that you end up in this top 3. You only have 4 matches. Winning 2 is the bare minimum you can like scrape by. So that's going to be Group A. Zero to Nasty is going to be playing most of their matches today, and I wish them kind of luck. And this is going to be Group B endgame with 2 wins in two games. Passion UA with 1 victory. Rabot with nothing. Asakura has left, and Winter Bears, I believe they have a forfeit in one of their matches, so they're also in a little bit of trouble right now. So we'll see how it's going to go for them in the next match. And let's look at the two teams who will actually be playing today. So I always mention this, but Zero to Nasty, I am, a little biased towards them. I'm a big fan of LeBron, and I kind of hope he does well for himself here. We work together, so can't lie about that. They have been struggling a little bit. They haven't had much success outside of the EPL, the European Pro League, and a lot of the other qualifiers that are getting like top 4, things like that. They haven't been able to make it big in like an ESL or Fissure event. So hopefully a victory here gets them some success. It's going to be the Carry Ritsu, Midstukov, Nefrit 3, Pablo 4, and of course it's going to be LeBron as position 5. Let's look at the other teams, see what Apple City Gang are doing. Apple City Gang actually did pretty well in the last CCT, and they stuck to the same line. They got 3rd place in the previous tournament, and they did a lot better than Zero to Nasty. It's UI, Dual Race, Flacco, QBFY, as well as Mangikyo. I feel like there may have been a little bit of changes since the last time we saw them, but what new lobby? Is there a new lobby? Looks like we might have some changes that we need to be making. But yeah, a couple of the names are very different than the ones that they registered with. Either way, we're going to be looking at some of the heroes that the two teams share. So Ritsu as well as Yowai, they've both been playing a lot of Monkey King and PA, while Yowai has been playing a lot of Life. So I expect these 3 heroes to be contested. For mid, we have Storm Spirit, Pango, Monkey King, and Leshrak are the heroes that both of these teams have been picking up a lot. There's not much of overlap between Nefrit and Flacco. Flacco's been playing a lot of like Lycan, Visage, Tidehunter, and Veno, sort of like these macro heroes with Enigma, whereas Nefrit's been playing Beastmaster and Bristle and Darkseer. So there's kind of different offlaners there. And Pablo, both of them have been playing a lot of Muerta. Position 4 is just going to be Muerta. Everyone's playing Muerta, which is kind of annoying to see here. But in general, the actual hero that they both share is going to be the Tusk. Pablo does play Muerta, whereas Flacco's been playing, Astro's been playing more like Bounty Hunter and Dark Willow. And lastly, for position 5, there's been a lot of overlap. Both LeBron and the position 5 from Apple City Gang, a lot of Jakiro and Warlock. Everyone's been playing Jakiro and Warlock. Jakiro and Warlock is the most important thing ever. As I'm in the lobby, I'm not seeing any problems there. Not sure if that's going to be a thing. I was told that there might be a new lobby, but I'm not seeing it right now. Well, hopefully it's not going to be an issue here. So reminder, if Zero to Nasty has a good game today, they're basically qualified for the main event, where they're going to be joined with 2 invited teams, which are going to be Navi as well as OG. We still actually don't know the OG roster, as they recently got rid of both 23 Savage and 9. That was kind of crazy to hear. Oh, they brought back Kadaro? Oh, I feel like Kadaro was with Alliance just recently. Now he's joined OG. We'll see how it's going to go. But for now, since we're settling apparently some lobby issues, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back when we have the draft set up, and then we're going to go into the game. So we'll see you guys in hopefully just a few minutes as we figure out what's up with the lobby. All right, see, we told you, short break, and we're back. Now we're going to be seeing what the two teams are going to work with. Tinker gets banned out as well as the Templar, and that's a little bit surprising. Darkseer is not, as we mentioned, Nifrit loves the Darkseer. He also likes the Bristleback and the Beastmaster, so I do expand on that. Jakiro, that is LeBron's most played hero. It's also Flacco's most played hero. That's position 5. I mixed up with Astral just now. But in general, LeBron's playing it a lot. They're saying we can take it out. They might take Warlock for Flacco. Both of the LeBron and him have been playing it a lot. It's a good opening pick. It's solid. On the other side, Magnus gets removed. I don't think there's anyone at Apple City Gang who's been playing this here a whole lot, but that might just be because he's always banned against them anyway. So that could be a factor there. I mean, Magnus in general has been flexible in the lane. You can put him wherever you want, basically. RP is always a game-winning move. When you're behind, you can just skewer people to your side. There's a lot of value to the Magnus. He's always a good pick, basically. And last one's going to be the Nature's Prophet. Again, not seeing a whole lot of Apple City Gang playing him, but that just might be because he's a perma-banned hero this patch. All right, so Apple City Gang, what will they ban and what will they take? I feel like they might open up with a Warlock, or just because there's not that many good position 5s left. I mean, there are, of course, but that LeBron plays. He plays Jakiro, Warlock, CM, and Marcy, along with Disruptor. So far, he actually has not a very good win rate with the Jakiro and the Warlock, which he picks the most, but he does actually have good success with Crystal Maiden and Marcy. So I'm wondering what they're going to be doing here for Apple City Gang. And a Jakiro ban is pretty targeted. I mean, not targeted that much, but it's like, you know, we're worried about them. They get rid of the Gyrocopter. Okay. What's going to be your opening one? They take the Beastmaster. All right. That's going to be for Norma. As we mentioned, that is Nefrit's most play here. So they took the enemy offlaner's most picked, and they're saying, we want for ourselves. Mage Apparition is in the pool. Now, he's not exactly good against the Beastmaster in the lane. You're very slow. You're very fragile. Your harass is kind of whatever. You can really just be chased down and killed. But Ice Blast later on is incredible against him with all his regeneration anyway. And in general, he's just a fantastic hero. Ice Blast is probably like top tier abilities. When after Beastmaster, Nefrit's most played hero is the Bristleback, and he's saying, I'm going to take that. And now, nothing wrong with it. Let me play it with the Bristleback. The Bristleback, if you guys haven't been seeing him a lot in the pro seeds, because Bloodstone no longer impacts his Quill Spray, which was his big deal, right? It's like you get the Acceptor, you get a Bloodstone, you turn around, pop, 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 pop. You can spell Lifesteal a lot. You can't do that anymore. I think that spell Lifesteal in general doesn't affect the Quill Spray, like no matter what, whether you get from items or from neutrals, like just doesn't matter. All right, let's see what they're going to be banning out here. So both teams start with a very tanky offlaner. If you're wondering, well, what's the new way of playing Bristleback? A lot of times I'm seeing him go for auras, comes in and pipe, and you get like the shard and the Acceptor as well. But it's mostly been like back to the old aura days. As we do see, that was blocking it. We do see the Wind Ranger gets banned out. Wind Ranger, that must be a ban towards Pablo. That is his 4th most played hero this patch with the Wind Ranger and Ringmaster. Okay, I'm having a very difficult time figuring out how strong Ringmaster is. It still feels like he's very new, and he's probably going to get patched up a little bit here and there. I don't like that he doesn't have a facet. His facet is a choice between 2 different sets of skills, and I'm like, sure, we'll go with that. As Slark gets banned out by Zero Tenacity, but if you ban out the Slark, there's still a chance that the enemy could take a Ursa, and that's going to be problematic for you. Well, looks like I got what I needed from there. Sorry, I had this very bad luck of having a meeting and a cast at the exact same time. So I'm getting information from the meeting here, and I'm trying to do the cast on the other side. Of course, the cast is most important because this relationship between us is all that matters to me. Alright, Zero Tenacity, you could take a Warlock. Warlock's not bad against Beastmaster in the lane. Usually, extra units means that you have even more Fatal Bonds. 6 is enough, you're going to connect everyone, but sometimes the enemy hero is going to move, sometimes they creep eyes before you get off, but with extra creeps, there you go. Warlock is picked up. It's fantastic against the Beastmaster overall. So I like it. I like it a lot. As now on the enemy side, you know that what they have as position 5, you could probably pick a 4 that can play against it. Now, there's not many 4s in general. Okay, here's the thing. In general, you're gonna struggle against Warlock in the lane unless you pick someone who's got Dispels. Not a whole lot of sports have that, and not a lot of heroes have that in general. Legion Commander's a good offlaner who has it, but you have Beastmaster, you're not gonna be doing that. Unless you put Beastmaster as a carry. And that is something that UI has done. You know, Apple City Gang, they have played Beastmaster as a carry in previous games. It's very possible that they can do that. But you kind of go in with, like, what's the simplest explanation? He's going to be off. Let's play like he's off. All right. Tusk is in the pool, and so is the Bounty. Oh, Terrorblade comes out. Further evidence that Beastmaster is going to be, in fact, their offlaner. Now, if I was thinking on Apple City Gang, I'd take something like the Bounty or the Tusk and try to lead the Warlock by the nose. You know, like, hey, follow me around, you know, because in the lane, I just don't think you're likely to win. Warlock, he's not auto-win when you pick him, but you Fatal Bond several heroes and you just become super strong and hard to beat. Apple City Gang has been going through a lot of their reserve time, by the way. Only 40 seconds left. Bounty Hunter comes out. That's what we're talking about. We're saying Bounty is good. Make sure you have the Warlock following you around because you don't want to lane anymore. Like I don't want a 2 versus 2. I want 2 1v1s. Warlock versus Bounty somewhere else, and Beastmaster against whatever carry that they pick on Zero Tenacity. So I like this adjustment from Apple City Gang. And I like the Warlock pick. Now, you know, pendulum swings to the other side. You generally know it's going to be someone versus Beastmaster, like a carry. You know what's the matchup? It's going to be Bounty 4 with Beastmaster. So you can pick a carry that you think is going to win you the lane. And let's see, what do you want for Retsu? Lifestealer is in the pool. I kind of like the Lifestealer. Phantom Assassin is also in the pool. I'm okay. Terrorblade has been taken. Jericho has been banned. There is a Monkey King, but it feels a little squishy. And there's a Morphling. But if I pick Morphling, there's a chance they can take AA next. So I don't feel like I want AA. Sorry, Morphling. I think Lifestealer is the best option. Okay, all right, that's gonna be Earthshaker. That's gonna be their mid. Bristle can be carry, but again, we're going to go with simplest explanation. Bristle's going to be off lane, and they take the Tiny. All right, that's fine. I want some sort of hero with status, resistance, or immunity. I'm thinking Lifestealer. They go for Tiny. Retsu hasn't played a whole lot of Tiny this patch, but there it is. Now, the AA, not super great. And not super great in general in the lane. It's too slow with the Terrorblade, but that's not going to be enough. You need something a bit more with a bit more stuns for Flacco. Mirana is meh, Marcy's meh, Tinker's gone. I want to say something like Silencer would be nice for Apple City Gang. You know, you're up against 3 melee heroes. You have to miss what? No, we're just going to secure all our cores. Ember. So position 4 for Zero Tenacity is left, unless Pablo's playing Earthshaker. Don't think he's done that this patch. It could happen for sure, but it seems unlikely. On the other side, definitely need a position 4. Unless they go back to the TB4, which, by the way, I did not like that. And hi, Zaraki, you're saying Apple City 2 easy. All right. I hope not. I hope Zirtnas takes it because that's where my friend is. But, you know, maybe. And if you ask me, the two teams look very evenly matched. One thing that is crazy is that I believe Apple City Gang's offlaner is like, second highest ranked player in Europe, which is crazy. All right, by the way, the A against Band, we've mentioned him a lot, and to get rid of the Silencer. Like the two heroes that we were saying could look good, which are the A and the Silencer, they're both gone. You want something like that, a sort of stunner. I mean, A is meh, but someone who's very long range 4, because you've got 4 melee guys. So in the 5 was a spellcaster. Phoenix. If it was up to me, I think you take Phoenix. There you go. Phoenix comes in. Like, we're on it today, aren't we? We're doing a good job. All right. On the other side, it's going to be Pablo's hero. Mm, is Morta in the pool? Morta's in the pool, right? I think you just take Morta right now. You just take Morta, and she's good against the egg. She is, she gets the accent against Scepters. Pablo's most played hero. I feel like you want Morta. They're thinking about it. It could be that they just like want to make sure they plan it before they pick it. Anything other than the Morta would be good. Again, could be Earthshaker support as well. That I wouldn't like, and they take a mid in something like a Storm or a Huskar. You can just put all right. It's either going to be a Huskar mid or a Morta 4, depending on what they want the Earthshaker to be on. So we'll see how they're going to be. Puck! All right, so it's going to be Earthshaker support, and Puck goes in the mid lane instead. Puck is fine as an egg hitter. The value of Puck is usually you're going to be far away. The egg pops out. You are able to orbit, hit a few times. The problem is, as a Puck, you're also very fragile. You don't want to be sitting around just hitting eggs. So, yeah, okay. I'm looking at the two drafts right now in the game itself. I do like the Puck, though, because, again, we've mentioned 4 melee is a little too much. I can understand 3, but 4 is a lot. And Puck will be able to play really well against it. Same thing with the Earthshaker, same thing with the Warlock and the Bristleback. On the other side, though, this is a great Phoenix game as well, because you're up against 3 melee and relatively slow hitters. My issue, though, is the Apple City Gang has no real way of keeping people in the fight. No Chronosphere, no Mars Arena, no Black Hole. You have Roar, and that's it. And I guess Searing Chains, fine. But in general, Flacco has no way to lock people down so that they can suffer the burn of the egg. And I know, I'm not loving it. Looking at any sort of interesting facets, we've seen a lot of Phoenix go for the hotspot, which is the Sunray talent, but Flacco wants the Dying Light, which is better in the lane, particularly when you're up against 2 melee guys, which is going to be the Earthshaker and the Bristleback. So it's very nice for the Phoenix. I would have preferred overall an AA or a Silencer, particularly the Silencer, but both are very legitimate options that you can pick. I mean, the Phoenix is also really, really good. Overall, I think Zero Nasty won the draft. We'll be seeing if I'm right or if Zaraki will be getting what he wants. Probably not. For Zaraki, this is looking like an easy game for Zero Nasty. Easy. Put your houses on it. No, don't do that. Don't do that, because I know some people actually say that. They get messages on Twitter. They're like, "Hey, I followed your suggestion, so don't follow my suggestion. Do the opposite of what I say." Yeah, there's no blame. Damn. I'm looking at the win rate for Beastmaster. It's 270 to 170, which is pretty insane. All right, looks like the game is ready, so we're gonna go into the game in 3, 2, 1. All right, perfect timing. Oh, I can hear myself. I'll just be muting VMix then, and that's going to be fine. All right, there we go. So, mid lane, it's going to be Puck versus Ember, a tale as old as time. I'm generally going to feel like it maybe in the lane favors Ember a little bit, but both should be able to farm okay, and later on, the Puck will rotate, Ember will rotate. They're both low cooldown heroes. Yeah, they feel very similar. But as the game goes on, I do favor the Puck more and more. The hero just scales better than the Ember Spirit. So now we have to also ask ourselves, which team has better lockdown for Ember and Puck? On one side, you have Avalanche, Fissure, Golem, and you have the Puck itself to lock down the Ember. That's pretty solid. On the other side, you have Roar. And Bounty Hunter Hit, I suppose. And Searing Chains. But Searing Chains is kind of meh. Roar is good, but someone else has to set you up. The animation of the Roar takes too long, then you can see it. Why am I bald? I'm bald because genetics. Jeez. You don't ask a man why he's bald. That's just rude. Looks like we might have an engagement here in the bottom bounty in the river. QBFY. Will he hit Nefrit? There you go. Just to secure it. I don't know if he actually gets the stun off, but it's going to be a 3-for-2 favoring Apple. 3-for-1 favoring Apple City Gang. Nice steal there by QBFY. All right, good start. That is an extra 400 gold on the Dire side compared to the Radiant. That does add up when you think about it. All right, let's look at the lanes. So top lane, Beastmaster Earthshaker against the Phoenix and the Terrorblade. I mean, yes, Phoenix is pretty good against this double melee, that damage and all that, but I can't help but feel like, you know, with the slows and stuns they have on how more durable they are on the Radiant, that this favors them. One thing about the Phoenix is that you end up generally being kind of low health most of the time because you use your health, you know, as a resource to trade, but you don't have a whole lot of it. Shaker Pablo starts off with Fissure level 1. Yeah, overall, I'm favoring the Zero Tenacity in the top lane. Let's look at the bottom, see what's going on down there. As I imagine, oh, that's a courier. Pablo goes and snatches. Did he start off with boots level 1? Nope. He might get another one actually. He gets 2. Oh, but unfortunately, Retsu looks like he might be losing his life. What? A couple more hits. Nice juking. The heal keeps him alive, and the jukes. Retsu. Yeah, those axes come out, but they are not enough to get the kill. Oh wow. Yeah, that's 2 couriers coming out. Actually, Amaterasu, he's taking a good amount of damage. The tree gets tossed up. Oh! How close is he to dying? No, he's fine. I think he was able to use the magic wand. He looked like he was a bit lower before, but he's going to be just okay. And that's the thing. If you can't get killed, you're not going to be able to get kills bottom because LeBron is pretty tanky on the Warlock, and he's going to be healing. And it's just not a good lane for you to trade. Jeez, someone's really asking why I'm bald. Alright, one more reminder, and mods will do stuff to you. They'll make you bald. Yeah, see how that works? Alright, so looks like so far the Zero Tenacity lanes have been going pretty well. Bottom, the attempted kill was unfortunately expensive. You used up a lot of regen, and you weren't able to get CS at the same time. Do we like regular or maybe vanilla? No. Can we? I wonder if we can talk to them. Seems like we might not. I mean, I was about to type something, but I realized maybe the admins won't like it. And people carbonated drinks, not so good for you. You know, it's not like fruit drinks are much better. Those are loaded with sugar. So the best thing to get is water, I suppose. Yeah, Amaterasu now, he's got 1 tango in his back. The other tango is about to time out, which means that he's not going to get much healing out of it. It's not really ideal. Oh well, we'll see how it's going to go for them. How's mid lane going? The Puck is having a better time against Dual Rays. Stukov is... I believe the ranking between the two players is quite different. Stukov is ranked 40, and Dual Rays is like 150. 150 is high, but it's like 1,000 MMR between them at least. You know, especially in Europe where, you know, I think something like Celery hit 13k or something the other day, and he was only like top 200. All right, there's still a pause. They unpause, but it's like, all right, they're ready to go. We're ready to go, boys. And oh, what? He's just damn. He just give him the kill. I think, yeah, it's like we said, he just doesn't have any health on him. And no regen, by the way. He's like, I'm gonna have to go all the way back to base, heal up, and then QBFI almost loses life. That is gonna be a Shadow Word on him, but it's not gonna be enough to actually kill him. By the way, Shadow Word is now an AoE spell, so when he walks to the lanes just now, they could see that he was around. QBFI does use the healing salve, needs to be careful. He doesn't get the tree tossed towards him, and it does cancel the healing salve. Unfortunate, but these things do happen. Well, bottom lane certainly going well for Zero Tenacity at this point. As LeBron moving forward, you can actually afford to do that as a Warlock. You're just super tanky. Yo, why? 4 stacks 5 of the goo, and he just dies. Holy crap. And Flacco, he is probably going to continue that dive. He's actually got 10 magic stick charges. Nefrit, will this be enough to kill him? He's got Icarus Dive, Burn, and Blood Grenade. He might be able to eat a tree for a second. I think Nefrit, if the Phoenix continues, yeah, he's going to continue. He has to continue. If he left, he would have probably lived. Pablo takes a little bit of damage, but he is in general okay. This tournament is on Liquipedia, guys. Just go CCT Series number 8. It's going to show up there. OG is part of this tournament. That was a good cancel by... cancel by Flacco. He's like, let me commit to it. He gets the kill. It makes it out alive. I thought he might actually be punished by Pablo. However, it's still a death on UI. And even though Flacco got solo EXP, so it's not like it wasn't a trade. It's not the best trade. You're very happy if you're Zero Tenacity trading the enemy carry for your off lane, and he gets the kill first. Just trying to harass. It doesn't feel very good when you're Phoenix and you throw the Fire Spirits on the Bristleback. He generally doesn't care about the attack speed slow, and the damage somehow feels less. QBFY, there's a Shadow Word on him, but it's not gonna be enough. I think that Tango he ate, whoa, 18 health, makes it a lot, makes it out. And QBFY, you guys are seeing, right, like the bottom lane, the CS is actually a little bit better for Amaterasu than I thought, but it's still pretty tough. It is still not a solid game for him. Right? I mean, he already died once. And QBFY is just unable to do anything. Oh, okay, they're going for Retsu. The slows are there. LeBron does not have mana. Retsu's dead. Yep, no mana on LeBron. And there was just nothing he could do. Shadow Word level 2 might have been able to keep him alive, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it out. And that is a pretty big kill. QBFY gets it. He just hits 3. Now, if you are a bounty hunter, level 6 is critical. I'm seeing a lot of games with bounty hunters. They fall a bit behind EXP-wise. They don't hit 6 till like 12, 13 minutes. You are picking bounty for track kills to snowball. So, a couple of kills in the lane and fast 6 are critical. Alright, I'm hearing Retsu throwing out a few avalanches here, but that's fine. In the meantime, though, Puck, how is Stukov doing against Dual Rays? They're very even, but I think Dual Rays has a tiny bit more. No, actually, Stukov has more EXP. All right, my bad. As top lane, you can see Nefrit. He's actually unkillable. As long as he's full health, if they try to go on him, he can always TP out. He has enough time. There's no way they can kill him within 3 seconds. He's very tanky. And he's got at one point in his passive. So it's giving Pablo a lot of breathing room. Pablo, I think, I think he's just hunting for couriers and moving around the map, doing whatever he wants. They're about to throw a fissure, but they're like, it's too far. We're probably not diving tower anyway. Let's conserve our mana. But yeah, this is a nice thing about the Bristleback in the lane like this. No stuns, I can do whatever I want. And Pablo's kind of playing, what we call it, map tourist. He's like, I want to go poke around here, now I want to go poke around there. However, while Nefrit might be having a decent time, it's not like he's shutting down UI. UI, sure, he died once, but they did get a kill on Nefrit in return, and he's got the highest CS in the game. So this is very good lane overall for Apple City Gang. I think top lane is going kind of how both teams are like satisfied with how it's going. Nice D-ward there by Flacco. You generally don't have river wards this early on, but D-ward's a D-ward. Ruin is going to be bottom. Dual Rays gets it. Regen Ruin. Now trying to kill him is going to be tough. Even if you get your combo off, Regen Ruins don't get cancelled, but they do go from 6% healing a second to 1%, which is still plenty if you survive the burst. Alright, I'm interested to see how the mid lane is going to go, if someone's going to be rotating or not. Stukov puts a observer top just to make sure no one gets in from that side. Taking quite a bit of damage. One person who's got a decent farm has been LeBron. He's actually got 11 CS. A lot of it is because, of course, him pulling, and sometimes when you fail bonds, creeps do end up dying. So that's always a nice feeling. And Amaterasu, he's got some Stukov, he's rotating, he's going top. Observe, no, that's bottom. The other lane, the top lane. Oh, yo, they got UI. Nice move by Stukov. And that was a big kill. As you can see, UI is highest net worth, but that kill, does bring him down a peg or two. He's actually significantly ahead of Retsu. I did not think that he was getting that much in the lane. Oh well, this is what it is. Now, they know that Puck has used his ultimate. That means he's going to come bottom, and look at that. They bring down Flacco. LeBron, he has oh, everyone's here. Dual Rays here. That's just dead for sure. LeBron he's not going to eat the book. Can they get a kill on QBFY at least? Yes, they do. But that's about it. I think Pablo's going to be losing his life. Not really. I don't know how much you want to consider that worth or not. Yeah, LeBron, he could have eaten the book, but he did not want to. He felt like it was too early. Probably wouldn't have changed too much if he threw out the golem anyway. Unfortunately, though, that means it's a 3-for-1 trade. Yeah, you kill QBFY. Oh, yeah, look at that. That is going to be the... yeah, he could have eaten the... ate the book by now. But, again, how worth it would it have been? QBFY may have died, but again, it's after 2 deaths, so he did get a decent chunk of EXP. He's almost level 5. Still not super fast, but, you know, level 5 is level 5. Bristleback. Looks like he's going to go for a Vanguard or a Halberd. I'm seeing a lot of Halberds first on Bristlebacks. And when you're up against a person with strong illusions like a TB, I would actually say that Crimson is better. Retsu! Oh, he's dead. Oh, that doesn't feel amazing. Yeah, that's not great. He did end up eating the book in arguably a worse situation than he was in a few seconds ago. And it doesn't save Retsu. Not great, but in the moment you feel like, I gotta do something, my carry is dying. So I eat the book, I drop the ultimate, and I get nothing for it. Oh well. That's how it works sometimes. And by the way, that's a little bit more EXP. Okay. Foil breaks, but they don't really have enough damage. Nice move by Amaterasu. He's like, let me just get out of here. You know, they're not going to chase me past tier 2 QBFY. He is bonded. They do get a kill on him. Getting a little bit too big for his britches right there. But at the side, you can see Dual Raise is coming. And he's like, I got 2 swords and I got 2 guys. I can put 1 sword in each. Or 2 swords of the same guy. Sounds painful. LeBron is going to be taking both. Dual Raise. Double fisting coming. No one even needed. He's going to save that for the puck instead. Whoa. That is rough. He actually hasn't taken any points in Flame Guards. Just more maxing out Searing Chains instead. A little bit unusual, but I guess he doesn't feel like the magic damage is that much of a problem. 1 infused Raindrops is good enough. And these days we're seeing a lot of the Ember Spirit build is Mage Slayer into the Sanjin Yasha, and you get so much like resistances, status, and magic. Alright, Yawai, he's got his ultimate. Can they kill him? They're saving the silence for the last second. They didn't want to use it. They felt like he's a bit too high health. And even if you silence and jump, you're not going to be able to get him before he gets Sunder. Interesting. Unfortunate though for them. And oh, this is going to be Dual Raise. He kind of knows where Stukov is. And this is kind of a problem with the puck. You are very elusive, but you're also very fragile. Ember Spirit doesn't really have the same... He has the same problem, but to a much lesser degree. He's slightly less mobile, but much more durable in return. And right now, Apple City Gang, top 3 net worth, all on their side. On the other side, you can say Zirt Nasty, they have the better scaling supports, but Phoenix is one of the best as well. It's just the Bounty who doesn't scale that amazingly, but Bounty is fine. Like, he just secures a farm for your team. Looks like Pablo trying to make that quad stack, I think. What do we think? Is there a double voice for Toa? Yeah, I was hearing via VMix twice. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm still hearing it. When I unmute, I'll ask if you guys are hearing me twice. Please let me know so I can tell them. Is someone good? Thank you. Yeah, our production's on it just because we mentioned. So thank you for mentioning it in chat. There's going to be a few minutes delay, of course, until we get it, but we'll see. Apple City Gang smoked up, but track is online. This is a pretty scary time for Zirt Nasty. They don't seem quite ready to fight. All their cores are a bit behind. If they can get snowballed to death as Pablo, this would be a nice juicy kill. And there's not much he can do about it as well. He doesn't really want to use the Echo because he knows it's not going to be useless anyway. I believe you're not muted in game. Should I be muted in game? I'll protection. But meanwhile, they're just gonna get the Bristleback. That's 2 track kills. Ouch! And we go from a 2 to 3,000 gold lead. Pretty big deal there. Yeah. Production, let me know if I should mute myself in the game, and I will. And oh, it's gonna be Force Staff first. I think I've seen QBFI always go for this build with like Force Staff, maybe Orchid, and drums as well. And I like it. Even though drums is better, which makes Boots of Bearing a bit worse because of the charges. Oh, LeBron! That's going to be another kill. Now, we went from 2 to 5,000 in less than a minute as Retsu's being chased. Might be a little too hard for them to kill. Oh, no, now if Dual Raise shows up, as that's going to be a pretty big one. 6,000, these kills. Like, they are expensive. Each kill, like, 600 gold. You're getting at least 500 on Apple City Gang. They're losing a lot, about 100 on Zero Tenacity, and the gap is big as Dual Raise He gets coil, but it's a defensive coil. Stukov just wants to survive. 7,000 gold lead. I swear, we blinked. We blinked, and Apple City Gang will just triple their lead. Alright, so I'm gonna be muting myself in the game, and that's gonna solve all our problems. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. That was a little bit on us. Well, me mostly, but I wasn't told about the setting. Meanwhile, alright, they do find QBFY. He gets smoked up, but Retsu wasn't close enough to get the avalanche off, and he doesn't even have the toss, so it would have been pretty dicey. Now, what is Pablo doing? Pablo is working towards the blink. He almost has it. So that's going to be nice. It's going to give them a big amount of team fight that they need. And again, you're up against 4 melee, so he should be able to get, 2-3-man Echo Slams. Tiny, he's got the Echo Saber working towards the shard. He's not poor, but he certainly looks poor compared to OYOY. Okay. Okay, are we going to be echoing this one? No, he's not there in time. Pablo, unfortunately, the fissure kind of blocked him on the opposite side of dual rays. But if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to get the stun. And that's a shield ruin. Alright, I'm going to make a bold prediction. Oh, very bold. There's no way they're killing this Ember Spirit while he has the shield ruin. Like, if he pops it, he's not gonna die. Impossible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I unmuted VMix so I can hear and I can't hear myself, so I'm sure the problem is fixed. As Retsu, that's a beautiful double shuriken move he does. Retsu is very likely dead. They do have the golem, but LeBron's like, yeah, I don't think that's gonna help you. What's gonna happen is that LeBron's gonna be losing his life as well, and my god, it is a disaster for Zero Tenacity. Observer, because I'm a sadist, what is the win percentage right now? Like, what's it looking at for Zero Tenacity? Ah, that's a courier dead. Alright, 350 gold extra for Apple City Gang. The snowball happened quick. It's actually only 60% for Apple City Gang. I think most people would look at this and be like, yeah, they got, 80. As they're going to go for the Tormentor. Both shards are amazing. Obviously, the Phoenix is, premium. But the Bounty Hunter turning other people invis is pretty good once you have the talent. The damage reduction goes a long way. If QBFY gets it, you prefer Phoenix, but there's no problem with him getting it. Sorry about that. Need a little bit of water. Pablo does have his Blink Dagger available, but you guys see this net worth? The top 4 out of the top 5 net worth are all on Apple City Gang. And, the Phoenix is getting close to Retsu. And QBFY is ahead of Stukov. This is ultra bad. Words can't express how bad this is kind of bad. Looks like Flacco. That's going to be the invis. Alright, they just removed the ward there. A little bit of vision removed, a little bit of gold in their pockets. Apple City Gang. Looking unbeatable right now. However, you still have Golem with Echo, with a coil on top. We'll see if Tiny wants to be able to join them as well. The thing is, Tiny's not going for a fast blink. What does Tiny want? He wants to farm. He's going Echo Saber and Shard. This means I'm not going to be getting much value out of him. LeBron's kind of trying to babysit Retsu. That's nice, but we'll see. We haven't talked about the Beastmaster for a while. He has got Ags and Blink on Amaterasu. Okay. Wow. That's a farm boy. Alright. Yowai just running at them. QBFY is going to be joining him very soon. The track is there. Can they make it? LeBron, one of them is going to get hit. Oof. LeBron dies. Looks like, I think the stun almost landed, but he was, he TP'd just in time on Retsu. It's still a track kill, though. It's still a big chunk. How much is that gold? 360. Okay. I mean, was he even tracked? I think he might. No, I think he only tracked the Tiny. And that's it. I don't think LeBron was actually tracked. Because there's no way you make only 360 gold with a track kill on with two people there. Alright, Nefret, he wants to go for a pipe. Pipe is good. Pipe is pretty solid. It really mitigates a lot of the damage coming out from the Beastmaster and the Phoenix. But my issue isn't the pipe so much as I don't think it's enough. You know, it's like, oh, our boat's going down. You're like, all right, I'll plug one hole. You're like, yeah, but there's like 17 of them. You're like, yeah, but I plugged one. That helps. You're like, yeah, it helps. But it doesn't help enough. And that's what Nefrit's doing. And it's not his fault. He's doing the right thing. It's just other things need to change. All right, look at that. They're actually farming okay on Zertnest to try to come back. They, their mid and their carry have overtaken the enemy position 4. Woohoo! We gotta give people something to root for. The map feels very small right now for Zertnasty, as I think LeBron gets caught. Looks like he's healing. Will they be able? Okay, nice. Stun coil on. Can we kill him? He's just so damn durable, but they might get him, and they do. Rest with the tree toss at the end. Oh, big echo! Holy, Pablo gets it for the team. That was insane. That holy crap. The 4 for nothing, a 5,000 gold swing, a 5.2 experience. LeBron with a well-deserved tip for Pablo. Holy crap! And now we're gonna see them start overtaking. Look at the replay. Look at where he's standing. He doesn't get it. The golem gets them where they need. Yes, sure, the egg pops, but it doesn't matter. Just insane. No pipes, no defensive measures on the enemy side. They take a full Echo Slam on 3 people, with a couple of creeps on top as well. And just like that, the lead is cut. And the win percentage is actually favoring 0 tenacity. Jeez. That is wild. All right. Well done.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, I'm a little excited when Zero Tenacity wins it again because I'm kind of rooting for them. But the situation, I still don't believe it's actually 60% for Zero Tenacity. It still favors Apple City Gang. Once those BKBs come up and maybe a pipe, that's not going to be happening. All right, that's a roar. That's just going to be a kill on Pablo. Revenge, much needed. I'm not sure if no one's going to be making pipe on them. I'm seeing that QBFY wants to go for an Orchid. I think that's a little greedy to go Orchid on the Bounty Hunter right now. It's like, yeah, you might be able to catch the puck. That's fine, but your team doesn't like damage or control that much. What your team lacks is that magic resistance, which Pablo and Fatal Bonds are going to be able to do so much work. Puck is all magic as well. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. Let's see. The Warlock, he's got the Solar Crest. Oh, Roshan falls. Next time you do that big move, guess what? Amaterasu will rise right up again. He's very close to the BKB on the Beastmaster. Terrorblade isn't going for BKB. He wants to go for a Scotty instead. Oh, meanwhile, they do get a kill on Flacco. Nice. There's a nice pick off there. Nearly 800 gold for that not solo, but for a kill pick off on a position 5. Yeah, I'm really against this Orchid, but we'll see. We'll see how it's gonna go. Retsu, by the way, he is recovering quite nicely in farm. At one point, he was like lowest among all the cores. He's still behind all the dire ones, but again, you scale better on Tiny than you do on Beastmaster and Ember. So yeah, he's behind, but as long as he can at least keep up, him being behind them later is not going to be too big of a deal. It's only a Y that he has to worry about. Why are people so mean in chat saying better should cry? Come on. You never know. You never know. Phoenix has finished the shard. That's a big deal. Like we mentioned, it's one of the best shards in the game. Having it just give you a lot of fighting potential. You can egg early on and throw out the laser, or you can sunray, then egg in front of people, sunray again. It's just so much value. As Retsu, I don't think they're in time. Nope. Dual Rays does actually throw out the Sleight of Fist, but doesn't catch him in time. Speaking of Dual Rays, he has no Sanjin Yasha. Interesting. He has Mage Slayer BKB, but he's opted to go for a Shiva's. Okay. Now, to be fair, Shivas is an amazing item on the Ember, so it's not bad. I'm just surprised he doesn't want Sanjay and Yasha first. Okay, we'll see how that goes.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's
All right,
bottom tower
looks like
is under
the
attack.
gold lead continues to climb up and up and up in favoring Zero to Nasty right now, as we are getting to close to a 50-50% win chance for both teams. Now, again, there is a support difference here, just because the Bounty Hunter doesn't do too much by himself. Like, a lot of your value as Bounty Hunter doesn't come from team fights. It comes from, pick-offs and whatever items you can sort of salvage, scramble, get, whatever you can get. And, I don't know, an Orchid seems like the wrong move. Meanwhile, though, Stukov, he's right next to KBFI. Stukov! He might almost lose his life here. He's tracked up, but he does have his blink available, so he should be fine. That was just a stun from the puck, and he gets 80% of the health reduced. So a stun from Bounty with a few hits coming out from the Terrorblade. Shrine of Wisdom is available. Looks like they haven't taken it just yet. And the Aegis, did it expire? I don't remember them jumping on Beastmaster. But either way, he doesn't have it. Sorry, I must have missed it. Oh, I hear a coil. I think this is going to be a very dead Bounty Hunter. Echo! Okay. Very, very dead Bounty Hunter. I don't fault him for it. I want the guy dead as soon as I can so I can move out and reposition myself. If it's like, yeah, you're probably less likely to take a team fight now, and maybe Apple City Gang can punish you for it. But you still have Golem. And that's it, actually. You could use the coil as well. Oh, I hear a roar. It looks like it's Red to Beastmaster. I think he's going to be falling, and he does. The damage coming out from the Beastmaster with a Phoenix on top is just a little too much. Alright, and as we mentioned, there's no Echo and there's no coil. So if you're Apple City Gang, like, yo, let's just get some towers. The Tiny picked off. Pablo using the Echo Slam there, it's not wrong. Like, sometimes you make a decision in the moment and you're like, I want this guy dead so that we don't have to be in a bad situation. But it does mean that the enemy team, they're going to coordinate. Echoing there, it's almost like it wouldn't be punished in a pub, but it does get punished in a pro match. And that's with a carry pick-off and a tier 2 removed. Bristleback is going to go for a Lotus Orb. Very nice item for him for sure. As you are able to remove track, the attack slow, the Orchid, the Searing Chains, and you can reflect a roar. You can't remove it, but you can reflect it as it happens. Alright, now we've got a match. Tell me about it, Vertigo. This match it's a live match. Let's go with that. And yet, UI is still incredibly farmed. They're going for their maybe second Tormentor on the Dire side. UI opted not to finish the Skadi. I think he's going for Silver Edge instead. As, someone gets roared. Amaterasu. That's just a nice kill on LeBron. But, even though LeBron, that's a pretty bad turn of events. As Dual Raze is able to get his shard, Tormentor dies, LeBron gets picked off. Pablo also gets killed. But we've seen Zero to Nasty, thanks to their team fight lineup, they can come back because Nefrit also did. Observer, what's going on, buddy? We're missing all them kills. Classic caster throwing Observer under the bus move. Alright, Retsu should have his BKB now, which is nice. It does help you against everything except the roar and the egg popping. But, oh my lord, the jump arrows. Okay, BKB immediately used just to run away. He just got delivered like this second. And he's like, oh, that's scary. Oh, that ain't good. That was a rough situation. QBFY walking forward. They know exactly where he is. They ping him out. Well, things are looking pretty rough. Terrorblade's also got the Nemesis Curse. Now, if you want damage, this item got buffed recently. It used to be you take 8%, now you take 6%. I think if you're taking 6%, you're not really too worried. Like, 6% more damage isn't that big of a deal. Orchid is finished on the bounty, though. No, we mentioned this a bunch of times, but I don't love it. But it is what it is. He believes it's the good item. And Ember about to finish the Shiva's Guard. That is going to be a huge problem for them. Besides the fact that you reduce all their regen and magic resistance, you also give good vision as you're fisting. You know, you're like, oh, this guy is over here, and you can just like slide a fist with the Shivas. Anyone who's in the trees will still be caught. It's very annoying. Silver Edge finished on Terrorblade. He did not go for the Skadi, opted for the Silver Edge. Now, I wouldn't call him fragile because he doesn't have Skadi, but he's certainly not ultra durable. You know, you don't get much stats from... Oh, and you walked into the wrong neighborhood, QBFY. Gets killed off, this time without the use of a coil or an echo. And you can see the Apple City Gang, they're probably going to be... Oh, wait. Amaterasu's here. They have the Golem. He's not going to be able to TP out. That was a good reflect on the roar as well. That's BKB okay, catching him on the flip side. Will he be able to? Oh my lord, that was... He makes out. That was the first BKB use, by the way, but I feel like it was a millisecond off. Oh, that was well done. Now here's the thing. If LeBron had held on to the Golem a bit longer, they might have been able to get him, but there's also a chance he would have been able to juke and jive. I think you could have held it. I don't think he needed to use it just now. Oh, Bristleback. Your Y's here. That's Silver Edge. Decides it's not really worth him trying it out.
Double damage empowers me.
Force Staff finished on LeBron, and the Shiva's gone on Ember Spirit. Now, while Warlock does scale very nicely into the late game because Failed Bond's always good percentage damage and Golem's good, he's certainly not buying items that scale. Like Solar Crest and Force Staff are always good, don't get me wrong, but it's not like we're seeing the Ags and Refresher or a Hand of Midas. LeBron's very much playing the position 5. Nefret. We're just going to be pushing this one out. They are close by in Apple City Gang. He gets tracked up. He sees where QB4Y is. They're trying to bait him. They're like, come on, don't you want to kill us? We're right here. I think there's a gem on someone. Is there no... Yep, there's a gem on Amaterasu, which is why they're able to remove this vision coming out from the Radiant. Roshan is up. It's going to be the next, point that both teams will want to aim for. Generally speaking, fighting the Roche Pit would favor Zero Tenacity more. Pablo! Ouch. He's dead. Dual Raze was able to just find him, bring him down. Retsu. Okay. You can coil. And can they get... Oh, very close. I thought maybe one of the, there'd be a projectile fly towards him or something. BKB used without coil. The roar, everyone hears the roar, by the way. But they don't make it in time. Your Y gets it. So in the end, you lose Pablo, but he doesn't use any spells, and Ember uses his 9-second BKB for, just to survive, which is still good. Like, if I use BKB to kill or I use BKB to live, that's kind of the same value if you ask me. Tiny's getting up there. Look at that. Revenant Brooch. Now, I don't exactly understand the mechanics of this item. I hope someone in chat can explain to me. All I know is that it gives you a lot of magic damage as magic damage, which is great against the Terrorblade, who has 32 armor. That seems nice. As Stukov losing his life. And by the way, he is going to be dead for 70 seconds. No buyback. If I'm Apple City Gang, I'm thinking they probably lost their best team fighter. Yes, Echo Slam and Golem are scary, but the coil is the biggest problem. Oh, wait. There's some pokes. That's a big poke. Yeah, Retsu. But look at the... Alright, you gotta break down the egg right now. But no, they're not really focusing on it. They're kind of taking turns hitting it. Unfortunate for them. I think, Retsu, you're dead because of that. This is not the same Echo as last time. It barely clips them, but it's like almost dies, but he's actually still going to make it alive. They buy back on the Earthshaker. Is this going to be enough? They're out. They've used everything. No Golem, no Echo, and no one dead from Apple City Gang. Fissure comes out. Alright, that's kind of cool, but there's going to be a roar effort. You're dead as well. This is looking, I don't know, overish, but certainly these Raxes are going to fall. LeBron's going to lose his life. Gem of True Sights drops here. Who cares? They just take an enemy gem. I think, or they passed on. I'm not quite sure, but well, you have Puck around if you can do something, but this was a not a dieback, sorry, a buyback on Pablo and achieves nothing. Four for nothing trade. They lose the Raxes as well. Appleseed Gang is like, yo, let's keep going, because you know they got nothing. Lovely heal coming out there from Flacco, keeping your wife nice and healthy. And he's got second life after that as well. Well, they glyph, unfortunately, just as the creeps die, which means that this glyph actually achieves nothing because there's backdoor protection at the same time. Whoops! I've done that many times myself. And the roar comes out. The Tiny is taking a lot of damage. He does get the BKB off in time, but he is low health. Needs to get away from the enemy team before they catch him. Nice force staff there, but doesn't actually get him too far away. I think Red's gun gas. He does lose his life. But can they kill Yawai? They do. It's only the Aegis. And I think Flacco loses his life because Stukov was on top of his ass. Dual raise. He's in a bit of trouble. I think they got him. Huge comeback by Zero Tenacity, which are showing a lot of tenacity. Now, there is a Sunder available. You gotta be able to kill Yawai without... Can they get him? He's super close. One more hit. There he goes. Can they team wipe him on the way out? Yule Scepter. Beautiful move, Stukov. As Amaterasu does end up dying. It's a team wipe. Zero Tenacity playing with my heart right now. That at some points they're like, yo, let's just, I don't know, lose everything. And then they're like, let's just get an amazing performance in a team fight. And I don't know. Crazy how this game is going. However, despite what we're seeing, this game is very much in favor of Apple City Gang. They got a Rax and a half. They did get team wiped on the way out, but they're still massively ahead. The farm is all in their favor as well. 80% win probability. Well, I'm gonna be fixing some chat stuff, by the way, guys. One sec. There we go. All right. Caster, mod. What else? What can't we do here? All right. Looks like LeBron's got 3,000 gold. He's working towards Lotus Orb. You put a Lotus Orb on Retsu, then you put another one from Nefrit on him. Pretty nice. Bristleback's also... He's very close to the Sanjay and Yasha, and he's finished the Crimson Guard. Probably he finished it a while ago, but very useful item to have against the Terrorblades, whose illusions do less damage than him. So the Crimson Guard's fantastic. Buck 23.5. He's getting quite close to the level 25. Now, Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity is the game-winning ability. You get that, you're in a decent spot. What about the Dire? Bounty's got the Orchid, the Lotus, and the Force Staff. So a lot of nice single-target abilities. I don't think the Lotus is as useful for them as it is for the Radiant. Like, you can remove a Fatal Bond. Yeah. Smoke up, by the way, Apple City Gang. Can they catch Retsu here? While we continue doing our item roundup. Beastmaster's got a refresher, so it's double roar with the Shivas. Ember's got a Shivas as well with an Aghanim Scepter. Hex on the Phoenix. So many items. When did they all come? Like, holy crap. Alright, what we're looking at here for QBFY. They're going to be trying to go for it. Roshan could be up in about 2 to 5 minutes here. And Apple City Gang, maybe they're going to wait for it and then see what they want to do.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Stukov bottom lane. He's got to be careful. That's a dangerous place to TP. That's a very... See, you could have been next to the trees, brother. You could have been next to the trees. Does he make out? He does coil. He's forced to coil, though. If someone else was nearby, Stukov would have been dead to rights. Yeah, that was... Oh, Jewel Ray still chasing. The silence comes out. The Yules is there. Can he make it? He did not throw out the orb. Yeah, he wasn't able to orb before he jaunted or shifted, whatever it's called. So he wasn't able to do that. That was a bit of a misplay there from Stukov. Yeah, you can't do it that way, boys. Luckily, his buyback is available. So he's not in, like, at least he's not going to lose the game for that mistake, which it was a mistake. Airblade's getting a BKB delivered. All right. All the cores on Apple City Gang have BKBs now. We mentioned, like, before that Pablo's going to have a hard time getting those Echo Slams off. The nice thing, though, is that the Ember Spirit and the Beastmaster, their BKBs are low. Unfortunately, Beastmaster has a refresher, so it's a 12-second BKB. Timeless Whisper of the Dread? What's that, 20% magic amp or something? It's 18% damage amp, spell amp on the Beastmaster. That is a lot. That is a lot. Don't think there's anyone who's got the GPM fast. Oh! Ceremonial Rope on Pablo. That is a big one. However, as we mentioned, Stukov, he's level 24 and like 20%. If he gets 25, it's going to be a massive problem for Apple City Gang. They'll have nothing to deal with it. That's just the Terrorblade illusion, and they're forced to toss it around. There's also 25s coming out on the other side, by the way. Beastmaster, Terrorblade. Terrorblade, what's he going to go for? Probably the Thunder cooldown. That's what I usually see. Beastmaster can have Primal Roar or Wild Axis cooldown buff. That's about it. Phoenix is close to his 18, which is better egg, but the 20 gives you the Sunray. Oh, the Sunray talent is good, boys. The Sunray talents are good. What, Lobotomize? You don't like mods? And technically it wasn't mods who did that, I did. I'm just, you know, these are obvious scams. Come on, boys. I don't want anyone to fall for it. All right. I'm glad I'm doing this game. I mean, I want to see Zero Tenacity win, but I also want to see a good game. That's the most important thing. And this is certainly a good one. It is Apple City Gang playing overall better. Like, overall, they're better in the better spot, but Zero Tenacity's team fight has caught them twice with their pants down in massive comebacks. I wonder where that saying comes from. Caught with your pants down. Like in the bathroom, I suppose? Oh. Well, anyway, Phoenix has a smoke. There you go. Pops it right as we mentioned it. Who are they going to go for? Now, a good idea would be to go in from mid and try to find a pick off. Mid or bottom, not from the top. You just go in from there inside their base and you catch them. But Nefret, he reveals himself because he's D-Wars. Nefret is in a bit of trouble. The BKB as well as Refresher used by the Beastmaster roars both Retsu. There's the egg. But nothing's locking them down, and looks like they might get killed on QBFY. Retsu, can he make it out? He's in a bit of trouble. No, he can't. So 1-for-1 trade. Retsu has to buy back. And looks like that's it. Apple City Gang probably pretty happy with this trade. They've used everything, but they force a buyback from Retsu. They're going to have to wait for Refresher. Oh, no, they're not going to give them a chance to wait. They're going in. Stukov, you're in trouble. Big Echo Slam, but only catches Flacco here as UI shreds Retsu like he's nothing. The Golem took a while to get that. Just pauses the fight for a second as Pablo is getting those features out. Enough. Dual Raise loses his life. Dual Raise has buyback, but doesn't want to use it. Flacco is here though. As okay, we're just looking at Pablo for a second. I don't know why we're doing that. As we're back in the action, Nefret makes it out alive for now. The axes. The Shiva's Guard's not enough to catch him. LeBron, buddy, what are you doing there? All right. So that's a dieback by Retsu. And Pablo almost loses his life as well. Flacco does die and he buys back. Jurez doesn't buy back, but he does lose his life. It's pretty happy if you're Apple City Gang. They just go for a free Roche. Oh my. Oh my. Alright, so this is, okay. I can never remember which Roshan gives you the Ag Scepter and which one gives you the Refresher Orb. I always have to click on it. But this one's Refresher Orb is probably going to go to the Phoenix. Double Egg is insane. And yeah, look at that. Like, oh, Retsu, he was walking out. Almost makes it, loses his life. That's his dieback, by the way. They were able to get a kill on Jewel Ray, which was quite nice for them. Huge fissure. And Pablo forced to buy back in this situation. But again, killing Jewel Rays goes a long way towards mitigating their problems. Alright, who's got the Refresher? Is it the Phoenix? It is the Phoenix. 2 eggs, man, you can't beat that. Either in the Dota game or for breakfast. I had 2 eggs yesterday. with a little bit of beef in it. Very nice. Stukov is dead. Oh, we're in trouble, boys. Yo, why try? Okay, big echo. But can you actually? What? I didn't see no fissure. I think the silence came out from the beast, from the bounty, which means that he wasn't able to fissure and kill Flacco. Oh dear. They do get the Aegis removed. What does it matter as Pablo loses his life? LeBron is dead as well. Does that buyback? That's a golem thrown out. I don't know how long he has until the next golem's coming out. They're going to go for Jewel Ray. But for Apple City, and like that throne looking mighty juicy as Warlock dies again. Oh, unfortunate for him. Does throw out the golem in the last second here, but he's dead for 100 seconds. It's going to be Retsu and Nefrit against the world. Flacco, he's all right. Oh, well, yep, GG's called, and it's a close-ish game. Some very nice move by Zero Tenacity, but nowhere near enough to keep them in, as they call it. Well done by Apple City, gang. They were never behind in this game. They were always like aware of what they need to do. They took very nice fights. The one where Pablo used his Echo Slam and they used a coil top to get a kill on QBFY, and then they're like, all right, we'll just take a bottom fight and take a tier 2 easy. Like, very coordinated, very nicely done by Apple City, gang. Zero Nasty, some incredible team fight performances, but unfortunately, they always felt like they were a couple of steps behind the enemy side, just not enough for them to take this game 1. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to come back to you guys when game 2 is ready. So, you know, go get some water, go to the bathroom, and we'll see you guys in just 10 minutes. See you then. Second, I think if Nefrit, if the peaks are here, I think he's going to continue. He has to continue. If he left a bottom, and look at that. They bring down Flacco. LeBron, he has to go. Oh, everyone's here. Everyone's here. That's his death for sure. LeBron, he's not going to eat the book. Can they get a kill on QBFY at least? Yes, they do. But that's about it. I think Pablo's going to just go because he does look at the use Hello and welcome back to the 8th edition of CCT. This is going to be Apple City Gang versus Zero Tenacity. Apple City Gang, game 1 looked really good. You know, they were always ahead. They did much better in the lane stage than I thought. And Zero Tenacity, while they were always on the back foot, they had a couple of really, really incredible team fights where they just wiped them for nothing. But unfortunately, that sort of overall network disadvantage and limited map movement caught them at the end, and Apple City Gang to game 1. Now, let's go on. But ancient history, who can remember what happened 10 minutes ago? We're gonna go to game 2, and Zero Dynasty, they're saying, you know what, that Beastmaster, problematic. I don't want to deal with that Beastmaster no more. So they ban it out, and as well as the Darkseer. So they're very much bothered by what they were seeing from Norma in the previous game. For Apple City Gang, they're saying LeBron's Jakiro, we respect it. Now that's a good Jakiro you got there, LeBron. Would be a shame if you can't play it anymore. They also get rid of the TA, the Tinker, and the Nature's Prophet, which are just very stellar picks right now. And in general, I feel like, we're not seeing enough TA. Her buff was insane. She feels very strong right now. Lower cooldown refraction, extra charge every level, and extra charge on the talent as well. So I think this year is going to be shooting up in popularity very soon. We're looking at, now I have to move I have this tiny bar I have to move around. Magnus gets banned out. So again, more bans towards the Apple City cores. What do you want to open Zero Tenacity? I gotta say, I was loving that Warlock. I don't know if that's something that they want to go back for LeBron. What else would they want to go with, though? They could open up with a Muerta, which is what I thought they would do at the end, but they went for an Earthshaker, which was odd. Beastmaster's banned. They actually had first pick. They could have kept Beastmaster and taken it for themselves, for Nefret. Rising. They take the Tiny again. Alright, let's play Tiny. It was fine. I didn't think it was outstanding in any way, good or bad. And the other side was like, alright, let's run back again. You want the Tiny carry? We destroyed him on UI's Terrorblade. And that is the only fair word to describe what happened. He was destroyed. What was the difference in damage? Yoretsu did 15,000 damage. UI did 36. Wow, that's a lot. Actually, Retsu did the lowest damage on his team. Ooh, sorry, Retsu. Should I mention anything? My bad. I'm outing you, bro. Zero Tenacity, they're saying, you know what? We don't want Warlock. And we don't want you to get Warlock. So we're just going to ban him out. They also get rid of the Coddle here. Who on Apple City Gang plays Coddle? Don't see it much on any of their records, really. Surprising. Now that makes me think that, what will it take? Crystal Maiden or Marcy for LeBron? Disruptor is also in the pool. I like Disruptor, but you have to win lanes to make him useful. And so far, that seems like they're very good at team fights. Not super good when they were able to, their laning stage against Apple City Gang. Maybe this time they'll go Disruptor and he'll be fine. We'll see. Apple City Gang, they have a ban now, and then they have a pick. What do they want to work with? What do they want to get rid of? What would be a core that's scary? And then they pick a core and you're like, oh yeah, that one. Maybe Storm would be kind of annoying for them. I feel like Storm and Puck are very difficult for the Tailor to deal with, but somehow the Storm more. You can generally zap while he's doing the Thunder animation. You have a lot more burst magic damage than a Puck, who is a little bit more controlled. No, they get rid of the Monkey King. Ringmaster. Alright, now I want to share something with you guys, something real special. This is going to be my first Ringmaster game ever casted, which means go gentle on me. I don't know the name of his skills at all. He's got 12 of them. He's got 4 basic, and then he's got 3 the ring token stuffies, and then he's got a shard. I'm gonna mess up a lot. Just warning you guys. But go for the Wind Ranger. That's gonna be for Pablo. Nice bit of control. It's also pretty. And we talked about it. We mentioned the Crystal Maiden or the Marcy for LeBron, and they do take the Crystal Maiden. Now, that is actually one of his best heroes this patch. It's much higher win rate compared to the Jakiro and the Warlock. I think he's won 3 or 4 games out of 5, so he's doing really well with it. It helps them with the laning phase, which they definitely need. Now, the Wind Ranger is interesting because it's not a hero that we see very often. Like, by the way, this is really painful, the glasses. I'm going to have to wear a patch tomorrow. Oh, they go for Visage and the Bounty. Visage Bounty is not a very good lane. It could work in this particular lane just because the Crystal Maid is such a fragile hero that you could burst her down. But in general, Visage requires a bodyguard, a Clockwork Tusk kind of hero who, if they jump on the Visage, you can help him. But a Bounty doesn't do that for you. Bounty feels a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, oh, the lane is bad, I'm going to pull people away. If I'm Crystal Maiden and I have a tiny partner, I'm just ignoring him. I'm like, yeah, sure, kill couriers, pull creeps, whatever. We're just going to be eaten, feasted on that Visage, in fact. So I don't really like the Bounty Hunter as much of this game. Oh, crap, I almost just bumped into the mic and almost, like, dripped water everywhere. Woo. Okay, more careful in the future. Alright, now Zero to Nasty, you need either a mid or an off. So, I think Bristleback was actually fine the previous game, but they might consider a Primal Beast instead, or an Enigma. Tidehunter's also in the pool, but I don't know. I think Primal might be the best. You know, it's BKB piercing ability, it's good control. If someone gets saved by the casket that Ringmaster throws out, which I have no idea what its name is, the Primal's still good. Or Enigma wouldn't be so bad either. They're taking their time on this pick, by the way. The Dark Sea Bad means they can't take it for themselves, which would have been a really good Terrorblade pick. By the way, is Ringmaster like glitching? Do you guys see that? Like he just like twitches, and he goes oh like that in his face or something. Wait, I'm looking at him. We'll see if he does it. There you go. Did you see that? He just did it. Much smoother than I did it, but still. Yeah, they're taking. Wow, they are down to 10 seconds or so. They could take a mid, like a Storm. I think Storm would be fine for them. They take a Tidehunter. All right, some team fight. It's solid. You know, you can never really go wrong with a Tidehunter. He's always good. Wow, there's a lot. Wow, I left chat and I come back and everyone's flaming each other. Come on, guys, we're all friends here. Okay, we all know each other here. Okay, we all kind of could be nicer to each other. Feels like this is a Dota thing where everyone hates each other, which is not nice. Now I'm not gonna pretend I'm a paragon in pubs. I'm pretty bad, but I am learning to not say anything, which has been really helpful. So many games, someone plays badly, and I think of flaming them, and then they actually recover late game, and you go, "Oh, I'm glad I didn't flame him. I could have like really caused myself issues." Apple City Gang, they need to ban out some mids unless Stukov goes mid with a tiny. He hasn't done that much, so I don't think it's gonna happen for them. And they, Zero to Nasty, they're not gonna be able to showcase. They're not gonna be able to last pick their mid, so they're gonna have to show what it is, and then hope the Apple City Gang doesn't sort of have a really good counter pick. They ban out the Huskar, which makes me really think that they might take something like a Pango, you know, either an Ember, something like that. Ember gets banned out, so there's this. Okay. Monkey King is also banned out. Stukov could have played that. I'm feeling that a Dragon Knight or a Leshrac or an Earth Shaker is coming out. It's one of those three. And generally feeling like the Lesh or the Dragon Knight are the most likely. We'll see what they're going to work with, or if they're going to go with it or not. Quap is in the pool. She's good burst damage. There they go. They go. All right. We just mentioned her. She comes out. Now, what do you want on the other side? Sorry, not Norma. Dual Rays. Invoker's in the pool. I kind of like Invoker in this one. You're up against very low mana pools in the Tide and the Tiny. So Invoker's EMP is really good. What else could they consider going for? Ember's gone, Storm's gone, Puck's gone. So a lot of the S tier sports. Monkey King is gone. Pango's in the pool, but Pango can be very hit or miss. He's like, if you have a good game, I feel like you could shred them, and the Diffusal's great mana burn. But if you're having a bad game, he feels like he gets really weak. So Invoker and Pango are the two. Leshrac is in the pool. I'm half on the Leshrac for Apple City. They go for the Pango. All right. There you go. Pango picked up. I'm going to see what fast he's going to go for in this one. Wow, I'm just going back to chat for a second. All right, so looking at the two drafts right now, Apple City Gang, they took game one very convincingly here, and they are sticking to a lot of the same picks, you know, keeping the bounty as was the tier plate. On the other side, the only thing they've kept is Retsu on the Tiny, which was kind of fine. Solid team fight for Zero Tenacity. It's going to be, but it's mostly like the Tide Hunter and the Crystal Maiden's ultimate. What's it called? Oh my god, I forgot what it's name. Freezing Field. There you go. I got Freezing Field. And with Stukov on the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain nowadays feels like she really scales very well, even with the magic damage build. On Apple City Gang, it seems like it's a harder draft to perform, right? Like Ringmaster has to save people. QB4 has to get a good level. Visage is kind of hit or miss. Apple City Gang played better in game one, but I can't help but feel like Zero Tenacity has a better draft in game two. So I'm gonna favor Zero Tenacity for this game. Now, don't put money on it and lose it and blame me. Just want to make sure that that's not, you know, not my fault. But I do think that Zero Tenacity comes in not favorite, but I'm gonna give it to them like 60-40 that ZT takes it. Looking at the facets, I like that we're seeing Tide Hunter. There's real discussion over his facet choices, because you know there could be like Krill Eater, which is great for scaling, but the other one's also pretty good if you're able to get kills. Someone in chat is asking what happened to the previous match. Asakura, I think they've decided to they've withdrew from the tournament completely, and I believe they might have disbanded completely. You know things are bad when you disband. All right. On the other side, Apple City Gang, Visage is taking the Death Toll facet, which is I'm not a fan of this facet. You really have to get kills because it limits how much you farm. And I think that limits you for too much of the game. I don't think it's good enough. Like, the gold you get from heroes is not enough to justify it. But we are going to be going into a game. There is a pause, but we're going to go into the game so I can take off my glasses because this is killing me. So we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Hey, thank you very much. Production, I love you. Because, my God, the glasses hurt my... Glasses and headphones is a very painful combination, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, all right. What we're looking at here in the game, we're paused. I believe the Pangoliers needs a minute to get ready. So this is going to be the Carney Classics, which is the Funhouse Mirror, the Strongman Tunic, and the Whoopee Cushion. There's also... Oh, come on! The names on these abilities is too much. It's just too much for our... what's his name? Ringmaster. Impalement Arts. All right, that's a pretty good one, to be honest with you. All right, smoke up from both teams. Who is better level 1? Bounty gives you nothing more than a stun, but Reflection is pretty good. Visage is also pretty shitty at level 1. But on the other side, I think like they're all pretty decent. So yeah, I favor Zero Tenacity if it goes to a one-on-one fight. Looks like they may not actually encounter each other here, as Zero Tenacity they go bottom. Apple City Gang, they just go top, and ships that's nice are usually next to each other. These are very far here. A good position here for Zero Tenacity, but very likely you can see that the Radiant they draw. They're probably in this area, guys. And you would be right if Apple City Gang not the best place for you to go to. Good luck, have fun coming out from LeBron. I like what Amaterasu does. He only says have fun. He does not say good luck. Which is, hey, to be honest, I'm not going to wish my opponents good luck either. I do not want you to have good luck. I want every rune to spawn on our side. Every hit for yours to roll like the minimum. All your skills to miss. Like, I don't want you to have good luck in any way. Every bounty, oh. Nefrit, alright, gets it. That's a nice use of reflection. Nefrit taking a bit of damage, but he's walking along the waterways, which is kind of fun. You walk so fast. Yeah, why maybe a tiny bit faster? Oh, decides to actually TP. I'm surprised he didn't just gush him and run. But here's the thing, if he gushed him, he'd have to turn around. If he turns around, he loses the extra movement speed. So it's actually kind of smart that he did that. Still, that's half your life gone and a TP scroll used. Oh, Amaterasu, what are you doing here? That's unusual. He's losing a bit of CS. QBFY is actually top by himself. Amaterasu is still here. Okay, decides to TP. He's like, yeah, this ain't happening, boys. I'm leaving. Now, here's a little bit of a fun fact for you guys. The Krill Eater facet changes its name every level. That you level up, it changes its name, which is very cool. Cast on my prediction. Yeah, I mentioned that Zero to Nasty, but I get these things wrong a lot. I'm here to entertain. Alright? I wouldn't take my opinion too highly here. You know when they say casters 2k MMR? They're not too far off. Alright, not 2k, but still. Nefret is taking a lot of harass in this bottom lane. That TP to the lane has really hurt him. He is salving up. He has moved all of his items. Yeah, he has to move them again, by the way. Do you see that? He moves them again because the salve is like, yeah, it's lasting a long time. Flacco. All right, maybe a gush comes out. He's dead. First blood. Well done by Pablo. Nice move there. However, Yawai has been getting a lot more CS than Nefret, but Nefret should be able to recover right now. So, all right, so top lane, LeBron, what? We didn't mention it, but what did he take in terms of fast? This is going to be, yeah, Glacial Guard. Glacial Guard is so good. It is insane how good. Would an OD have worked less? Would have worked well in the last game and the last pick? That's a nice idea, Zaraki. I guess I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think that OD would have been fine. I don't know. I just feel like the Pango is a bit more snowbally, which is what you want. If you have OD and Terrorblade and your Visage has a bad game, you have 3 kind of farming cores. So I like that the Pango can make space in case the other 2 suffer or need time. You know? So I think the Pango was a better choice than the OD. But we never know. LeBron, that's a lot of damage. This is the problem with the CM. And almost all lanes should do fine, but against a Bounty and Visage, she is so fragile. Oh god, she's fragile as hell. Oh, he does get a nice kill on the courier though for Retsu. 150 gold for the team. LeBron forced himself up. By the way, he's not in the actual Nova when he's using it. As Retsu's like, could you not, dude? Could you not? There. Sentries dropped, QBFY. You happy now? As, oh, LeBron taking a lot of damage, but that's going to be the blood grenade. LeBron taking another one. Oh, and QBFI goes invis. The support living it on a knife, on a razor's edge on this one. Took off. Okay, he blinked in for this. The tower's not helping him out, but doesn't need to. And will he be able to get the deny? It looks like he won't. A very unfortunate attempt there. As we are going to be seeing the 4 minutes run. Mid lane dead even, as both Duvez and Stukov are 20 CS each. Oh man, some people are saying all in. Don't go all in! Although by now, by the time you guys hear that, the delay will be, well, you know, it's too late. Alright, Water Ruin, Duvez gets his. He actually forces the Quap to run away, which is not ideal. Not ideal there. But, looks like he should be able to refill his ball on the top. Bottom, how's it going? Yeah, Nefret's still suffering. Less than half the CS of Yawai, but it's not the biggest deal in the world as forced to use one of his souvenir tokens there to get the jump. I think he's out of it. Yeah, he doesn't have any more souvenir slots. I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that Ringmaster has, you know, 7 abilities. I don't know, this token thing is kind of meh to me. Oh well. It continues to be just very nice for Yawai here. Top of the CS, and a lot of their damage is physical bottom, which is not the greatest against the Terrorblade, whose heavy armor helps him a lot. Alright, well, we look at top lane. I think that's right. When you're ready to observer, just the top lane. Top lane is good. I like the top lane. There you go. As, ooh, Retsu's taking a little bit of damage here. But, what? 1 hit! I thought that the bounty would just sort of dive in and go for it. But if you were, you know, if you felt confident, you might have gone for it. But it's alright. He hits level 3. That Shuriken Toss goes up from 100 to 170, nearly doubling damage. Red Nefret loses his life as Yawai. Oh my god, they lose the QB5 gets killed top lane. But the dive, they are playing pretty gung-ho at the bottom lane. Retsu needs to be careful. Walks in, could lose his life. Just one soul assumption would get him, but does he actually? Yeah, he does have a mind go on Visage. And 2 null talismans. Ooh. I am not a fan of this 3% extra mana for null talisman. But they need something else.
Radiant's middle
Like,
tower is under attack.
you know, you get nice stats from Wraithband. Bracer gives you health. But null talisman, 3% extra max mana. Like, if it was cooldown reduction or mana loss or something, feels a lot better. Or even just give me like 30%, not 30%, sorry, 30 extra cast range or 20 extra cast range. I don't care, it doesn't have to be. But 3% mana? Meh. Alright, looking at the, oh my lord, LeBron. He ticked from something. I think it was the last tick from the Blood Grenade. As QBFY, he's like, someone's here. Does take a salve, but he'd like to die for the Crystal Main right now. And he does. Oh, I think he spotted him. Definitely spot him now. Oh, the nice use of the, well, not nice use, but the Fuse Raindrop keeps him alive. As Retsu, they drop a sentry, but they can't. He just walks out just in time. I don't, yeah, it doesn't even have the toss. I don't think it would have mattered too much as the Queen of Pain is here. Nefer does lose his life. Amaterasu, can he get a trade off? He does. Even if he dies here, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Not really the best thing in the world for Zero Tenacity. And again, in most situations, and CM Tiny is good, but there's so much burst damage coming out from this Bounty Hunter Visage combo. Alright, top lane, the stun there on QBFY. He was very close to the sentry. They drop another sentry, they spot that sentry. LeBron, no, he hasn't yet. Stukov's here. He does have his ultimate. Does he? Now QBFY, I mean, he's invis, so obviously doesn't realize he's there. Amaterasu is also careful. Stukov, they're wasting a lot of his time here. Ow, that tip, he knows. They're like, we know you're there, dude. He's gonna send the birds out. The tip should have been enough. I do this a lot, by the way. When I know someone's waiting to gank and I have vision of him, I'm like, hey buddy, I see you. And oh, the roar! Sorry, the sonic wave comes out. Despite everything, will they still get killed? Amaterasu, they do. QBFY is also likely to lose his life as well. Nice as use of the whip. They do get a kill on Pablo, but the 2-for-1 trade, they're happy with that. Although LeBron, yeah, he's getting rolled on. 2-for-2, but one of the kills is the Visage. You killed the 2 snowbally heroes. That's good enough. I'd say that's good enough for them. Sorry about that. I didn't say anything for a while. All right, so Stukov, he's having a decent impact here. No Sonic Wave for another minute though, so we'll see how he wants to go. He hasn't taken any points into his queue. Obviously, he just cares about killing, not really caring too much about the lane phase. As LeBron level 5 needs to be careful here. He's walking into Flacco might be the one who's in trouble. Throws out the Wheel Wonder, but there's the roll from the Pangolier. LeBron looking down, but Retsu dies first. Holy moly. 4 people showing up in the top lane as UI continues to free farm. The pressure that they've been exerting on Retsu this series is unreal. Sorry guys, I got a very important message as we go back to the replay here to see what's happening. Yeah, I thought they were going to kill LeBron first. He does walk into the Wheel of Wonder, and fortunately though, they get Retsu and LeBron 2-for-0. The movements from Annabelle City Gang have just been better this series. They have been reading Zertnast like a book. Stukov just trading hits here against dual rays, but unlikely that he's going to go for the... Oh wait, maybe. No, the shackle doesn't land. He was in front of the trees, which means that was just not going to happen. I haven't actually mentioned it, but I imagine it is kill shot. Yes, that's taken for damn it, for Pablo. Stukov just getting a little bit harassed here. What are we looking at in terms of items? Spangler going first. Item Aghanims, no Diffusal, a little surprising, but I guess you don't really need Diffusal that early. Meanwhile, the Visage is going for drums. His farm is okay, but the next few minutes are really going to determine how this... Oh, bottom lane! Beautiful use. Ravage, Power Shot, and Sonic Wave. Might have been slightly excessive, but a dead UI is a dead UI. That's what we need, what we want. At least if you're a Zero to Nasty fan, that is. Win a Pain. I guess he's not going to be putting any points into the Shadow Strike till he gets the Axe Scepter. Or, you know, he's close to it. As Tidehunter, he's going to go for the Blast, probably the Mage Slayer right after. And, by the way, very interesting. LeBron has actually maxed Frostbite over Frost Nova on Crystal Maiden, despite having Glacial Guard. This is quite unusual. I feel like you would take the skill that benefits from the facets first, but who's going to do that? Oh dear, QBFY, the Wheel of Wonder, they're hitting him all around. That's going to be a kill. I'm hearing does he have that? Yes, he does have the Ripper's Lash. Fantastic item on the Visage because you're guaranteeing 3 people benefit from it. And QBFY, he's going to hit 6. Now we have track available. Oi, 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 oi. Apart from Stukov, no one's really having a good time on the dire side. Stukov himself, beautiful timings. The whip into the stun. QBFY is probably going to be losing his life, so at least it's a not-for-nothing trade. Oh, Retsu. I don't think he has toss, though. So it's a nice bit of damage, but... Oh, damn. You still take damage inside that, but LeBron, he gets... shows up. Guys, it's not worth it. Yeah, so when you're in the casket, you still take damage from AoE spells. You just can't be targeted. Though the freezing field's still pretty good against you. Alright. Retsu. He does have 1 point toss now, by the way. He's like, yeah, I probably need it, guys. Very close to his Echo Saber, which is going to accelerate his farm, but you still need the shard after. And he's still very behind UI, who's having a fantastic series overall. I don't know what Ringmaster builds, but I imagine it's going to be a lot of the standard support items. Oh, the timings. Stukov still makes it out, but loses 80%. Oh, the Impalement Arts. Very painful. I gotta say, that must be my favorite skill of the Ringmaster, the Impalement Arts. Just seems like it's a nice bit of damage. It's a skill shot. You can get an upgrade through the Aghanim Scepter. Like, it's a nice ability. Oh, you get... Oh, Escape Art has 2 charges with the axe. That's pretty cool.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's the Slacks music. All right, no problem.
Dire's structures are
all right, so we're in a very similar spot to the previous game. You know, it was like 2,000 or 3,000 at this point. Then they were able to get a lot of pickoffs and QB5 tracks on top of it. It's very, very bad. Nasty combination. Nasty. That's a good picture of LeBron, by the way. That's a decent picture of Retsu. I feel like now that I've mentioned LeBron, I have to say everyone's handsome, or people will be like, oh, you're not mentioning that guy.
Radiant's middle tower
Nice guy, LeBron. Not having a very nice game, but nice guy. He is lowest net worth among all supports. And to be fair with you, that's not gonna change this game. Like, unless they win on Zero to Nasty, then maybe he's gonna overtake 1 or 2, but between track kills and the fact that you're Crystal Maiden... Oh, okay. Back is up. LeBron, yeah, we were just talking about him. Ooh, the Shuriken. The Shuriken. Well, they may have backed off a bit too soon. I mean, looks like they just lose QBFY. Feel like you would have committed either way because you were going to lose your life anyway. Oh, well. LeBron getting a little bit of gold. Nice bait there. He looked dead to rights on my screen. Probably going to be the next item on Stukov. Does increase the damage of the Sonic Wave because it's spell amp, not magic amp. So all your spells get better. Except Blink, which can't be improved. Or can it? I mean, Aether Lens gives you more cast range. That's kind of nice. Pan goes 600 gold away from the Axe Scepter. Again, unusual. He didn't go Diffusal, but the Axe Scepter is perfectly fine. And he's farmed very nicely for himself. And overall, it seems like both teams a little content to farm. I was doing Meswa region for the last 3 days, and people there are bloodthirsty. You know, they are like blood. I want more blood. But Europe is very calculated, very careful, and very boring sometimes. As Pablo, all right, that's a lot of damage. That is a dead Pablo. All right, maybe boring is better for Pablo. You know, maybe it's a little bit safer for him to just go back and farm a little bit. Zero Tenacity, they are just going to be losing this tier 1 bomb. They don't want to defend it. Tidehunter, oh, Tidehunter, he's going to be caught up here. The roll comes in, does activate his Kraken Shell, so it's going to be, wow, barely blocks anything. And he could Ravage, but nope, decides it wasn't worth it. That was a Tidehunter with level 3 Kraken, 1800 health, Brawny, Vlad's, and he just gets melted. To be fair, if he had his allies nearby, he might have been able to make it out alive. There's some probably going for the 4-step. That's when you see a fluffy hat, that's what it usually means. And they've been very good with the Tormentor on Apple Snake Gang. Who's gonna get it? GBFI? I knew it. He got first last game. I had a feeling in my heart he's gonna get it first this game as well. As Retsu is actually stealing a stack. He's gotta be careful though. Might get pincered between Yawai and Pango. Sorry, I forgot his name for a second. But looks like he's just gonna be able to get away with murder here. As meanwhile, Zero Nasty showing some of that gumption. That's a word, by the way. That they need to. They're going to go for the bottom tier 1 tower. They're going to get it. And the Kaya is finished on the Quap. There's a smoke here from the Dire side. It doesn't show that there's smoke, but they are in fact smoke. Oh no, they're invisible through the bounty hunters. My bad. So the UI is right for once. They're hunting. They're like, anybody we can kill. Looks like they saw them on the Dire side. He walked next to a sentry and next to a shrine. No, sorry, what's that called? Is it a watcher? I can't click on it. Oh, it's a watcher. Yes, it's a watcher. Alright, guys in chat, and girls, of course, if you're here. What do you guys think about the watcher overall? Is it good? Is it bad? I feel like it's a meh objective. Like, I take it if it's there. If it's not there, I don't care. You know, I take it just so they can take it. Alright, nice. Shackle, dead QBFI. Decent amount of gold. 650. Holy moly. Yeah, the Watcher, it was like, I feel like it was a very tacked on objective. I kind of like the Lotus Pool now. I think it's been adjusted. Needs a little bit more. But it's okay. The Twin Gate is great. The Wisdom Shrine is better than the Wisdom Rune for sure. Oh, here we go. Alright, the Shackle lands. This Visitor's taking a lot of damage. They still, oh my lord. The Kraken Shell, the Impalement Art is there. It's mostly physical damage, but it's just dead. Never, do not attack it. LeBron gets sucked into the Wheel of Wonder, but can Pablo keep him alive? The Whirl and the Gale Force is not enough. LeBron losing his life as well. Nefrit, that's several kills in a row where he just doesn't achieve anything for his team. Huh. LeBron's actually going for first item Aghanim's Shard. Now, I've seen this Aghanim's Shard. I like it. My only problem is that where you leave an image where you start, not where you end. And I feel like that's not the best. Because you can't use it defensively. So it feels like a great defensive tool, but not much of an offensive option. Generally, if you want me to be completely honest, I think it's just good for farming and very rarely in team fights. Alright, Retsu, he's getting there, boys. He's got the Yasha, the Shard, and the Saber, and an Iron Talon. Like, there's no way he can farm any faster. There's no get-up that gets him faster farm than this. I suppose a Mask of Madness would be so bad. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain working towards the Shivas. No Ags! Generally, I'm a huge fan of the Ag Scepter on the Queen of Pain. I think it gives you a ton. As Tidehunter, he is working towards the Shard. He has his Blink Dagger, but I feel like Nefrit's Blink Dagger hasn't really gotten them anything so far. Oh, Pango. Roll comes out. Can he get on top of Stukov? He does have the Thunderbolt, so he's quite fast. And Stukov is alive, but he is being charged. Gale Force actually pushes them next to it. Oh, that was very awkward, unfortunately, for them. Oh well, no one dies, at least for Zero Tenacity, so you walk away. As they say, any crash you can walk away from is a good one. Unfortunately, Pablo, I don't think you're walking away from this one, buddy. As QBFI also comes out, gets the track off. Will they be able to get a kill? Retsu seems like he's okay. QBFI, is he gonna die? He does. Tower hit, nice move by LeBron getting that frostbite up at the end as another impalement art comes out. Those are super annoying. So 1-for-1 trade right now. Pablo for QBFY. I think you're happy if you're 0 to nasty. And there you go. Shard finished on the Crystal Maiden. Would like to see a Force Staff because you're so damn fragile. You need as much mobility to survive as possible. Because there's no way you can tank up enough. They did take the health talent, which is nice. And overall, it's 5,000 gold lead, but a lot of it is just the supports. The win percentage 53 to 47 in favor of Apple City Gang, but feels very, very 50-50. Helencio is the best of 3. Yes, sir, it is. Or ma'am. Or you. You know. There's a lot of traps with calling people, with using pronouns these days. But you're not gonna get me today, people. Queen of Pain's got an essence ring. I'm glad. Alright. Now I know some people don't like the way that the new neutral items have been made, but I'll be honest, I love it. Obviously, there needs to be a lot of balance changes, and I wouldn't mind if it even gets reverted to the old way, but I kind of like it overall. Nice, see that? Dodges a couple of them actually. Unfortunately, Stukov, you walked into the wrong neighborhood, girl. You're dead. A little too gung-ho there. Well, that's unfortunate, as I mean, you kind of need Stukov to continue having a good game because Nefrit is suffering. Amaterasu finishes the Boots of Bearing. Boots of Bearing feels okay these days now that drums can actually, like, doesn't have charges. Will Amaterasu play EPL versus Asakura later? Probably not, because Asakura has disbanded. Bye-bye, Asakura. We miss you. Ringmaster's got a Rod of Atos, who helps with landing those impalement arts. It's 100... So it's 5% of your health and 75 damage. Not bad. Not bad at all. Visage also got Pipe. So a lot of that magic damage is going to be nullified. Pablo, the bomb lane, is caught out. The Ring of Wonder, the daggers. Oh, right straight to the heart. As Wind Ranger loses her life again. This Ringmaster, 0-1-13. And I gotta say, if you can land those daggers, you are just, throwing out a ton of damage. He's got a gig on a photo shoot. No way. You, sir, are lying. Alright, or maybe you're not, and you're telling the truth, in which case, I'm sorry. Pangolier is not going for Diffusal. He's going for crit into Revenant? I've never seen this before. He's got Thunderbolts, which is generally seen as the not right-click talent. I'm very surprised by what he's doing. I'm not saying it's bad. Can you crit on Swashbuckle? That'd be interesting. I think you can. Alright, looks like Never jumps in. The Gale Force is there by... Oh, that's the real one. That's the real one. But do they have enough damage? No, they don't. Oh, dear. The lockdown's not there. The damage is not there. And Daniel Y just sunders them. QB4 even walks forward. He's like, I don't give a crap. I'm just walking in. As they get 3-4-0. Oh, that was just... Man, why they get him with a Shackle, a Ravage, and a Sonic Wave. And he still sunders. There's the Wheel of Wonder. There's nothing you can do to Retsu. You're just gonna have to accept her fate and die. Oh well. That's bad. I'll be honest. Oh, they just call it. That's just it. They're like, yeah, we're done with this game. We're not going anymore. As it is a 24-minute GG, 20-10. A kind of miserable game too by Zero to Nasty. They relied a lot on their team fight in game 1 to make a comeback, and it was some good stuff for sure. And this game, they didn't have that option. They're just like, yeah, you got, Ravage, which is good. I don't know why when I say something's I go like as if But yeah, they have Ravage, which is good, and Freezing Field, which can be good, and Sonic Wave, which is fine, but it's not locked down. And they have they use like one big Ravage or two. That's it. They got a kill on UI bomb lane, and they used it just now on UI again. This time it didn't work out. I don't know. It was not Zero to Nasty's day. The lanes went really bad. We could see BFY destroyed LeBron top. They were getting multiple kills on the Crystal Maiden. That's unfortunate, because Visage and Bounty is a weak lane, but is particularly good against the Tiny and the Crystal Maiden. Mids took off did okay, but didn't feel like his rotations were as good as the Pangolier, and Pablo and Nefert just suffered. Overall, Appleton Gang looking much better, much cleaner. They crushed Zero Nasty. However, Zero Nasty still have 2 more games to go. Winning one of them almost guarantees them a spot in the playoffs, so it's not over yet for them. They are actually going to have another game in an hour, but we're going to be taking that 1 hour as a break. We're going to come back to you guys with the next game in the series, which is Zero Nasty versus another team. I'm not casting, so I don't care. It's the production's telling me that. I'm like, no, doesn't matter. Zero Nasty versus some other team. Hopefully they'll get themselves a victory. But I'm going to be going. Blue Scale will be joining you guys, so we'll come back in an hour to enjoy him. And I'll see you guys some other day. Bye-bye. Second, I think if Nefert, they have to continue. They have to continue. And look at that. They bring down the flag. That's his death for sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back on into the stream after the short hours break. I am Blue Scale. I'm going to be bringing you the action for the two last series of the day. Hopefully, they're going to be jam-packed, full of action. Obviously, this is another fresh start to a CCT. Only 3 days in, so still some much-needed points on the line for a lot of these teams to be able to guarantee their passage to make it through to the main tournament, compete for their big old tasty prize pool. And obviously, there is couple of teams coming up through. Zero Tenacity and Quantum is going to be the first series for us. Obviously, if you guys are watching from earlier on, you would know that Zero Tenacity has literally just played the series before this one against Apple City Gang, and they did in fact lose 2-0. So maybe they're looking for a bit of redemption here, try and bounce back and recover off that loss. Maybe they would have... Hopefully they've not tilted themselves. Hopefully they can compartmentalize it and come into this game nice and fresh. Otherwise, Quantum Esports could have a slight advantage there. But we'll just have to wait and see. It's still obviously early days, so neither of these teams are out of the running to take the win. Obviously, after this game as well, will be Winter Bears versus Rabbit to finish off the day. This is how the groups are currently looking right now. Y5 Esports up at the top there with Apple City Gang. Zero Tenacity in third thus far, and then One Move and Quantum at the bottom at this current stage. But again, there are a few more games to go. One Move still have 3 more series to play, so plenty of opportunity for them to change their score. Quantum, they have 3 also, including the one coming up right now, so maybe they can afford to lose 1 more, but you can't afford to lose any more than that. If you lose 2, I feel like the chances of being able to make it through to the actual playoff stage is going to be very slim and very, very difficult indeed. So they've got to start getting these wins as soon as they can. So have a quick look at how Group B is currently standing right now. Actually, no, we'll look at Group B. We'll go straight into the rosters. Obviously, this is Zero Tenacity. As I was saying, these guys have just played up, so they're looking to get a repeat, try and win this time round. Retsu, Stoikov, Nefrit, Pablo, Lebronto. These guys have been on the same roster for a fair amount of time now, I do believe. So they've got a bit of experience playing with each other now, which is great. Sometimes when you get like 5 quite well-known players, like these guys have been around for quite a while, but still kind of trying to get through to those like top-tier teams, top-tier tournaments. So hopefully this is the roster to try and set themselves up for that success. Obviously, in terms of like pure like MMR-wise, Stoikov is the highest one that will be in this entire match. He's actually ranked 39 in EU, which is pretty damn good. It's a very cutthroat region, so getting that high up is very, very impressive indeed. So I am expecting quite a lot from this team, despite obviously losing up against Apple City Gang earlier. But obviously, Apple City Gang themselves are filled with very reputable, strong players themselves. So you can't really count that as too much of a factor of how these guys will actually perform. We'll have a look at Quantum Esports lineup themselves. We're going to have Lucas, Raze, Anku, Koila, as well as Fezor as these guys. I like as well they got 3 actual matching jersey pictures there. The other team just didn't have a single jersey matching whatsoever, but I feel sad about that. But 3 is pretty good here for Quantum. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, these guys as well, no slouches. Been again knocking around this sort of scene for quite a while. Still trying to look for their big breakthrough into the true domain of Dota 2 esports. So maybe this could be the breaking off point. We'll just have to wait and find out. Obviously, like I was saying earlier, they do have 3 series left in total to play, including this one. But they've got to start getting the wins on the board, start feeling comfortable. Like I said, maybe they can lose 1 more at a push, but they have to win at least 2 of those 3. So it's going to be quite important that they can bring their A game here up against Zero Tenacity. But like I was saying earlier, I feel like I am just going to be favoring Zero Tenacity a slight bit here, despite the the earlier performance. We'll just have to wait and see. But obviously, as you guys can see at the bottom, the draft is already underway. Let's find out how this one is going to start off here. Darkseer being the first hero banned from Zero Tenacity. Makes a lot of sense. Very highly prioritized in the current meta. I mean, looking at like the sort of heroes that these guys have been playing since 7.38, Quantum Esports, they've been favoring quite a lot of Tidehunter, a lot of Lesh, Nature's Prophet, Slark, all that stuff's up there. But one of their most successful is actually the Mirana. So we'll see if they can get that one picked up, or whether or not Zero Tenacity might just drop a respect ban towards it. But speaking of Zero Tenacity, they've been playing quite a lot of Jakiro, Beastmaster, Muerta, but actually their win rate on the Jakiro Beastmaster isn't too solid, to be honest. The actual most successful is the Muerta, followed up by a Crystal Maiden and Lifestealer both. So could see some of those hero make an appearance in this matchup. Obviously, it feels like it's a comfort pick for them. They have had a lot of success, so I always feel that's a strong one. You know, even though you play a lot of a hero because it's in the meta, if the statistics show it's not really one of your best, or you just don't feel comfortable playing it, who cares what the meta says? You know, just play what you feel comfortable, play what you enjoy, and you actually, you know, feel like you can perform your top game at. Because that is really the most important part. Forget about meta, boys. Who cares about it? But following bans coming through, Quantum, they've taken away Bristle, TA, as well as that high prioritized Nature's Prophet. We'll see what they're going to drop this last one towards. You know, there's a lot of other still highly prioritized picks in the pool. There's Ancient Apparition that a lot of teams have been first phase banning and picking. But I don't think either team has actually played it. Actually, that's a lie. Quantum Esports has played it only once in all of 7.38, and that was yesterday, and they actually lost on it. For the side of Zero Tenacity, they've not played AA a single game, which I do find kind of crazy. Like, he is just so strong right now, counters out so many different heroes. But like the kind of crux of him, he's not the best laner. You can't help out if your carry gets jumped on. Very squishy, you're quite slow, so more often than not, if you're out of position, you're just going to die and feed. But I don't know, I don't think that outweighs his positive attributes for sure. But we'll see if it makes any kind of appearance in this game. That Beastmaster does get removed by Quantum, so Zero Tenacity not going to be able to snap that one up. Okay, they actually banned the A themselves, and I wonder if they go for the Chikiro. Okay, no, they're going for the Tinker. Yeah, no, someone I completely forgot to actually mention, but still very highly prioritized for a lot of teams. Just a super strong support. You provide a lot of AoE control with robots. You heal as well. You deal damage. You can farm, which is huge. So, like, several games, if you see a support Tinker, more often than not, his net worth will just surpass the cause at some point. So it's always got to be something in the back of your mind. You've got to address this Tinker eventually. I'm not sure how successful, or even how often Zero Tenacity even pick the Tinker. Just gonna have to sift through my notes to see if I can actually find anything on it. Okay, they've played it once a week ago, and they lost. So it's clearly not something that they spam a whole lot, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do with it in this game. Already, Quantum, they respond by picking a hero, which just completely shuts this Tinker down. Like, even if you get a decently timed blink on the Tinker, you can try and dodge him in the trees. Night Stalker just pops his ultimate. You got the flying vision. You can always get on top of him. The AoE silence just denies any chance to go for like a rearm TP out. It is very, very frustrating for a Tinker to deal with. So, already, it's not going to be the super cleanest game for the Tinker, but it kind of guarantees it's going to be the support in some way, because there's no way you'd want a core Tinker getting shut down like this. Not that anybody even plays core Tinker anymore. Like, that's not a thing. It's completely vanished from the game. But one thing I always think about whenever I do see a Night Stalker is it makes a Phoenix pickup really damn strong. Like, you just pop the egg, and all of a sudden the Night Stalker's ultimate is completely countered. He does nothing for like the 5-6 seconds, however long it takes for the egg to explode, and he's just walking around attack speed as dog. So, could be on the cards there for Zero Tenacity to go for, as it wasn't actually banned. Let's see who's going to be on the cards, but Warlock picked up for Quantum. Can't fault the hero. Just great team fight, good AoE control, good damage output as well. And with the Black Grimoire, which I'm sure will be the facet he goes for. We've seen it in a couple of games, actually 1 or 2 days ago, where there was 10 charges on the Black Grimoire, and at 10 minutes in, he was level 11 or 11-12 on a position 5, which is just crazy. It's just nuts. So it can be pretty effective. But there are other games, obviously, where you get you're just not a part of any kills, and it's a waste of a spot, waste of a facet. But oh well, that doesn't happen very often. Primal Beast picked up though here. always a solid position 3. Not really a huge amount of flex for him anymore. Like, he used to be able to go as the mid, the off lane, maybe even the position 4 in certain situations. But yeah, you don't really see a huge amount of flex in. So we'll see if he is just going to go into that default pos 3 role or not. You'd have someone disconnect. Oh, just raise. I always find it awkward when your drafter is the one that disconnects and then their time actually pauses, but luckily that's not happened here. We've been caught off by surprise by that before. But thinking about what to pick up fourth, like I was saying, that Phoenix could be in the back of Zero Tenacity's minds, just for the good counter. But they're actually going to go in for the Ringmaster instead. Which is pretty good. You know, if your Tinker gets gone on, you can always do the Escape Act, whatever the hell it's called. Does allow him to get out of there alive. Also a good save for whoever gets hit by like the Chaotic Offering, which is great. The ulti pairs pretty decently with the Primal Beast. Just chuck him on top, and there's like a huge amount of AoE control just going on. Makes it quite difficult to stop the Primal from just slamming a teammate into the ground. So I like it. It feels good so far. Again, it would have been a fantastic combo with the Phoenix. Like, the two ultimates just go so well together, but they've already got their support duo, so that's not going to happen. Unless they're willing to play Core Phoenix, but that's just... No one does that anymore. I hope not anyway, because the last few times I saw that happen, it was awful. It was awful. But Quantum, looking for their third and fourth pickup right now. As I was saying earlier, they've been playing quite a lot of like Lesh, which they might be thinking about, but actually picking up the DK. That's most likely going to be the carry in the hands of Lucas for the POS one, so still have the mid laner left to pick. And they do actually have the overall last pick of the draft as well, so they're 100% going to go for their follow-up support here, leave their mid laner as the final pick of the game. In which case, they could be thinking about their Mirana. It's one of their favoured supports. The Dragon Tail stun is a great setup for the arrow. Night Stalker's mini stun, it slows, isn't the best setup, but could still be on the cards. Instead, they go in for the Shadow Demon. Actually, it kind of, you don't see as much Shadow Demon anymore as you used to, like a patch ago. Like, Shadow Demon was relentlessly picked every single game or banned because he was just so damn versatile and useful. But he's definitely dropped off in popularity for a lot of teams. So it's quite interesting to see that he's made a re-emergence here in this one. Obviously, Disruption save against the Pulverize or the Primal Beast is pretty good. I guess as well, whoever's caught out from the Ringmaster ulti. I can never remember what it's called. Hang on, gotta refresh my memory. Wheel of Wonder, that's it. It's an alright save against that. Yeah, not amazing, but it's something. But TB pick, that's what comes in from Zero Tenacity, so locking in their carry as the potential matchup for the Dragon Knight. It does feel quite likely it will be the DK carry. Unless they do want to do some kind of sneaky swap around and put the DK mid, but I wouldn't have thought so. It feels like the Leshrac is actually still a pretty good pick for Quantum. So I'm feeling the ban's about to come out here from Z10. Like, just get rid of this guy. It would be very frustrating to deal with. It's probably also worth actually banning the Storm Spirit. Like, where is their lockdown for him? They don't have anything. They're like, literally their only stun is the Pulverize. And that is it. So this would be a pretty free game for a Storm Spirit. I mean, there is some degree he can get caught out from the Wheel of Wonder, sure, but that's not very likely to happen. So I feel like that is also a premium pick. Could be the Lesh or the Storm, as Huskar was actually the ban of choice from Zero Tenacity. And if they're banning the Huskar, it's kind of leading me to believe that they want to put like the Primal Beast mid or something like that, as obviously they would struggle quite heavily against the Huskar, maybe even the Ember Spirit. If they want to go for like an Ember. I feel that's what Quantum might ban after taking the Puck out of the equation here. Because a puck actually would have been a good solve for a potential Storm Spirit. Like, you can dodge a lot of the damage it does in lane, so you can't get harassed out. It's got 2 ways of controlling up the Storm in the form of the Silence and the Dream Coil. Angler is going to be the ban of choice instead from Quantum. Yeah, I strongly believe that if Zero Tenacity bans Lesh or Storm Spirit, I feel like Quantum will pick the one that isn't banned. Unless, of course, by some crazy thing, Zero Tenacity decide to ban the Storm Spirit and pick Lesh for themselves. Might not be the worst thing in the world, in all honesty. Like, it's hard for the Night Stalker to get on top of you because you have all your AoE damage going, and more often than not, you've popped them before he gets on top with the Silence. It's good damage through the DK because you avoid all of that natural physical damage block from the armor. And could they actually decide to ban out the OD instead? And okay, they do go in for the Ember Spirit. In which case, Lesh or Storm is still fine. I still feel like Storm Spirit is pretty good. Like, Searing Chains is, I guess, some form of lockdown that Zero Tenacity will have for him, but it's not really that incredible. It's not enough to make it all of a sudden not worth picking up. Like, a BKB would solve that. Obviously, you can still get pulverized through BKB, of course. But that is about it. We'll see what they're going to go for. 10 seconds left, and the hero of choice, it's a Meepo. Okay, that is not what I was expecting whatsoever, and I don't even know how good of a Meepo game this is, in all honesty. Like, you've got AoE damage from the Tinker's robots, you've got lots of AoE control from the Primal Beast in the form of Onslaught, Trample, and Pulverize. Ringmaster will have the Wheel of Fortune, which can control up all of your Meepos. Ember Spirit has the Sleight of Fist, which hits all of them. I don't know. In my opinion, it doesn't feel like a very good Meepo game, but clearly Quantum sees something on the cards to say that it is actually going to be a pretty solid pickup right now. I'm just going to have to wait and see how this one's going to pan out, because it's a bit of a head scratch to me. I really do feel like the Storm Spirit would have been fantastic. Could have found the backlines. No catch for it. I don't know. I'm just harping on about the same thing here. We'll see how this one's going to work out, obviously. I was favoring Zero Tenacity just in like the player setup and the teams before the series begun. And the Meepo last pick hasn't really swayed my opinion on that whatsoever. So I feel like Zero Tenacity should end up taking this game #1 down. As yeah, I just don't think much has really been addressed for it. Obviously, I have been wrong several times in the past. That's why I'm just a play-by-play and not an analyst. I leave that generally to my lovely co-casters. But when I'm on my own, my opinion is the only one out there, and it's generally off. But who knows? I might be right here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just have to wait and see. Like I was saying earlier on, both these teams still have plenty of games to actually play here to gain some points for the group stage of the CCT Series #8. Both of them... Actually, no, Zero Tenacity only 2 series left. Obviously, they played their 3rd one earlier today. So it is a bit more important that they get this victory, I feel. Even though actually Quantum's already lost behind. It's important for both. It's very important for both. But we'll just have to wait and see how this one goes down. As guys, the game has now begun. So let's jump on in, see how this first one is going to go down. Whether I'm right, whether I'm wrong, I don't know. All I can hope for is that it's going to be a very entertaining game of Dota 2 either way. Because that's my main concern. I don't care who wins. Just make it fun. And by fun games, I mean lots of fighting, lots of killing. It's great. We'll have to see if we get that one. Already a question mark being dropped? Oh, this is the tip. I don't know. Maybe this is him playing Ringmaster. I know some people still have a lot of sort of iffy opinions of Ringmaster as a hero in general. But we'll see how it does perform in the hands of Zero Tenacity. Not going to get any 5-man smoke plays in the start of this game.
30 seconds.
Just a little everybody spinning around. Very likely to just be a 2-for-2 bounty split. Unless people are going to start getting frisky, but I just don't see it happening. In terms of lanes, I'm not sure I'm favouring. So you got at the bot lane, DK and Warlock up against Primal Beast and Ringmaster. I feel like this Warlock could quite easily die in that lane. Like, there's a lot of lockdown there, there's a fair amount of damage as well, which would be quite difficult to deal with. And it actually looks like it's going to be 3 bounties going the way there of Zero Tenacity. Like, no, Fezzle was the only one trying to contest the bottom bounty, and he just didn't feel confident to do it on his own, so yeah, ends up being a little edge there for the side of Z10. Yeah, I feel like Z10 have the advantage in the bot. Meanwhile, up top, you got TB Tinker versus Night Stalker Shadow Demon. I feel like this one could be quite tradey in a way. I don't really see either team really gaining a super lead. Like, LeBron and Coiler are just going to be spending their entire time harassing each other. And then Anku and Retsu are just going to be right-clicking away. But now that I've said that, I just know that this is where First Blood's going to be. The curse is real. It happens to me all the damn time. That's why I shouldn't have an opinion. It's very bad. Looks like Fezzle and Pablo have just been trading a lot of hits down here at the bot. But again, the two cores just going to be happily CSing away, left to their own devices. This is always the advantage of having the Warlock. You just heal yourself up. But yeah, I want to see how this mid lane really goes. Obviously, Stoikov, currently 4 for 4 in terms of CS by the looks. He's doing okay against Raze's Meepo, which is currently 2 for 1. And obviously, until you start getting the second Meepo online, maybe then Stoikov will start falling behind. But again, I just don't know how much faith I'm going to have in this Meepo pick. It's an interesting one. Fun though, I'll give him that. It is a fun pick. Not something you see all the time, and I'm here for it. Good or bad, I don't care. It'll bring action. Okay, Pablo just running around in circles. Just dodging stuff, as you do. Okay, yeah. Second Meepo now online here for Raze, so now it's going to be much harder for Stoikov just to secure all the last hits. Like, he was leading by a fair chunk, but that will start changing quite a lot, I feel. Looks like up top, Anku's been taking quite a lot of harassment as well, just judging off the HP bars. But actually, Raze, talk about damage. Doing a lot of work on towards Stoikov right now. He does not pay respect to the power of these two Meepos. Fairy Fire keeping him alive, but not long enough. First Blood picked up there by Raze. And a fantastic start for the Meepo for sure. Again, it's going to have a good lane, but it just depends on how it all goes after that. This is exactly what you need. Like, if he wasn't getting this sort of dominant lead, then I'd feel very, very worried for him. What about if he can keep that sort of momentum going? And already Stoikov's going to be quite worried about trying to stick around in these waves for much longer. Seems like Retsu's just having a pretty good time. 14 and 4. Again, everyone just CSing away. There's not really any core that's getting completely shut down. I mean, the only one who's lagging behind now is Stoikov since that death and since the two Meepos. Look at this! He's just immediately getting rooped up. Pablo, though, coming in with the rotation. That might be enough to save Raze's life. Stoikov wants to try and turn around. He's got to be careful with these Meepos to get him very low. One more slight. Not going to find the kill. Even Fezzor turning up. Good lord, Quantum really bringing the numbers here in this mid lane. And you don't normally see both supports rotate until the 6-minute mark to try and secure that first major rune, so quite crazy. Oh, might lose a courier. No, doesn't die. Never mind. Oh, he's just going to kill Raze? He does. Okay. I'm not sure if Raze was really paying attention there. He just gets caught, whipped down, and ends up being a very free kill there for Pablo. And it looks like they're also going to get a D-ward here in the mid. Nothing Fezor can do. Anku seems to be doing alright, but Retsu's not really being pressured at all. It's literally just a concentrate of CS this entire time. Even Lucas as well as Nefret at the bot lane seem to be pretty even. Just a slight lead really here for the DK. 6 denies obviously does add up as well in terms of experience. But unless there's going to be some actual rotations from these from the mid laners, I feel like this is just going to be like the kind of stalemate of the lane for quite a while. Can't really even tell if there's going to be any crazy items. It's just a bit too early. All the people have queued up right now are just phase boots and power treads. Oh, well, they've down bottom. Nefret looks like he's trying to get frisky here on towards Fezor. Does have to go for the Stampede away, but Lucas just catches him anyway there with the Fire Breath and brings him down. Not Stampede, Onslaught. Wrong word. But yeah, ends up being a kill for Lucas. Just the Warlock bait. Too tasty for Nefret and ends up just costing him his life. Doesn't even get the kill for it. Very awkward for himself. But yeah, you can kind of see on the minimap, Stoikov has abandoned this mid lane. He's just having to start farming up the jungle now. He just can't really go up against this Meepo, who's currently 30 and 17 versus Stoikov's 20 and 5. Like, you can clearly tell he's just been shut out entirely. And unless Zero Tenacity are willing to continuously rotate even more supports into the mid, this is nothing he could do. Pablo, looking like he wants to make a rotation up towards the top, but he is actually spotted by a River Ward. So this move is already been telegraphed to the side of Quantum. We won't fall prey to this. As Raze sends a Meepo up towards the top. They might have to bring it back immediately as the other Meepo has found a kill attempt on towards Nefret. Dracotail stun hold in place. There's going to be the window from Pablo. Does give a bit of space for Nefret to get the onslaught out, but unfortunately the Meepos are keeping chase. Net's still on cooldown for another second. They have to actually give up the chase, so Nefret survives. Unfortunately, a whole entire triple stack has been spotted at the same time, which is going to get cleaned up immediately by the two main cores on the side of Quantum. A huge amount of gold going into their hands. Was there any shrine steals as well? No, there wasn't. Both teams managed to get their own respective shrine. Oh, aggressive moving towards the mid. Looks like Nefret with help of Stoikov just going to try and make a move on towards Raze. And the Meepo looks like killed underneath his tier 1 tower. The TPs from the supports of Quantum coming way too late to help him out. And I was saying, like, really, for me to feel confident about this Meepo later on in the game, he needed like a dream start to his to the laning phase, which he did have with the solo kill, but since then he's just died twice. He's made one gank attempt, which unfortunately didn't even manage to find the kill. Nefret escaped. But he's still doing very well in terms of net worth. He's 900 gold ahead of his counterpart of Stoikov. So in all regards of that, he is still doing quite well. And Lucas, of course, on this DK, a full 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart, Retsu. How's the DK, man? Wasn't really any way for him to be contested. They left him alone, though. Streamer gank coming in. Coiler trying to do some distractions there with the illusions, but they weren't having any of it for T10. They find him either way. Think about making a dive on towards Raze as well. Tier 1 tower, not going to be safe enough. So much control, so much AoE damage. Pulverize. Control him up. One of the Meepos is able to run away. Stoikov's going to chase after him. One more jump in. We'll get the finishing touch. Although with Lucas here, they will get the retaliation kill Pablo. But it's just not enough to make this all worth it. But at the same time, Anku still flying forwards, chasing after both Nefrit and Stoikov. We'll see which one he's going to be able to go for. His ultimate, about 5-6 seconds left. And it's actually not going to be enough to try and chase down the kills. His teammates are too far behind. So after all of that, yeah, it's a trade 2 for 1, going the way of Zero Tenacity. And again, the big kill being at Meepo. Very, very important. Still not really been any attention paid towards Retsu at the top. Like, this TB's just been happily free farming this entire game. Obviously still behind the DK, but eventually it's a problem that Quantum Esports are going to have to address. Like, you can't just leave a TB to free farm the entire time. Unless, of course, you are completely destroying the rest of his team. Then he's kind of in a 1v5, but that's not quite the case. Actually, speaking of, rotation with Stoikov ends up being them who find the kill on towards Anku. Free kill there towards the TB. With a catapult wave as well, they might try and do some pressure on towards this tier 1 tower. We'll see if Quantum are going to come on over to try and defend this one. Although Coiler was, but he gets ran into here by Stoikov, who will actually give up the chase. Not enough information or reinforcement to want to commit for that kill attempt. As actually Raze is farming up the Ancients below. Stoikov going to try and steal him away. Looks like he will. All of distraction as well for the tier 1, which still goes down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Horn of the realm.
Still Stoikov actually bottom of the net worth. Despite being able to make some moves and recovering after laning phase, just hasn't really found the time to find much farm himself. But actually, speaking of, he zips to try and grab a rune, but walks straight into the open arms there of Anku, which finds the free kill. Just gonna shut his game down even more. It's very, very frustrating for Stoikov to deal with, but it looks like Quantum gonna try and use this window to push this tier 1 mid. Expensive C10 are going to come over to try and defend it. LeBron does TP in, but they're going to need much more than just the Tinker and Ringmaster to defend this tower. And actually, Fessor, he's just going to drop the Golem behind the tower. They use the Night Stalker ultimate as well. LeBron will eventually go down. Actually, he's taking a long time to die, and in comes Stoikov with retaliation. They manage to take out 2 themselves. They also get the kill on towards the Golem. So that is a move that backfires massively for Quantum. Huge amounts of money going into their pockets for that. And they keep the tier 1 alive. Just a bit too greedy coming out there from Quantum.
Middle tower is under attack.
And there is always something that catches people by surprise. Like, Tinker is a relatively tanky hero, all things considered. Like, a 30 minutes in, 1100 HP. Alright amount of armor and everything. And with the assistance of other supports, he was just not the free, easy kill they wanted. Definitely does cause them to think twice. How is the farm of Raze progressing right now? He's just really started on towards his Ag Scepter after finishing up the Dragon Lance and the Orb of Frost. So he's still 15, he's still about 2.7k gold away from having that Ags completed. I won't be seeing that anytime soon. The DK on Lucas has Mjolnir up in 480 gold. Increases ability to take those team fights as well as farm up even faster. The mid. Both teams just sort of bumping into each other. No one to commit for a full fight. Picking up people's farm. Retsu. Manta style up in 260 golds. Primal Beast. BKB completed in 500. So he's going to feel far more comfortable trying to make some plays. Obviously, the only thing is that there are still a few abilities that do pierce through the BKB immunity. Being the Chaotic Offerant and the ultimate from the Shadow Demon as well. But still a very good pickup to avoid the silence, control from the Night Stalker, the nets from the Meepo, the Dragon Tail stun as well. Actually, it looks like Quantum, they're going to try and take down this Tormentor as soon as it spawns. And Zero Tenacity nowhere nearby to try and contest this. It just drops so quickly as well. Free Ag Shard going into the hands of Coiler. The Demonic Cleanse now online. Always a very nice bonus. But still, the net worth lead just hasn't grown at all this game. It continues to bounce around between like a 1 to nothing 1,000 gold advantage. Just so super dead even. Actually, yeah, checking the win probability, Gaben says is 50-50 right now. Judging by the game state at the moment, I do tend to agree. Courier dead. Anku pops the ulti. And Stoikov with the haste rune actually just runs away. They're going to try and wait out this ult for as best they can. Anku's trying to find something out of this. But I feel like all Zero Tenacity to do is just wait for this to end and then make a play. But actually, they're not even going to bother waiting. They can make a play straight off. They drop down the Wheel of Wonder, controllable to be from there. Will be the disruption, keeping the main one alive. But the TV also turns up. They just bully him down. Ray's destroyed. And just not enough help at all from the rest of Quantum to keep their mid laner alive. That's now 4 deaths in the row for the poor old Meepo. Really are putting a lot of emphasis on just trying to shut down this game again and again. But obviously, with the sacrifice of Raze, it is just more space for Lucas, who continues to be the top farm core of this game with 9,500. We'll have the Dragon Lance online in 400 gold as well, so he is progressing a very steady rate. Meanwhile, this is going on. Zero Tenacity continue to play aggressively as they find Anku here by the tier 2. He too will go down. Another core kill picked up. Zero Tenacity. Not interested in farming creeps, they just want to farm heroes. It's the kind of Dota I'm here for. It's damn entertaining to watch. Stoikov even farming up the Radiant Triangle area. Just to limit the amount of resources that Quantum Esports have to actually gain themselves. Does have that double whammy effect. I did actually see... I was paying attention to the Wisdom timing. Was there any more steals? No, it wasn't. There was one to Raze, one towards LeBron. So once again, both teams getting one apiece. Always important to note.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both teams, though, just playing quite cautiously here, not just willing to throw themselves into random team fights for no reason. Just trying to progress their game as best they can, whilst hitting their item timings. Zero Tenacity still trying to gain control of the Radiant jungle here, but it looks like Quantum Esports are here en masse to try and defend it. Sleight of Fist does avoid Coiler from dropping down the Demonic Purge. Still go maybe quite lucky in that regard. I'm gonna get caught out. Actually, Atos starting off a fight mid. Immediately the Night Stalker pops his ultimate again. The Zero Tenacity just run away. They're so good at baiting out this ultimate. But Quantum, they feel like they have to use this. And they might just try and bully down this mid lane, but they're gonna use this vision from Anku as best as they possibly can. Well, I say that, and Anku as well as Fezol just split and head towards the top side of the map, maybe hoping to find the TB farming. Actually, they will see LeBron who TPs into the tower. They're not going to decide to dive for that kill, a bit too risky. Instead, the rest of Zero Tenacity are going to re-invade the Radiant jungle, where they're not going to be able to bump in towards the Meepo. He's able to dodge all the gank coming his way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Raises
Radiant's
TP's out.
bottom tower is
Quite
under
lucky, a
attack.
huge amount of Zero Tenacity was coming his way there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And it's tier 2, doesn't look like it's long for the world of the bot lane. It's Quantum's not interested in defending it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they are just gaining a lot of space here. Especially consider the fact that their own
Radiant's
top
bottom
tier
tower
1,
has
one of the
fallen.
first towers to fall really, is still intact on the Dire side. There's so much space. And actually, speaking of Stoikov, he's found Raze here in the trees. LeBron has TP'd in, Pablo's nearby.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is
without
under
the other two
attack.
cores immediately in the vicinity, they can't just fully commit for this one. Or they might do anyway with these smokes. Charge forward from Nephrit, gets the grab. He clips the two Meepos, which Mega Meepo, and they're stuck. But they will actually get pulled down here before the one. And Stoikov focused down and obliterated. It's a huge kill to start off. That Raze has to try and get out of there. Good disruption, make space here for the Meepo. And it's going to run as soon as the spell ends. It's a good start for Quantum. In a 4 versus 5, Retsu has to try and disengage, hit from a root, turns around the flexion, Nephrit charges on in, making space here for his carry. There is going to be the save, Raze comes on out, Meepos are bound. There will be the Sunder, but it's not going to make much difference. Retsu's trying to kill Raze, takes the frame from him, but it's not going to work. Retsu dies instead, and it's just the two supports standing here from Zero Tenacity. All they could do is run away. As Quantum with a big victory, and Anku trying to get this +1 of Pablo, and actually they're not even going to bother diving for him, just going to settle for the tower. But that is the exact fight that Quantum needed here to balance this sheet. It looks so awkward at the start, man, just spin him up. I wonder if that Wheel of Thunder actually maybe cost them the fight, like decliffing the Meepo, which allowed him to sort of distract him and change their focus. I don't know. That is always an awkward one. It's hard to tell if it would have been better or worse for them. Well, I mean, it couldn't be much worse. They didn't kill anyone. Very frustrating. And again, the Shadow Demon save that came on through, very important. Does showcase why this is such a strong damn hero. And meanwhile in live, they use this opportunity here, Quantum, to find Roche. So they have the Aegis now into the hands of this Meepo. Now all of a sudden, killing him in these team fights isn't just a guaranteed victory anymore for the side of Zero Tenacity. They've got to deal with him twice, with all of those saves behind him as well. Not going to be easy at all.
With thanks.
Question is really how are Quantum going to use this Aegis? Will they use it to sit back and farm? Will they use it to push? We'll have to wait and see. Anku, though, he's just bought a 20... Was it Anku? Yeah, checking his current. He has a 22-minute Midas completed after having Phase Boots, Crimson Guard, Wand, and a couple of braces. Seems very interesting to go for one so late in the game. But we'll see if it pans out. I mean, looking at the heroes, to be honest, it does make sense that this game would go mega late. There's so many end game carries here. So we'll see if he actually ends up getting the value out of this or not. It remains to be seen. But a BKB also picked up here for Lucas. So trying to lock him down will be even more difficult. Any other major items coming out soon?
Radiant's courier has
Bezor
been
is
killed.
also building a Hand of Midas, which he has in 400 gold,
Dire's
okay.
bottom tower is
Shadow
under
Demon,
attack.
Blink Online going in
Radiant's
for
top
Lens
tower is
Axe.
under attack.
Obviously DK going in for the Hurricane Pike. Oh, LeBron has been found. Chaotic Operate actually dropped on his head with the Night Stalker ulti. That's a big kill to find. And actually, they've also spot Retsu here, but he's too close to the tier 2. He's going to get out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's two big
Dire's
ultimates
bottom
though
tower
committed
has fallen.
just for killing this squishy old support. Oh,
Radiant's bottom
Nephrit
tower is under attack.
might be forced to BKB TP here. The endless net control is going to be frustrating to get away from. We had to get the onslaught away. Raze wants to continue the chase, but obviously does not have a blink dagger in this build, so can't just immediately appear on top of the
Dire's bottom tower
Primal's
is under
face.
attack.
He actually does get out, keeps that BKB intact.
Dire are scanning.
Still 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, up top though, Raze has been caught out. Mass rotations here for Zero Tenacity. They're going to try and kill this Meepo. DPs though coming in from the rest of Quantum Esports. The reinforcements already arrived. Nice dig there to save the low Meepo. So Raze keeping this Aegis intact for as long as he possibly can. Still for another minute and a half. And it looks like Zero Tenacity are just in full retreat. It was a cute attempt there to try and get rid of this, but seems like Raze just a little bit too tanky for them to quickly pick off. Maybe not fully coordinated either. They're just going to gate down to the bot and kill the Tormentor, get another Aghanim shard into their hands, bump up their net worth lead even more. And it's a free shard, this time going into the hands of Anku. So you got, that's the creep eating one, I think. Yeah, Hunter in the night, you just eat a creep. You restand some HP and mana. Not bad. EKB also up now for Stoikov. Has a bit of extra protection himself. Night Stalker's silence doesn't mean his death anymore. Or the chain stun of the nets.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 2. Looking like it's going to go down. No one from Zero Tenacity going to come and defend it. Instead, actually, it looks like they're pushing the middle tier 2 themselves. So it might just be a trade, considering how the Aegis is obviously still intact. The trade favoring Zero Tenacity if no one comes to defend it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The sense of getting that one taken away. And that will be the Aegis now timing out. They go for a smoke. Either way, let's see who they're able to find. They're going to try and evade the Dire Triangle. Immediately Retsu is the one who breaks the smoke stun. Actually lands on towards the illusions. And immediately they just leg it as fast as they possibly can. The Dark Ascension once again used here for Anku, trying to find him. But the TB's already long gone, man. He's so damn speedy. There was also the Elder Dragon form used. If they try and wait it out, Zero Tenacity might try and make a play whilst these two ultis will be on cooldown. And take down the mid tier 2, try and go high ground perhaps. TP's coming back here for Zero Tenacity. They're gathering en masse by their tier 3 tower. So at the very least, they will be committing themselves to defend the high ground. Actually, they're just going to push out and defend the tier 2. Quantum Esports, with the ending of the Dark Ascension, they do not feel comfortable sticking around for that fight. They get the hell out of there. Smoke as well for Zero Tenacity. They're going to try and hunt, see who they can find. Stoikov, first one in, invade the triangle, immediately fights everybody. Couldn't get the Zero Chains lockdown though. Raze is the one at the back line. He doesn't have the safety of the Aegis anymore, so he might be in danger. Wheel of Wonder not lock him down. He had his back turned. He said Nefrit, he's got to grab on towards the Shadow Demon. That pesky Disruption save has been taken away. The immediate chase though from the Ember Spirit, trying to commit for more. He gets BKB off. There is also the save there from the Ringmaster, and it looks like they're just going to back on out. The second DK form used, because the first one had the Arcane Rune, which had a very short cooldown. Obviously a big cooldown as well used is the meta. Poking Lucas from afar. Nefrit charging forward. They're going to commit for this one. It's a lot of physical damage. He's just dead. Where was his team? Literally not a single member of Quantum Esports anywhere nearby to help their carry, who's dead for a full minute. No buyback to be seen. This could be an entire set of barracks here going down. Maybe Zero Tenacity might put a bit of pressure on the brakes considering how meta has now run out, and yeah, they do decide to fall back. But that was a heck of a mistake there from Quantum, just ditching their DK. Luckily for them, yeah, they don't lose an entire set of barracks for that one, but can't really be afforded to make those mistakes all too often. And to be honest, just really good prioritization there from Nefrit. He saw a chance to get the Shadow Demon. They know that he's going to be the main problem whenever they try and initiate onto one of the cores. Just getting him out of the equation is huge. And the top tier 2 Might just go down here to the TV illusions because no one from Quantum wants to defend it. Instead, they're all at their bot lane en masse.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe seeing if they can find Nefrit out of position. Actually, speaking of, Raze has found him. Nefrit this time around is forced to use his BKB. We'll just straight up TP out of there. Stoikov in a very greedy position.
Tower has fallen.
Actually just gets out anyway. Again, really good sort of like control over his nerves there, not to immediately just BKB and jump out. Does keep it on its 8-second duration. But it's back to just being a 1k gold lead in this game. It's just felt neck and neck the entire time. And I feel like the next deciding part of this game could be this Roche, which has respawned. Gets spot out here from Zero Tenacity as it's just casually strolling through the river. Anku thinking about jumping on towards Stoikov. Hit by the silence, controlled, has to pop his BKB. He also actually has an amplified damage here. They might just try and fight off of this one, I don't know. Ray's getting focused up, the Mega Meepo gives him the space just to back on out. The constant little dagger spams coming on through, slowing him to a crawl. He's able to back out. No one from Zero Tenacity willing to dive to the other side of the river, they just don't have the vision. And Quantum going for a fake back, it feels. 5-man smoke here. We'll see if this catches anyone from Zero Tenacity by surprise. Raze tries to jump forward but doesn't connect onto anybody there with that rogue net. And once again, the Dark Ascension has been used. Ankuch going to try and find some vision here. Nefrit. Okay, does cancel the onslaught. They do have one ward just below them here on the side of Zero Tenacity, so they have a bit of information to work with. Still have this Dark Ascension for only a few more seconds. We'll actually be able to get rid of the wards. 4-star brings him out there a little bit, but it has now run out. Fortunate enough for them, it is still nighttime, so it's not like this Night Stalker feels completely useless. But actually, Redsu just going to roll straight into the pit. This could be a very risky play. Pretty much everyone from Quantum is still nearby. Fezor using the old soup from the high ground, going to focus on towards the Ember Spirit. He's in danger still. No BKB for 10 more seconds, and they're controlling up on towards the Night Stalker. Saves from the size, but it doesn't keep Anku alive flowing up. They drop down the Golem. Meanwhile, Raze in the back will be able to kill LeBron. Buybacks expended from both the supports. Stoikov able to get the jump out to the side, but the Dragon Tail stun actually follows him. He's going to jump in aggressively. Does have the BKB back off of cooldown now, but the physical damage is still hurting a lot. We'll be able to get back to safety as a team. The Tinkerbots doing a lot to heal everybody up here on the side of Zero Tenacity. They might be willing to continue this fight as Lucas getting slowed from afar again and again. Good 4-star makes some space. The Anku has rejoined the fight. They actually get the kill on towards the Ember Spirit, but it is a dieback. They also kill Retsu. That's a huge target find. It does cost them the life of their DK. We're down to a 2 versus 2, but Raze being the big scary boss here. Actually, more buyback expended here for Zero Tenacity. They know if they can just win this fight, it will be an Aegis going into the hands, which will just completely be a huge turnaround. And Raze, he's trying to get aggressive right now on his own against 4 heroes. This could be a huge mistake. He might just lose his life, and he will. 5-kill streak as well going to the hands of Nefrit. A team wipe as well with a buyback on the Night Stalker. It obviously costs 3 buybacks on the side of Zero Tenacity, but if they get the Aegis, it's well worth it. I mean, ideally they would like to give it. I was gonna say, ideally they want to give this Aegis to the TV, but actually, obviously, he will still have his buyback available once he gets the money. You know, it's much more important that Stoikov gets it. Takes them a long time to kill this though without the TV. To be fair, it's not easy. So now, with this Aegis into the hands of the Ember Spirit, we'll see if this is going to be enough to change the tides, but of course, they have to be wary of the dieback timers, which will be on both of the supports here for Zero Tenacity. Pablo, as well as LeBron, could be put into a very awkward spot if they get caught out. LeBron still hasn't quite hit that sort of core level of farm yet that sometimes you see from support Tinkers. He's certainly trying to get there. 2,000 gold behind that of the Night Stalker. Obviously, with the Blink online, it does make it much easier just to zip between all the camps, all the waves, and just get all the farm you can.
Radiant are scanning.
Actually, another thing to note in this game,
Dire are scanning.
it's not just Anku's farm, but his levels as well. He's only level 15 at 35 minutes into the game, where the lowest is going to be the Ring Boss. Actually, up top, Raze has been found out here for the entirety of Zero Tenacity, but he's able to get the jump away. He will survive. Yeah, if they got the kill on towards the Meepo there, that would have been truly terrifying. Especially so close to their base. Unfortunately, he does survive. That's quite an interesting item picked up here by Nefrit. Refresher completed now. The double pulverized, double BKB. It's pretty damn useful. Solid lockdown. At the same time, though, an MKB completed here from Lucas. A huge source of damage, cuts through the evasion of Retsu's Butterfly as well. So Zero Tenacity with the smoke play, trying to find maybe the Meepo or someone farming up, which there is a raise down here. He gets caught out. BKB from Nefrit immediately. TP coming in from the Tinker. If we look down to the south side, please, Mr. Observer. Mr. Observer, there we go. All right. Raise completely caught. Wait, did he get out? Oh, no, it's just a dig. And you can see on the minimap, not a single person from Quantum Esports is even interested in coming over to try and help out here. They know they can't get here in time. And he's gone for 80 seconds. No buyback to be seen. Still do have the Aegis here into the hands of Stoikov as well. We could see some high ground plays coming up very, very soon. There will be waves coming in bottom as well as mid very shortly. The question is, can Quantum hold their base 4 versus 5 against this Aegis as well, which is very frustrating. Actually, Dark Ascension pops immediately. They're focusing on towards Retsu. They're trying to just lock down onto his TB. Is there any safe from there? Isn't. He's just taken out the equation right off the bat. It's a huge start. Just look at the DPS getting pumped out here from this DK. An aggressive 4-star forwards as he kills Nefrit as well. Jumping in from Anku, trying to deny the escape from the supports. He gets Pablo picked off. And LeBron as well. Not long for this world. All he could do is die. 4 people gone, no buybacks available, and they didn't even need their Meepo for that. Just an insane initiation to the fight. And this is a big problem about the TB not having a BKB. If he had Magic Community, he wouldn't have been silenced. He could have turned around Method, he could have sundered to keep himself alive, but he was just stuck in an awful situation. Not quite entirely sure where the Ringmaster was as well to go for like the escape act, but he must have just been caught out. I didn't quite see. This is a massive problem here for Zero Tenacity. And the Meepo now respawning. They could, you know, have just gone from potentially getting a few high grounds to losing a few. This is mid tier 2's gone. The TB's up in 10 seconds. 10 seconds as well for the Primal Beast, and doesn't actually look like Quantum's going to be able to get anything out of this. Might be able to secure this bottom tier 2 to at least expose all the high grounds on the side of Zero Tenacity, which is definitely something. Makes that, you know, first real high ground siege much more impactful.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Nefrit. Nefrit. He's on his own. He's completely solo. Forced to pop his BKB. Finally in comes reinforcements, but it's a little bit too late. He's already dead, and now Stoikov's put himself in an awkward spot. He has to jump backwards. BKB already used, but because of the Demonic Purge, it's just not very fast. We'll be able to get the jump away at the very least. But Quantum going to carry on chasing forwards here. Nets on towards the TB. They don't get punished. What on earth was that jump from Nefrit? That was the most confusing thing I've seen in a long time. No vision in the area. Just barrels forwards with no support by the rest of his team. maybe I could make an argument for it if he really needed an item from the secret shop, but there wasn't anything. Just very peculiar. At the very least, they're not going to lose anything from this, because it does look like Quantum Esports are really setting up for a high ground push. Obviously, the constant spam with the bots and the Tinker's frustrating to deal with. TB and Ember Spirit could obviously protect them, the high ground from afar. That is a big old problem. I'm still quite surprised as well that Retsu hasn't started queuing up for a BKB. I guess he just has a lot of faith on the saves that are going to come in from Pablo. He's putting all of his eggs in this one escape act. And LeBron continuing to cut waves as best he can. Ooh, nearly actually get hit by a blind net there, very close. He's trying to do what he can, you know, minimize the amount of space they're losing, just cutting creep waves as much as possible. Everyone's back up to zero tenacity. Quantum going for another smoke play, full 5 team. And they might be able to find a few members of zero tenacity. They're all grouped up. Well, at least 3 of them are by this little high ground observer ward, where they get a vision. Oh, Retsu's been found. He needs help from the escape act. Where is it? Where's the escape act? Where is the escape act? It just wasn't used, and he's dead. Retsu's gone. Finally, escape act's used, but it's on Nefru, who has no HP, so he's also just going to die here. Big mistakes being made for Zero Tenacity as Anku would be able to get himself out. Stoikov just trying to do his best he can, zipping in and out, but eventually his BKB runs out, and so does his luck, as he's going to get bullied to the ground. Gone for basically 2 minutes here. I don't know where the escape act was. Like, Pablo wasn't silenced. He had Blink, he had Force Staff, he had Tumblr's Toy. I honestly don't know. Very strange. Meanwhile, LeBron trying to cut some more waves, but has been found. Only a matter of time. Oh, immediately buys back.
Radiant's top
Wants to
tower
just
is under
try and
attack.
spam these robots. It's really the only form that they have to defend their high ground at this stage, without him doing this.
Is under attack.
DB as well just completed up the Daedalus, so at least when he comes back in with his next life, they might be able to actually put up a fight here. Man, these robots just do some serious damage. Like both Raze as well as Lucas forced to disengage from hitting the tier 3. A 19,000 gold lead here for the side of Quantum. A huge chunk of money. Lucas a full 5,000 ahead of the TB at this stage. And then Ray's up there with the both of them as well with his 25k. Just lots of work. They also have the Hex online for Ray's. Pablo might get caught out here from this gang. Smokes break. Oh, he does get the quick blink off. Not fast enough though to use the escape act. He does still get caught. Dead for a minute, but all the creep waves actually really pushed out. Tinker constantly cutting the top wave. TB Illusions pushing mids.
Radiant are scanning.
Always pushing that bot lane as well. It's just really the DK Illusions that are trying to push that on him, so Nefert's able to deal with that. It doesn't feel like they're able to get anything out of these, despite the fact that Quantum are constantly finding kills. They just haven't been able to get an opportunity to push the high ground itself. But an Axe picked up here for Lucas does mean that Elder Dragon form is almost online actually. He is fully 6 slotted, so he actually needs the Axe Blessing to be able to get it. But he'll have that online in 350 gold. Depends if he wants to start saving up for a buyback or not. But I mean, if he's already bought out the Ags, I guess that's just out of the question.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the
Aegis though, picked up on towards Raze. The double lives of the Meepo with a freshly completed Swift Link as well. This far behind, there's Tenacity on a heck of a pickle now. Have they just reached this point of the game where it's just Turtle Dota? Just hope LeBron can cut the waves enough to make pushing just frustrating? Even he's struggling to find farm. Like, Fezor is the richest support by a mile. 1,800 gold net worth. Dark Ascension used. Gets a lot of vision here. Zero Tenacity all grouped up. Doesn't look like Quantum Esports going to dive into that area. They know there's going to be a high ground wards for Zero Tenacity, so they have some solid vision. But look at this, man. Lucas is just pushing the buildings whilst all this distraction's going on. Telling Zero Tenacity that you got to deal with me eventually, guys. Stoikov, look how much damage he's taking just with these right clicks alone. And the TV's been caught and killed again! Gone for 90 seconds, no buyback, and I think that's just the end of the game. Caught well out of position. There will be a buyback from Nefrit, but it's all on him and Stoikov to make the difference. But Stoikov's already lost his life. Does also have a buyback available. He is holding on to it. But unless they're just going to tap out this game, it's going to be forced to use it. Otherwise, Megas are guaranteed to be on the line. So a minute with no TV is all they need, Quantum, to finish this game. Or at least finish up all their barracks. As they got the grab on towards Nefrit, there will be the save for the escape act, running around, trying to do some breaks, but has to just go for the retreat. Meanwhile, indeed, Stoikov again just dives into the back lines on his own. Completely caught out, and he is just dead. GG has now been called there from the side of Zero Tenacity. And I don't know. I feel like it was just so many misplays that they made from Quantum. It just cost them in the end. Like, it all started when they went for that high ground push on the bottom set of barracks, where there wasn't the save on towards the TB, he died, the whole team died, and then every fight after that, it was just the same story. People were going in on their own, spells weren't being used properly. It just, all of the teamwork from Zero Tenacity just vanished, and Quantum Esports used that to their advantage and just ran away with the game. Very, very difficult to try and recover in that situation, and yeah, it just looked really, really punishing at the end there. I can't even really... I don't think... Yeah, it's not a drafting issue, in my opinion. I feel like the draft was fine. It could quite easily have worked. It's just the decision-making that really came to bite them there from Zero Tenacity. So I feel like after this game's over, they're going to have to just have a mental reset, I feel. Just be like, guys, let's just chill. Let's just reset. The first part of the game was going quite well. We took several like good fights. We were in the lead, and just a few mistakes was all it needed to let them slip through their fingers. So we're going to have to find out whether they can adjust after that game number one, as brutal as it was when ending, and whether or not Zero Tenacity are going to be able to push this to a full 3-game series, or whether Quantum Esports are going to be able to take it down 2-0 and give themselves some much needed points here for the CCT Series number 8. Only time will tell, guys. We're going to jump over to a short break, and we shall return for the next part of the game. We'll see you soon.
Radiant victory.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is here. The draft has now begun, and we're going to find out whether if Zero Tenacity can recover after that pretty demoralizing loss, I'd say, from game number 1. I preferred their draft at the very start. They had some really solid moments. They made great ganks. They were in the lead for a fair amount of time. We're applying all the pressure over towards Quantum, but either that went to their head or they just stopped communicating. I don't know what really happened, but they just crumbled to pieces. And now Quantum are the team who are one game up here for the CCT. Obviously, there is the safety net that this is just the group stage. It's not like this is going to be single elimination. They're not out of the tournament if they do lose this series, but they really need to start getting those victories on the board. Like for Zero Tenacity, they've just come out of a 2-0 loss against Apple City Gang, so already being behind in that way feels kind of rough. So if they lose 2 series in a row, both 2-0s, that is a real big blow to morale for the team, and it's quite hard to recover from that. I mean, after this game as well, they only have one more series, which is against One Move. So yeah, their options are starting to limit. They've really got to recover here in this game. It looks like, to start things off, Quantum Esports have gone for the first pick off the Bristle. I believe that was first phase ban in game number 1, so the fact that it has slipped through the nets, Quantum have just snapped it up immediately. And there is quite a lot of versatility for where this guy can go. Some teams still play as carry, some teams still play as off lane, but we have also started seeing a lot of people playing as the position 5 now. Like, if you pair this hero with something like a Drow Ranger, for instance, it is disgusting. Like, the slows from the Snot and the arrows with the minus armor on top, it's just not impossible to lane against without just hemorrhaging kills all the time. So it could be something that Zero Tenacity can have to try and address already. But they're going to first pick up the Primal Beast. They had this in game number 1 in the hands of Nefrit. In the early parts, like I was saying, they did a really good job, but after a while, kind of felt overconfident. There was that one time where he dived into the triangle area on his own, died, debated his 2 other cores into an awful fight, and it was kind of like the beginning of the end in my eyes. So I don't know, hopefully he just plays a little bit more reserved, should have a better time. Quantum Esports, though, on the other hand, banning out 2 very, very solid supports, Silencer and the Warlock both being taken out of the equation here. We'll see what else is going to be left. There's still, you know, the Ancient Apparition in the pool, which is solid. There's still, I was going to say there's a Tinker, but no, that hasn't actually been banned this time around. There is still actually their Jakiro, which is their most picked support in this patch for Zero Tenacity, but they only have a 40% win rate on it. So it's not the best stats, but it's still a very solid hero. It ticks all the boxes. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they pick it up. Zero Tenacity, they say that the Shadow Demon was a big problem for them that last game, and that is actually going to be a hero they banned. And they go back in for the Ringmaster, so they're kind of rinse-repeating the same kind of draft so far. But snap response here from Quantum, CM into the Kotl, just combo pick them both together. I mean, CM, I believe, is one of Quantum's favoured supports. Actually, no, it's Zero Tenacity is, they're the team that actually does really well with the CM. How much CM has Quantum actually played? They played it once, and they did win with it. So, yeah, it's good. 100% win rate. That's scary. Even if it is just one game. It all matters. Question is where this Kotl is actually going to go. Obviously, in the last few patches, it feels like Kotl's been, like, exclusively a mid laner. Very rarely does he appear on the support role, but I feel like that's starting to become a recurring trend, and we are getting support Keeper of the Lights again. Again, just scrolling through to see how much they've actually played Kotl in this entire patch, and they haven't actually. So this is, for them at the very least in 7.3, a brand new pick. So your guess is as good as mine, really, about how well this is going to be able to perform at the end of the day. Zero Tenacity really chewing into their reserve time here for their 3rd and 4th pick, which is the Dragon Knight. Okay, so stolen out of the hands of Quantum. Whether or not this is already the locked-in carry for Retsu remains to be seen. There is some flex that they could put it mid for Stoikov, but again, it's very matchup dependent. And they do have the last pick of the draft, so they will have that bit of flexibility for themselves. As well as the Primal Beast, who could also move around a fair amount. But Ancient Apparition does get picked up. Very, very solid +5. I was talking about in the previous game, and he does get an appearance in this one. I think he was actually banned in game 1, so always love to see him. Pretty good versus the Bristleback to some degree as well, with the Ice Blast. Always annoying. Medusa as well. Doesn't really care about the not being able to regen HP from the AA, so makes it a phenomenal pick, because all you care about is mana. There's not a single mana burning ability on the side of Zero Tenacity. Neither of these cores want to build a Diffusal Blade either, so it's just extra value there. I am wondering if it's still possible to go in for the Anti-Mage. And I actually think it is. Zero Tenacity could put Primal off, DK mid, and then go for the carry Anti-Mage. It's not bad. It's not a horrendous lane against the Bristleback either. Like, you just hit him a few times with your mana break, and all of a sudden he can't spam Quills, he can't spam Snots. I don't know. I feel like it could still be on the cards here. All depends on what Quantum are going to ban out themselves. And again, I'll say Zero Tenacity do have the last pick of the draft. Anglia, though, getting removed. Guess just does bring some more team fights. Still things like a Puck in the pool. Which, I mean, there is already a lot of AoE abilities going on here for the side of Zero Tenacity. Pulverize from the Primal, the Wheel of Wonder, you've got the AA Blast as well. So, if you can have another form of AoE control, it just sort of makes all those other abilities even more effective. So something like a Puck is actually pretty good. Doesn't really do too much versus the Medusa, but there's not even much catch for you. Again, like, the only stun on all of Quantum is the Frostbite from Maiden, and that's not even a stun, it's a root, technically. Is it called Frostbite, or am I thinking of a different spell? It is Frostbite. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know some ability names. I've been playing this game for a few years, I should know. Yeah, I mean, again, when they were in a similar situation to this in the last game, I said there wasn't any lockdown, and they could have gone for something like the Storm Spirit or the Lesh, but they didn't. But actually, that was for Quantum that time. They didn't even need it. They went for the last big meepo, and it actually worked. Despite the fact that I was saying how there was a lot of counters, it wasn't the best meepo game. And to be fair, it wasn't. It was just really whoopsies that were made, which actually gave him a good game in the end. Let's see. So Tiny and Ember are the heroes of choice to ban out from Zero Tenacity, because it is pretty clear that Quantum are after a mid laner right now. Like, all these picks inside of Quantum is very televised. I'm still weighing up the possibility of this last pick AM. I mean, there was actually a brief time in Dota 2 history where anti-mage offlane was a thing. And it was pretty frustrating for several heroes, and I feel like Medusa is one of them. You know, you got the Diffusal Blade on top of the mana break, and all of a sudden Medusa just gets melted in seconds. So that must be what Quantum are considering with this final ban. It's like, is it worth the risk? I don't think so. I think you should just drop the ban to the AM, remove that potential, hero from coming out entirely. Maybe a bit better for your mind. They actually get rid of the Monkey King, and then they go in for the Storm Spirit themselves. Again, not really much catch on Zero Tenacity side, but they do have more than Quantum, and that's just like DK, Stun, and I guess Primal Beast Onslaught into Pulverize. But Ringmaster doesn't have a stun. Ancient Apparition does, but it's pretty awful, unless you have set up from the DK, for instance. Maybe that is the only thing which is... But then again, you could just put it off lane. I don't know. I mean, Primal Beast doesn't even have an awful time if they want to put him mid versus the Storm. Like, it's generally not terrible. And actually, with the AM, You have the insane Mana Bomb being the Storm Spirit who just walks around, you hit him with the Mana Void, and boom, he just takes out the entire enemy team as well. But they will go for the puck. Very, very solid pickup. You know, it combos with all those AoEs like I was saying earlier, and it does feel like it rounds up the draft quite nicely. Who am I favouring this time? I do like the lineup of Zero Tenacity, but the Medusa is relatively uncountered. There's not going to be any mana burn coming her way, so he should have a good time. Raise on this Storm Spirit, again, not a massive amount to catch. The puck does present some more problems, being, you know, the silence, the Dream Coil. It's been a way to catch him. And there's no save mechanic this time inside of Quantum. Like, Cottle as well as Crystal Maiden can't really help out at all if the mid laner gets stuck in those awkward positions. But I don't think that's really bad. Like, BKB and Raze is going to be A-okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to go in for Quantum this game. Which means Zero Tenacity will probably win. Caster Curse is real and all that. But I feel like just how game number 1 went, Zero Tenacity just let slip through the fingers, misplays, a bit of mis-itemization as well, in all honesty. Like if Retsu went for the BKB earlier on the TB, could have been different. But again, that's game 1. You know, I need to stop talking about that one. It's in the past, even though I'm slightly tilted by it. But you got to take every game as a fresh standing here. Go into it with a clean mindset and just don't screw yourself over by overthinking, overanalyzing. It's the worst thing you could possibly do. But we'll see what changes are going to be made here for game number 2, guys, as the game is now underway. Let's jump in, see if we're going to get any level 1 fights. I always love to have them, but we'll just find out. I mean, both teams always start off with a smoke, but they're not going as 5. Nah, damn. Not going to do anything here. But yeah, I will just keep an eye on how Lucas is progressing. Like in the last game, we saw both carries just ignored entirely. Like Lucas as well as Retsu was just AFK farming for the first 15-20 minutes of the game. And it was just really the mid laners who were constantly being aggressed, taking fights, with the off laners coming in every now and then. But again, late game Medusa is always terrifying. Even with the late game DK, who himself does turn into quite a heavy hitter with the Elder Dragon form and everything else online. Actually, this is interesting. Retsu has gone for Frost Dragon, which obviously you get the healing reduction, but that means absolutely nothing to a Medusa. Is this a misclick? I'm not actually sure. I feel like the Fire Dragon would have been better for both farming and DPS wise. Yeah, I don't know. That's really peculiar to me. We'll just have to wait and see how this one pans out, guys. Because, yeah. I imagine it's a misclick, right? Unless I'm missing something really, really obvious here. And just being stupid, which could very well be the case. But who knows? In this mid, I feel like I'm going to be naturally favouring the puck ever so slightly. It is going to be a trader farm at the most part, but it's going to be quite difficult for Raze to harass out Stoikov. Like, a couple of well-placed base shifts, and you dodge the huge amount of damage, and you also get the heal from the puckish innate. Yeah, definitely a matchup I favoured the puck in. We're right down at the spot. And we're actually taking quite a lot of harassment to start off here, but again, I kind of feel like it would turn into a farm fest for a large portion of it. Like eventually LeBron and Coiler are just going to abandon this lane and just leave the two to just fight it out and do whatever they want. Similar kind of situation up top. Like unless Lucas or Fezor just gets caught out of position, I don't really see many people die. I mean, I definitely see Fezor dying up here. Like, Primal Beast, Ringmaster is a scary combo. We saw it in game 1. I don't know if they actually killed anybody on it. No, I don't think they did. But in general, it is quite powerful if you use the skills properly in conjunction. Yeah, this mid as even as I was expecting. 9-2 against the 8-2. I don't really see anything changing that at all for a while. Actually, one thing to note is that Raze has already got his bottle. Actually, they both just had the bottle delivered. One advantage is that Stoikov's one is fresh, so he has 3 charges to eat with the water rune, so he's actually slightly winning this harass war. Ever so slightly. Oh, but Burst Blood found at the bottom. It's Coilo who actually ends up losing his life. And that's just the power of Dragon Tail stun into Cold Feet. It's pretty much a guaranteed, like, how long of a stun? 1.8 from the Dragon Tail, and then another 1.8 from the Cold Feet. So yeah, solid 3.6 second stun at level 2. Quite nasty.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Right, so just use this courier. A little bit of a miss micro, I feel that, but that's alright. These things happen.
Don't mind me.
Looks like both Lotuses got picked up there by the side of Zero Tenacity. Which is always a very nice edge to have in the laning phase. Which is quite a passive start really to this game. I mean, there's a few kills here and there. Up top, they're trying to make a play on towards Lucas. Nearly actually burned through his entire mana pool, but he does survive, gets out of there. And this is the nice thing about having the CM on your team. Eventually, once she gets Arcane Aura, which you might do level 3. Yeah, she does take it, which is just a massive help to Lucas in this lane. Because the AoE close regen 1.2, it's like just having a it's just constant HP regen at the end of the day for the Medusa. It's very valley. Oh, mids. Stoikov with this rotation in from Pablo. They're going to try and lock him down. TP in from Fezor, but Raze, he's been able to get out. Instead, Stoikov's the one taking a heck of a beating here from the CM. And Raze even beats him to the water rune. Now Stoikov
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
in an awkward spot. They're both really low. They're trying to turn around here, but I don't know if they should be fighting. Fezor's still hanging around nearby. They're going to change their focus over towards Pablo. Does manage to get off the whip, but needs a few more right clicks to kill him. And neither one actually loses their life. Just lots of damage, lots of harassment from both sides. In terms of CS though, it is still Raze leading the charge here. 25-3 against a 19-5. It's an entire creep wave's difference, but also there is still another creep wave for Stoikov to farm. So he gets all of these, it'll probably be even. Raze actually using an aggressive glyph there just to try and mess up the CS. So the only person really so far who's falling a fair bit of distance behind in terms of CS is Anku. 18-3 against his counterpart of 29-5 on Nefrit. So probably he's having a pretty solid time up in this top lane. And I mean, it's kind of the thing about Medusa. She's not really a strong laner. She can't exactly harass out a Primal Beast. So he is just A-OK to just do his own thing for the longest time. Well, lots of rotations mid for this 6-minute rune. It does it spawn. And it actually does spawn bot. Stoikov gets the refill there. Oh, didn't want to jump to the orb. If he did, might be able to go for a kill on towards Fezor, but unwilling to commit for that. Okay, actually, that's going to turn. Dreamcore used on towards Raze. Actually, will snap the leash. Good damage. Tame the Beast comes in with the finishing whip. They get the kill. Also, Nefrit comes charging out of nowhere. And we'll be able to get the finishing touch on towards Fezor, but Pablo losing his life. But it's a worthy trade at the end of the day. It's 2 for 1. You kill the mid laner, which is massive. Also going to be able to do a bit of damage here to the mid-tier 1 as well with the catapult, but very nice start here for the side of Zero Tenacity. We are down bottom. Retsu making play on towards Anku. Reinforcements coming through, another whip, another kill. big one found. Fezzle has to just run away, got it too late to help. But actually, more people emerging from the trees. This time it's Stoikov, who just finds himself here. And now Fezzle's going to be the one in danger. A couple more right clicks is all they need, and he will eventually die. Meanwhile, 7-minute wisdom also gets stolen here by Pablo, so just insult to injury here. How quickly this has just gone heavily in the favor of Zero Tenacity. 6 kills to 1, both wisdom runes stolen on top of that. 2k gold advantage. A big lead. Not insurmountable by any means, but it's a worrying start for Quantum.
Stupendous!
Again, the saving grace is the fact that Lucas has just been slowly farming well this Medusa. Again, as solo, nothing Nefrit can really do to stop him. Actually, speaking of Nefrit, he disappears. Find Raze, farming up the jungle. He's level 7 against Raze's level 6. So it does just show how rough of a time the Storm Spirit's having. Talk about rough time, Fezzle stuck in this mid, couple of right clicks, he will go down. Stoikov gets the credit. Meanwhile, Anku also dies at the bot lane. Oh, Dream Coil was actually off the mark there, as Raze is able to bottle up an invis. But yeah, losing the Bristleback for a second time this game is brutal. He's already the bottom farm core. It's going to push him down even more. Speaking of now, this mid-tier 1, getting very low. It's going to go down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's very nice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think Ray's actually got spot there behind this tier 1 tower. He's having to run it deep. Scan connects onto him. They know he's nearby. Nefrit finds him. Silence with the whip coming on through. Control with the fear. Immediate silence. He is dead. The hunt is real there. They chase Raze for so damn long, and they do actually end up even getting the kill. And then this is going to lead up straight up to farming this quad stack. Which looks like Stoikov will gladly take himself. Takes a bit of time, but he'll get there eventually. Still Retsu. Just left to his own devices. Almost got the Maelstrom online, 280 gold. And then we will see his farm and speed increase a fair chunk. $4,000 gold at the 10-minute mark. There's a hefty chunk of Stoikov. Also now finds an arcane rune here in the mids. Gathering up with the 2 supports. They're going to go on a hump. There is actually an observer ward in this triangle area, so Quantum know where they all are. But their quad stack of the Ancients do get spot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's something they're going to have to try and defend. Actually, they're just coming in en masse. Raze is the one who's going to start farming this up. But it's going to take quite a while, to be honest, with this Storm Spirit. He's only level 7. Anku's going to be the one to really speed this one. The Zero Tenacity bringing in more people. Actually, they're not. I thought the DK, or at least Nefrit, would be coming in. Finally, Nefrit is TPing into the mid-tier 1 tower to start heading over. But a lot of these neutrals are already losing their lives.
Dire's bottom tower.
Still 4 of the big ones left. It's going to be worth it. Quick jump onto what's Fezzle. CM dead. Such a squishy hero. Now Anku stuck in an awkward spot. The Wheel of Wonder making it awkward to him try and run. And he just gets blown up. 2 kills go their way. And they're going to be able to clear up this quad stack on the Ancients. This lead continuing to grow more and more here for Zero Tenacity. Probably very close to the 6k gold mark. And actually they've got a grab as well on towards Raze. The blast connects. Now it definitely is the 6k gold lead, 12-1. I just love how much I curse people. It's just so real. But again, the saving grace is Lucas on this Medusa. Completely untouched this entire game. It all depends on whether if they can ride on the coattails of this Medusa to victory, because that's the big question. 6.2k net worth, but is still behind the DK ever so slightly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cincinnati just starting to invade the Dire jungle area. They got a, is that a double stack or triple stack of Polywogs? Polywogs, Boglets, sorry. I think it's just a double. Nefrit's actually going to drag creeps into it just to get a maximum value farm. Well, TP up towards the top. They're going to make a move on towards Lucas, who immediately just goes to the pop of the Stone Gaze, trying to run. Because Stoikov's here, they're going to continue to chase, and there are no TP rotations coming in from the rest of the squad. Retsu just appears through the Twin Gate as well with the Ice Blast landing. And just when I'm saying that Lucas not being targeted is the saving grace for the side of Quantum, he gets targeted and he gets killed. LeBron of all people now with the mega kill streak.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this tier 1 tower is going to go down. Now it's just so hard to find positive notes here for the side of Quantum.
Dire's top tower is under
It's got to grab on towards Fezor, who's just gone. Coiler and Raze off to the side, but nothing they could do to help their support. Anku as well is just desperately trying to recover his game with the spot lane for the Bristle. But it looks like he's in danger as Retsu as well, LeBron's on the case. And I think he's just dead by the looks. Yeah, he's gone. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, the 3-man smoke gang, they find Lucas again. I mean, it's just the 3 of them, but I feel like they've got more than enough damage to get this one down. He's trying to stand his ground, but his mana's out, and maybe all of his hopes, as he's just slowly to get brought to his knees. And then it is find the +1 of Coiler as well. Oh my god, does the nightmare never end here for Quantum? 17 for 1,
are scanning.
7k gold leads.
Dire's bottom tower
Gaben's
is under
saying that's
attack.
only a 78% win probability. I was kind of expecting it to be higher, but again, you have to pay respect to the chance that this Medusa could go late game
Radiant's
and actually become a scary hero, but we'll have to see. So yeah, just see on the replay. There's just no hope for the Medusa in this situation. I mean, tries to run towards the Kotal. I mean, if they could have got there, the Mana Burst could have helped out to keep him alive, I don't know. But actually, in live play, Retsu gets caught. That's a huge kill to find. They don't even care about losing Fezor here. That's a trade they'll make any day of the week. It's actually worth quite a lot of gold. Close to 1,000 in total there, because the 4 kill streak that he had. Well, there's Stoikov continuing to be a menace. Nefrit charges forwards, Pulverize on top. That's another death for the Bristle. Okay, maybe that makes it feel a little bit more one-sided. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. Oh, and I also forgot to note that Retsu stole the Wisdom Shrine, so just more experience for the sides of Zero Tenacity. $9,000 gold.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Just really
attack.
starting to accelerate quickly here. I'm going to go for another smoke play. They just want to fight non-stop here from Zero T. And I can't blame them. They're going to wrap around the side of the smoke. They see Raze, who appears just on the very edge of the vision. That Observer Ward pops in, immediate blink forwards, Ice Path, Whip, dead. Free money. They also see Coiler as well. Nefrit is chasing after him, blinks up in 5 seconds, but too close to the tier 2. I think they're going to give up. Instead, just going to drag some creeps, get some more farm. Why not?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Lucas continuing to recover his farm. Obviously, after those couple of ganks that did come his way, it provided that 1,000 gold net worth difference between the 2 carries. And actually, Stoikov may be in danger. Vortex does grab him, but he's still actually able to get off the shore. But Lucas there at the perfectly timed net does find him. But the damn usage of the escape act. Stoikov's making the distance. He's trying to run. phase shift, avoiding some damage, but the continuous zip in and out. Eventually, the puck just runs out of steam and he will die, but here comes the rest of the squad with retaliation. Vezel's getting low, he has to run away. And Stonegate's actually popped here from Lucas as LeBron just can't get away fast enough. Gorgon's Grasp catches him. And there it is, Quantum Esports, they get 2 kills without actually losing a single life in response. And they're 2 really expensive kills as well. But that was over a 2,000 gold swing just from that. Exactly what they needed here to recover a bit. And actually that ties up the net worth of Lucas as well as Retsu here. So they're on even standing with the carries. Or maybe that's about to change as Retsu TP spot to help out Nefrit. Coiler is nearby. Try and provide some assistance here. Quick burst of mana. Trying to help out. This ball is running low. He's got plenty of stick charges. Pops them right now as teammates are coming on in. Fezor drops dead on with the backlines. Gets stunned immediately. Lucas still loses life. Anku is so damn slow. iPass connects. They just drop. And as soon as there is any glimmer of hope for the side of Quantum, Zero Tenacity just appear to shut them down immediately. And this is the Zero Tenacity that I was seeing at the start of game number 1. They were coordinated. They were looking for solid plays. No mistakes really happening, and they just shut down. But this time they're playing much cleaner. And bump up to 11k gold lead now, 23-4. What is the close DK close to building? Well, just got the 4-star done, but the Hurricane Pike will be out at 170 golds. And it looks like they might also be going in for the Tormentor at the bot lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see who ends up getting that free Ag shard. You can see Quantum gathered up inside their triangle area. I don't know if this is purely defensively or if they're thinking about going for a smoke play. But looks like they all just split up in different directions anyway, not willing to force a fight. But it was LeBron who got the free shard. Probably the best person on the entire team to get that shard. It's just so damn impactful. You get the stun off your ultimate on top of everything else. It really does have an impact just having that like AoE stun that comes on through, especially with all the other AoE spells they have to just make sure you get multi-hero connections again and again. So Pablo, it's like Anku and Fezor found him, or is it the other way around? Is it Tenacity have found them? Nefrit is jumping forwards on towards poor old CM, so damn squishy. Eventually, it will be going down. The Raze is constantly slipping in and out. Maybe they can kill LeBron to the south side, but the Pucklos is controlling people up in the back lines here with this use of the Dream Foil. This Lucas can't get on top of everything, and by the time the ulti ends, his entire team is dead. He has to TP out, but there is the cancel from Nefrit. No escape and no hope here from Quantum, as it's gonna be a team-wide triple for Pablo of all people as well. Drops the voice lines for it as well, rightly so. And I don't really see much ways for Quantum to get themselves back into this game. It feels like they're just too far behind now. 18,000 gold deficit, 28 for 4. And we'll see on the replay. I mean, you can't quite see how it started, but it was really Fezor and Anku baiting his team. They saw Pablo and they were like, hey, we can kill this guy. It's just a lowly support, right? But he's actually much tankier than I thought, and just bought all this time for the rest of the team to come on in. Yeah, it just feels like there's too much damage, there's too much control, and Quantum just don't have enough of either of those things. There's also a blink now in the hands of Pablo, so more forms of catch, more forms of save. And actually, yeah, I just glanced at net worth, and it's literally only Lucas who has anything more than anybody on the side of Zero Tenacity. The supports have overtaken both Raze and Anku, which is one of the worst positions any team can be in. Like LeBron has Glimmer and Solar Crest, Pablo has Blink and Atos. Raze has Akaya trying to build a BKB. And Anku has Power Treads. That's the biggest complete item Anku has, Power Treads. He's trying to go for a Pipe of Insight, but he's still a ways away from that in all honesty. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity are just taking down Roche. Looks like Quantum are thinking about contesting. They come over into their triangle, but they stop there, and this will now be an Aegis in the hands of Retsu. Wasn't sure if they were thinking about putting it in the hands of Stoikov or not. But it feels like really Zero Tenacity could just be grouping up at this stage and pushing. Like every single tier 2 is gone. They now have this Aegis for another 5 minutes. And even if Quantum Esports just gather en masse to defend their high ground, I don't know if they have the facilities to be able to defend for much longer.
Radiant are scanning.
But they are just very much split. They're all just trying to find what farm they can. I mean, Elder Dragon form is off cooldown now. So that being said, every single ultimate will be off cooldown. Actually, or is it though? This Ice Bath, Dream Core up top, get this lockdown towards Lucas. But they managed to just wait out the Dream Core time and he just runs away. So maybe that will give some pause for thought there. And we'll just dive on into everything. Again, they weren't making this play without Retsu. Who obviously has already used the DK form as well. Just continuing to shove all the lanes. It really doesn't feel like their main priority is just resuming their farm. But a BKB is coming out in the current here for the Dragon Knight.
Illusion.
I think Parasma is also completed for the puck. And Nefrit has Aghanim Scepter completed as well with 700 gold. They're all hitting a very similar item timing. Obviously waiting though for Nefrit to complete his Ags might just waste too much of the Ags timing. But then again, DK form is another 40 seconds away because it's about to time out. That's TP's bottom. So they want to try to make a play on towards Fezor, and Nefrit just solos him. Doesn't even need the 2 supports to come in to help. That's something though. A butterfly completed here for the Medusa. I mean, it helps. Not entirely sure it's going to be the answer to all their prayers, as Anku has been caught. Everything just lands all the time. It's taken a while to die, but he does eventually drop. Meanwhile, the rest of the team pushing mids. Stoikov trying to keep Lucas at arm's length while Retsu is hitting onto the walls of the building. Still 2 minutes left off this Aegis. And where's the response? Quantum just don't feel like they can bully their way into this one, considering how the Bristleback is still dead for another 20 seconds instead. Atos grab one towards Lucas, but again, no usage of the Glimmer Cape, tries the protection. Coiler, nearly getting killed, and actually, will he die? Essence Ring protection does keep him alive. The extra bit of HP making all the difference there. And there is Dream Coil also used, but they're still losing an entire set of barracks for this one. Bristleback has now respawned, Storm Spirit has TP'd in. And the Dragon form is about to run out here from Retsu. One last hit is all they need to get the build in, but now he's in the normal human form. All about retreating. And Quantum are not interested at trying to force anything out. They just settle for losing an entire set of barracks. 25k goal behind. Gaben says they have a 5% chance of turning this game around. Not even sure if that's being generous or not, because it does just look really rough. Like, just none of their other cores having a good game. It's literally only Lucas who's up there trying to contest in terms of net worth. Like, Raze is 300 gold ahead of Pablo. And actually, speaking of Raze, has to go for the BKB. Actually, it's just a long zip out, but the recall here from the Kotl
Radiant are scanning.
will be enough to keep him out. His TP was on cooldown, but that is the one saving grace. They do have that little extra mechanic to rely on. So more ganks coming though. Let's use Aegis times out. They nearly actually end up bumping in towards Stoikov, Raze, sorry, but he backs out and again just goes for another recall. Just constantly bringing this Storm Spirit back to the base when he's low on mana, but the high ground siege is already coming. Bottom tier 3 now is one in danger. Glyph has been used, but that's their one and only Glyph. Not going to be a recharge after this tier 3 falls. Groups are coming in, but again, Zero Tenacity, man, they pay so much respect to this. Like, they know they're in the lead, and they want to keep it that way. Another shrine stolen. I don't think Quantum had a single shrine this entire game. Which does feel rough. Up top. Putting there for it. Spied by Fezzle as well as Raze. They actually do manage to force out the BKB, which is pretty good, but their dream Ice Blast will come on in, but it's not needed as Raze still loses his life. 2 kills for nothing. Buybacks are available, and they might be forced to use them as DK forms back off cooldown here for Retsu, and he's gonna go straight back up to hitting these buildings. There's no way they can defend without the Storm Spirit at the very least, so unless they're willing to buy back. I mean, Lucas taking a lot of damage here. Nephrit charging forward, one buyback from the CM, but they're still holding on towards the Storm Spirits. Maybe the CMs are just scared enough. They're not going to focus down on towards Lucas. Instead, actually, Anku's the one taking a lot of damage. They turn around. Now that they put everything on towards the Duzas, they're dropping like flies. A buyback from the Bristleback, but the Storm Spirit is still holding on to it. He just did not want to use it to help out his carry, and as a result, his entire team has died. Not a very high IQ play, I feel, at the end of the day. As Pablo, of all people, comes in godlike, and GG is there called. And I don't want to say it, but Raze taking buyback into game number 2, game number 3. It's not a way to put it. That's me, but there it is. It ends up being a 1-for-1 standing here after game number 2. Zero Tenacity, they played much better here in this second game. Like, they had a fantastic start in game 1, but they made mistakes, they let it slip. They just did not let that happen this time around. They're playing quite cautiously. They weren't just forcing in into any unknown situations. Just really were playing as a full 5-man unit, and you could really tell the difference here in this game number 2. And Quantum Esports just got annihilated. 38-4 was the end scoreline with a 34,000 gold lead. Just miles different. And yeah, let's just have a look at the damage real quick. So I imagine it's quite mad. Stoikov was actually the one with the most damage on the side of Zero Tenacity with 20,000. Second place was 15 on Retsu. And yeah, just not really anyone on the side of Quantum could match up. Lucas was up there as well with 15 of his own, but everybody else was just so far behind. They just couldn't really do anything. There was so much pace and aggression coming out from Zero Tenacity. It was just too hard to deal with. So we'll see what sort of change is going to get made into game number 3. Again, similar to game number 1, I liked Quantum's draft. It made sense. They had the front line of the Bristleback as well as the Medusa. They had the mana batteries behind. There wasn't really any reliable catch for the Storm Spirit apart from the Puck. But the lanes just went so poorly that it didn't matter. Anku did not have a game the entire time. He was completely shut down. Raze was trying to do what he could, but he was getting continuously targeted again and again. And then eventually Lucas got paid attention to as well. He was free farming for the first like 10-15 minutes, but then all of a sudden Zero Tenacity was like, yeah, let's just kill the Medusa, and all of a sudden he didn't have a game as well. So yeah, just great decision making this time from Zero Tenacity. We'll see if they're going to be able to do the same for game number 3, guys. We're going to find out. We'll jump over to a short break, and we shall return to see who is going to take down the series. We'll see you soon.
Dire's bottom tower
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The third and final game is here. It's down to a best of one to see who can get some much needed points here for the CCT Series number 8. Is it going to be Zero Tenacity or is it going to be Quantum Esports? Only time will tell. In the first game, we did obviously Quantum get the victory in the end. They just bullied Zero Tenacity relentlessly after a few little ippy mistakes were made. But in that second game, Zero Tenacity did rally. They ironed out all of the issues that they made in that first game and just made it look so clean. It was like 38-4 was the end score line with a 32k gold advantage. It was a massive beatdown and a half. They played very calm, very reserved, calculated Dota 2. And if they could do that again, quite easily see them get the victory here. And obviously, it is still a couple of days left here of the groups, but they've got to start getting some much needed points. Like, there's only one more series actually for Zero Tenacity after this one. They are currently in third, so if they could win this one and the next one, they have a very good chance of going forward to the actual playoff stage, where if they lose and they win the next, they're kind of at the mercy of the performance of some of the other teams. So it's never a good position to be in. The side of Quantum, though, this is their second series that they have played, and they lost the first, so it's probably even more important they get this one. Really, they got to take this one and the next two to feel comfortable about pushing themselves forward. So their backs are really up against the wall right now. And we'll see what kind of adjustments they are going to make to try and secure this victory for themselves. Bans coming on through. Quantum this time have taken away Nefrit's Primal Beast. They took away Lucas's Dragon Knight, or Lucas with Retsu played in the last game. They also took away Retsu's TB from game number 1. Just really focusing down on all the cores they had already seen, and they immediately go for the PA first pick. Just really wanted to secure this carry for themselves. Question is, what are Zero Tenacity going to pick up in response to this one? The Tinker got removed, TA, Niche Prophet, as well as Magnus. Pretty much the same kind of bans that they've been doing every time, not really adjusting them from game to game, just rinse, repeat, and saying these are the heroes we do not want to see, and they just make sure they're gone every single time. But we'll see what they're going to pick up. Things like the AA are still in the pool. Doesn't feel too great when you're up against the PA, though, because like you're so squishy, crit pretty much kills you. She can always get like Phantom Strike dodges to avoid the Ice Blast, so sometimes it's not quite as impactful. But the Watermelon is going to be the first pick here for Zero Tenacity. They've played it 5 times in this patch. They've only won once. So not really the best statistic here for their Tidehunter, so I'm unsure about how well this is going to perform. I think they actually also played it earlier today against Apple City Gang, and yeah, they lost in 24 minutes, so didn't really go too well for them, that one. But who knows? You know, every game is different. We'll see if this one's going to be the right settings for this to really do well. I mean, in the laning phase, he should really be fine. He's a pretty old tanky boy. It's going to make it difficult for the PA to get much farm going if he's constantly like threatening with those anchor smashes. Especially depends on what support that they're getting paired with. And I was going to say likely to be the Ringmaster, but that was actually banned this time around. Again, Quantum just focusing on those heroes that they have seen every single time so far in this series. Makes a lot of sense. Can't blame him at all. Warlock, though, was the counter ban from Zero Tenacity. Also, we did see that in game number 1 in the hands of Fezor. And, you know, those Celtic Offerings and Fatal Bonds were very impactful. I wonder if they're considering the AA, even though it's, like I say, not great against the PA, but no, they go for the Chikira instead. That is their most picked position 5 support. Again, out of 13 games, they've only got a 40% win rate, so it's not really super amazing, but Chikira is an amazing pick in itself. You've got slows, you've got stuns, you've got damage, you've got AoE control. You just tick so many boxes that it really is a well-rounded hero indeed. I always like seeing it, and definitely becoming a lot more popular in this patch as well in the current days. Night Stalker, though, picked up from Quantum. We did see this in game number 1 in the hands of Coiler. Was it Coiler? No, Anku. It was in the hands of Anku. This time round, I was kind of mentioning in game number 1 about the whole Phoenix counter. It feels okay. Obviously, you take Night Stalker out of the equation for defending the egg, but PA obviously has pretty good attack speed, but you can't target the egg with the Phantom Strike. And you'll also have the Tide Hunter Ravage to protect it. You'll have Ice Path to protect it. So unless the P8 is going to BKB and just beat onto the egg, it might be pretty good. They are able to grab the AA themselves, though. I do love how popular AA has become. Always been one of my favourite position 5s. And you make an appearance. Love it. But third and fourth pick here to come out 4-0 Tenacity. Let's see what they are thinking. They've been liking a fair amount of Mueta. She's still in the pool. It's a decent position 4 that I could see them go for. Instead, Tiny is actually going to be the hero of choice. Could be their position 4, could be their mid, could be their carry. Again, it's very, very versatile here. I feel like most teams are starting to go back to the idea of playing him as a carry, but you know, you've always got to have in your back of mind that it could just be that support to just try and like throw people out of position, catch out weak, squishy supports like the AA, for instance, can be quite impactful. I know Shaman, though, being picked up. That is quite intriguing in itself. Again, not really a support you see all too often, but that's going to be their pos 4. Guarantees that this Tiny is going to be a core at the very, very least. Just depends if it will be the mid or position 1. I mean, as it stands, it's not a terrible matchup versus the PA. The missed chance can be quite frustrating because Tiny is not a hero that wants to build an MKB. And obviously his attack speed is pretty garbage. So, but he does have a lot of armor, so the physical damage that comes with the PA doesn't really threaten him too much. We'll see how well it goes. Darkseer is picked up from Quantum, so this is support Night Stalker in the position 4 role with Darkseer off, unless they're doing something really weird like putting the Night Stalker mid. I don't know about that one. That does sound weird. I have seen support Night Stalker before. I mean, in this game, it kind of makes sense. Like, you get on top of the Shadow Shaman or the Jakiro, you just kind of take them out of the equation. You stop like your teammates from getting hex shackled and all that good stuff. You provide excellent vision, which is something that the PA absolutely loves in team fights. Like the flying AoE vision of everything just allows her to phantom strike left, right, center, all over the place. Makes it very hard to lock down. So I can make an argument to say that it's it works in this current setup. It's a relatively decent Iron Shell target as well, on top of everything else. It does look like Quantum have mid laner left to pick. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity are after their mid as well, I'd say. Again, maybe carry, depends where they want to put this Tiny. And Zero Tenacity do actually have the last pick of the draft as well, so we'll have that very slight edge there. Once again, it's this Pango, Ember Spirit as the final 2 bans that we've seen again and again in this series. What's the final ban here from Quantum? Is it another carry? Just double down and say that this is Tiny mid? Or do they edge their bets? Maybe ban the Puck as well? Maybe they might want the Puck. I mean, there's quite a lot of catch on the side of Zero Tenacity for him, though. Something very similar to like the Storm Spirit, like Ice Path, Avalanche, Toss, Hex, Shackle, Ravage isn't great, but you know, it's another form of control, which makes it not as good. But on the side of Zero Tenacity, there is 0 catch for any of those guys. But Earthshaker is the last pick of Quantum. Okay. That is very interesting. In which case, Zero Tenacity could do some funky last pick. Something just to destroy him in the mid lane. I was kind of thinking Huskar, but Huskar's countered by AA. I was thinking Monkey King, but Monkey King also doesn't like AA because you can't hinge up from your Jingu. What else could there be? Timbersaw? No, again, Timbersaw's also screwed up by AA because you can't heal from the reactive arm. Man, this AA does put a lot of problems to just a mid lane dominating hero. But I think you could still go in, like I was saying, for the puck. Like, now the Earthshaker is really the best catch, like a Fisher from the trees or something like that, followed up by Blink, Enchant Totem, Ice Blast. Maybe Storm Spirit again. Maybe I prefer the Storm, because I feel like Storm prefers buying a BKB compared to a Puck, for sure. Unless they're internationally going to go down a completely different route, and they will. It's going to be the Invoker. I quite like this though. You've got the late game wombo combo of the Ravage Cataclysm that you can always rely on. You have early Sunstrike setups on the side lanes from Hex Shackle, from Ice Path, Avalanche, Toss. There are a lot of ways that Zero Tenacity can build up some early kills here, as well as obviously, like I was saying, go into the late game with that big wombo combo to rely on. So I like it, but it is very tempo based. If they have a bad start here from Zero Tenacity, it might be quite hard to recover unless they just put all their eggs in that one combination basket, as it were. We'll see how this last pick of an Earthshaker does actually end up panning out. I mean, it's not like it's particularly countering anything this game. Maybe Raze just wanted to play it. I don't really know. It is a very interesting pick, but yeah, it is Lucas obviously playing the carry PA. Anku is on the Darkseer off lane. Raze mid Earthshaker, so Coiler is going to be rolling this Pos 4 Night Stalker again. Normally, it doesn't feel amazing, but with the advantage of giving the PA all the information, it's huge. Even Earthshaker can really set up some good like Echo Slams or something like that, just really pinpoint where the entire enemy team is. So it does make sense to some degree. Who am I preferring though going into this one? Purely based on the draft. I mean, I do like the idea of what Zero Tenacity have gone for. And to be honest, considering how obviously they were in the lead in game number 1, they just made a load of overconfident mistakes which made them really lose their lead, and that's how they lost game 1. Game number 2 was super clean from them and they just dismantled Quantum at the seams. I don't know. I feel like no matter what option I go for, guys, I'm going to curse it, and they're going to lose. It's just what happens. It's the nature of the beast. I can't help it. It's part of the job to curse people. I feel like I'm going to go... Quantum based on the draft. But again, all it will take is a few really good, well-placed Sunstrikes from Stoikov, and could see that lead completely change. Or just the game completely change. But both teams going for a smoke play to start. And like ships in the night, they kind of avoid each other. Quantum wraps all the way around to the Radiant side, and Zero Tenacity just fortify up the Radiant triangle. So we might get a little bit of a fight in the river. But the bottom part of the map is completely ignored, so 2 bounties could just be up for grabs very soon. Well, they're breaking Nefrit. He does spot up a few members of Quantum here. Whilst this smoke was still intact, they see Fezor. They're going to start off with the Gush. Poor old AA, not much hope. Double plug grenade to use. Fisher was actually really nicely placed, but it just doesn't make a difference at the end of the day. There's too many people, not enough help, and they will lose their AA. And probably going to be 3 bounty runes as well. So a very, very good start to the game here for Zero Tenacity. Another bonus being the fact that it's their mid laner of Stoikov who actually gets the first blood bonus, so a bit of extra gold for him to use in this mids. Which, yeah, you just get a stick with tangos immediately delivered. And we'll see how this mid lane goes. I mean, you could have made an argument to go for like the classic Quos Wex Invoker. Purely because, you know, it's like Tornado EMP is just really, really annoying for an Earthshaker to deal with. But Exhort is the common build nowadays, which I love because it's more entertaining in my opinion. And you could always get those really sexy Sunstrike kills. Oh, actually, I missed that, but down bottom, Coiler was still hanging around. They nearly killed Nefrit, but he was able to TP back to the safety of his tower. Tornado is still here. They're thinking about making another play, because he's used this TP, of course. If they kill Nefrit now, he's going to be in a really terrible situation. Like, he'll have to make the Walk of Shame all the way back to lane, pre-boots as well. Just for, like, the salt in the wound effect. And, of course, this does mean Anku is left solo. But he's still able to actually find level 2, despite the fact that he is on his own. Like, Coiler is not there to help out whatsoever. Like, he's just cutting creeps. How is he getting away with this? I feel like LeBron should be shutting him down, but who do I mean shut down? Pablo steps forward a little bit too much, and that will be a kill. The cluck not making a difference. And he does die. Pablo tips Nefrit. I guess Nefrit was like, dude, they're still here. I'm not showing myself. And rightly so. Koila is still hanging around. Wait, and Anku also kills Retsu's courier before delivering items. There is no way Anku should be allowed to be getting away with anything right now. LeBron should be making his life a living hell in this lane. I mean, it looks like now he is actually doing some good damage. Sunstrike. It connects. Good target there from Stoikov. They get the kill. That's loads of experience as well for LeBron. That was very tasty jump. Very nice. I mean, if they can keep doing that on the side of Zero Tenacity and punish this tri-lane from Quantum. I suppose the only thing they're saying is, like, you know, position 4 Night Stalker, he's not going to be able to help out a massive amount. Like, the Jakiro could quite easily deal with him, just spamming out dual breath and whatnot. Yeah, so LeBron is just continuously finding him. That's all he's doing. Red Suit has Avalanche. TP coming in from the Night Stalker. Sunstrike, though, will connect again. It's a killing spree for Stoikov. 3 minutes in. Darkseer dead with TP on cooldown for 40 seconds. It's a real rough start to the game, despite the fact that Nefrit was obviously not getting anything. Anku's had even less. Yeah, this little tri-lane setup obviously did get the kill on towards the Shadow Shaman, but that was not enough. Not enough at all. At least this mid is going really well. Raze 20-6 against the 12-6 of Stoikov, and it is natural. The Earthshaker has got far better right-click damage, better animation, with the Enchanter as well, denying so easy. Actually, down bottom, another Sunstrike coming through, and it's another kill. Dominating now for Stoikov. This combo is working wonders here for the side of Zero Tenacity. Both of the side lanes are just finding kill after kill. And it really is making up for that CS difference in the mid. And actually, talk about mids. LeBron makes a rotation, applies some good pressure here over towards Raze. And this is, I wonder how it's actually impacting net worth. Actually, checking net worth, Stoikov is on 2.6 thousand. Meanwhile, Raze is on 1.9. So there's already like 600 gold separating him just from all these kills he's being found from the other side of the map. Oh, TP mid from the Jakiro. Looks like they're going to try and go for the kill. Sunstrike lands with all the other spells on top. Raze is in danger. He's trying to run. The Ice Wall doesn't actually connect, so Raze will survive. Takes a lot of damage though for it, but at least he does have some more tangos to work with. Well, he's to recover. But hey, you know, if they're using Sunstrike to try and kill him mid, it does mean their side lanes are a little bit happier. They're not being relentlessly pressured all the time.
Yes.
Still not really mounting up to like a solid gold lead. Only just like less than 1,000 at this stage here in the favor of Zero Tenacity. That's purely because like the PA is still finding farm. Her CS is good. 30 and 8, just behind that of the Tiny, but their net worth is pretty damn equal, to be honest. I wonder if they might just make a move on towards Fezor in a second. But like, oh, I actually say that, and I think they are. Sunstrike, control. Yeah, he's dead. Wow, I cursed him from the other side of the map. That's pretty good. Meanwhile, though, good damage there coming on in from Raze, but obviously Stoikov doesn't really care that much. You know, 3 points in towards Quaz. He just activates those 3 orbs, then he's got 9 HP regen, all casual-like. Very hard to harass an Invoker out of a lane. Basically just have to kill him. You don't have much choice. Email up top. Looks like they're trying to make another move on towards Anku. There is going to be the Sunstrike, but it misses this time round. Anku's able to get himself out of there. I don't know if they can kill him without that ability landing, although they're still going to chase him onto the tier 1 tower. TP comes in from Fezzor. They're going to try and turn this one around. And LeBron might actually pay his life for this one. Good body blocks from Coiler, and that's awkward time to pause. They just say set. Imagine this isn't actually anything technical. It is just a BM pause. I don't know. Can someone in chat please translate? I don't know what bik means. Obviously that's not how it's pronounced at all, but unfortunately I'm not fluent in Russian. Oh, another pause. This time from LeBron. Finally lagging. Okay, but this one might be a nice proper pause. Hopefully all the issues do get solved out. But yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt there from Zuritanasi to try and go for that kill. It was a bit forced, like just trying to straight up dive on towards Anku without really having any solid lockdown. Like it was only the Tiny who was there. But again, I guess Stoikov doesn't really care. He still found kills. His CS is fine, still behind that of the Shaker, but he is top net worth by a decent margin. 900 gold ahead of his counterpart. He's really sitting happy. I wonder how soon he's going to rush this Ags. Because like I was saying, Ravage into Cataclysm is like just an insanely strong combo, especially if you can kind of get it on before those like pre-BKBs. And maybe considering how he's had such a good start, you can justify the item rush. But probably not. Yeah, it's a bit too risky. Like if you go for this just like straight up Ags and then everything fails and you just die a few times and you don't get this combo, it just feels like such wasted gold, and you could have used like, I don't know, gone for like a Witchblade or something like that, something that provides a bit more damage. Maybe even a higher, because it's not like he's really right-clicking people. All of his impact so far has just been Sunstrikes from across the map. We'll just have to wait and see. Actually, I've just clicked on him, and he's now queued Brown Boots, then Ag. So it looks like that is going to be the direction he's going to go. Retsu going in for the very standard Echo Saber first. Still like 1500 gold away. PA on Lucas. Very standard Battle Fury. Again, like to just under 3000 gold away from that. The 7-minute wisdoms did spawn. Pablo was able to grab the dire one. Looks like Anku might go for the Radiant side. Like he's only level 4 actually. Like he has the exact same experience as Fezzor in his position 5. I feel like he might just get the dedication of the Wisdom Shrine, you know, try and recover. Yeah, they'll let him go grab it. Oh, Sunstrike! Oh! How did he know? You guys didn't see that, but I had a quick look. A Sunstrike got chucked on the Wisdom Rune, and it barely missed Anku. Literally barely missed him. If that hit, that would have been such a clutch Sunstrike. Actually, would it even been enough damage? Currently on 400 pure. And I think he did have just under 400 at the time. Wow, that would have been really cool. I would have enjoyed that. Anku, though, is still just trying to recover his farm. Bottom farm core. Basically 400 gold behind the Tide, who, again, had a pretty rough start to the game. Was completely zoned out, but Anku being left solo turned out to be even more of a disaster.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But the bot lane has kind of just been left in this 1v1. Tide versus PA. They're just going to ignore each other the entire time. They're just going to focus on CS.
Radiant are scanning.
For top lane, LeBron's is going to be hanging around for quite a while, because there's always going to be the kill threat on Anku. All it takes is one Ice Path, Avalanche Toss, Sunstrike, and he will die again and again. Mid. I don't know if Quantum might want to try and make a rotation on towards Stoikov here. Fisher does get a good block off. He has to run off towards the right side, but Fezzel is waiting. Body block's coming through, and the stun lands. Is there any help? Pablo is not really running in to help his mid laner right now. He just kind of goes the wrong direction, but finally they're going to try and turn this round. There's going to be Sunstrike control, but Fisher to the face will kill Stoikov. So it is a trade, but it's a trade favoring Quantum by a large margin. Core for a support and a 4 kill streak as well, all going into the pockets of Raze. So a big chunk of gold. Meanwhile, Nefrit also goes down. Two good, well-placed crits with the rotation from Anku, and they crack the watermelon.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Smoke plays away from Quantum, heading down to this bottom part of the map yet again. They want to get the 2 kills on towards Nefrit, where he's just TP'd back into this lane. If they can kill it, would be good, but it looks like he's actually going to go back to farm up these ancient stacks, which have been kindly made for him. Oh, he thought about it, but he actually changed his mind.
Radiant are
I think they're both triple stacks on the triangle, so they are quite big. And Quantum's actually going to scout these out here. Oh, they see LeBron. Information is there, they're trying to steal the stacks. No one's coming over to stop it though, as Raze just cleans them all up. Slugger Man just makes quick work of these neutrals. Kind of seems to be a trend in this game of people leaving carries to their own devices. Like neither team really makes many plays to, you know, try and shut the other one down. Happy to just let the chips fall as they may. As about just over 600 gold, Lucas will have that Battle Fury, and then we'll start to see the farm of this PA really accelerate. While Retsu, after completing the Echo Saber, going in for the Shadow Blade. It's a very good item in general for a Tiny, just for positioning wise, but also turning it into the Silver Edge later on to just get rid of the blur chance, the mischance from the PA is going to be huge. Is there any other passage you care about? Not really, no. I mean, Hunter in the night is kind of cool. Aftershock is maybe something, but nothing really to make that much of an impact. So Raze might just drop Echo here to try and steal these Ancients, and he does, just drops the ulti and steals absolutely everything. Blinks up to the high ground as well to TP out, huge heads up play, and he is gone. Looks like Fezzel will be the sacrifice, even a TP coming in there from the Shaman just to make sure there's no chance of retreat. It does cost the A his life, but who cares? A quad stack being stolen is massively impactful.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They do lose their mid tier 1 though. Bit of space made there for the side of Zero Tenacity. And is the Invoker still committing for this Axe? He is. He did go in for the Hand of Midas beforehand though. They actually just have bots also delivered, so that is now surely him set up for a while. Move up. LeBron does die. Trying to hunt for this +1 on towards the side as well, but not going to be able to catch him. Aya now also completely here for Raze. This had a massive increase to his damage output. At the same time, the PA did finish up the Battle Fury as well. Working in towards the BKB and Sanjin and Yasha as their following items. They'll probably just be resuming the AFK farm for quite a while. Your Heavenly Halberd also now picked up here for Anku. Pretty decent versus the Tiny. That's really it. No one else cares about it too much. Stoico up top. Does get a spot on towards both Retsu and LeBron there with the Observer Ward. And actually, Retsu still hanging about. Fantastic blink to the side there from Raze. The Fisher placement cuts off any chance of escape here from Retsu. Actually going to try and turn this around with the Avalanche, but he just knows he's dead. There's nothing he can do here. He will fall. Rotation though comes in from Stoikov. Tornado lands on towards Raze. The surge just quickly gets him out of danger. They do get the Surf and Block Blow on towards the Dark Side with the Sunstrike as well. They take him out, but Pablo gets quickly killed in response. So it's a double for LeBron. Maybe Nefrit overextended his mark. It's pretty tanky. He actually turned around with the Echo, but it doesn't do too much damage. Nobody else was nearby, and it cost Raze his life. All of a sudden, that puts it into the favor of Zero Tenacity. Sure, they do lose their carry, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange, or 3-for-2 exchange, sorry. It's about 1,000 gold swing in their favor, 1,300 experience as well. They'll take it. Not like it's really impeded Retsu's farm that much either. He's still doing pretty damn good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There is this Invoker though, is top of the net worth. Just over 2k got away from that Ags now. Making some very solid progress. And when he gets that, that's going to be a really scary part for the side of Quantum. And they actually all TP up towards the north side as the Tormentor is up. And they want to try and get it. I feel like they prefer to get a shard on towards. I don't know if you want it on the Shaman. I think it goes over towards LeBron. Being able to use both Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost at the same time is pretty good. They actually go all straight away through the Twin Gate, head down to the south side of the map, where Quantum Esports are attempting to move their own. With the smoke play, Lucas. He gets found though, quick blink forwards from Pablo, they got the spot, meanwhile off towards the side, Retsu not going to get connected on by the Ice Blast, he is A-OK. The rest of the team just finished off Lucas. And with the usage of the Dark Ascension, that's going to put an end to it. But Zero Tenacity happy, they're the ones who got a free kill onto the enemy carry, they don't mind. Mid though, Stoikov in danger, just get dove underneath his tier 1 tower. There's just no help to be seen. And that's a huge kill to finally. In comes the retaliation of the rest of the squad. There is going to be the ward trap on towards Fezor. Coiler. Still a few seconds left of the Dark Ascensions. We continue to just flap his wings and run away. And PA losing his life though is the big problem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
I mean, in about 1100 gold when that BKB is up for the PA, those sort of players won't really get a kill anymore because there is no piercing stuns available on the side of Zero Tenacity. I mean, you still have to be wary of a Blink Hex coming on out from the Shadow Shaman, right? Because it's just so hard to react to that unless you want to go for Lincolns. It's just a very costly investment. Probably not going to go for it. Retsu now does have his Shadow Blade up and completed. He's going to try and find somebody right now. He runs straight in towards Coil Up. He's a very tanky Night Stalker. I don't think that's the target he wants. Maybe if there was a teammate nearby, he could have, tossed them back to or whatever. They might have gone for it, but too risky. Re-get gold lead though here for Zero Tenacity. 1,000 gold, Nefrit will have a blink. And it's 700 gold, Stoikov will have the Ags, and then the Wombo combo will be officially online. If they catch anybody inside of Quantum with their pants down, they are deado. Super dead, triple dead, beyond dead. They will just not exist. And Ray's continuing to hunt. Hasn't really been able to get many new items since that Kaya completion a while ago. trying to go for the S and Y next. About 600 gold away. We'll see how quick that is actually going to be, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Both teams just being very chill, waiting for their next set of items to actually come out before they want to make any moves. Obviously, Quantum have just got the BKB on the PA, and they're not forced any actions. They're very much willing to just play quite reactive here. Raze is just like always hunting with Fezzle. This is like their game plan, it feels. Just have the Earthshake in the AA, roam around the map, try and find some free kills, and just slow down the game for the PA to be able to overtake this Tiny.
Well-gotten gains.
But the action might be coming to them very soon, as the Ags is now online. Blink Dagger is also coming out on the Courier for the Tide in a few seconds. There it is. This is where the action begins. And it looks like Quantum might be providing a fight themselves. They're all gathering up in the triangle area. They've got an Arcane Rune bottled up on here and Raze. They might go for a smoke play. Let's see what they find. It looks like they're actually leaving the PA out of this. They just want to make a move as a 4-man unit. Oh, the scan connects on towards the Roche pit. Quantum leave it though. Doesn't matter, smokes are breaking. Nefrit is going to be the target of choice. Quick angle slam used. He manages to get off the rabbit. Out comes the Cataclysm as well! And the damage is huge! And all of a sudden, Quantum have to try and run away. The Tornado connects on towards the AA. LeBron will survive. Actually ticks out on towards him, so never mind. It is 2 for 2. Quantum maybe thinking about standing their ground right now. But the dust connection on towards Retsu puts a pause in their plans. And to be honest, after everything connected, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't all just immediately die and lose that fight. But that's max points into Exhort as well. Because the Tiny wasn't really in a position to start pumping up the DPS on top of everything else. I mean, at the end of the day, considering how Quantum Esports are behind by a bit, they actually did come out ahead point for gold public experience. You see the combo, bam. It's really weird how it didn't insta-kill Fezzor as well. But I guess he actually shared some of the damage with the PA. Obviously, Quantum no though. 70 seconds without the Ravage. They haven't got to worry about that combo for quite a while, but at the same time, they're waiting for their own ultimates. 10 seconds, then we actually have Echo. And it looks like they're going to use this time as best they can. Retsu finds lots of them. Stoikov's also here. They can just make immediate focus on towards Coiler, but there was a few other members of Quantum nearby instead. Looks like they got the control on towards Fezzor. The AA will be the sacrificial lamb. Lucas, TP on the trees. Ooh. Cataclysm for vision, but it came in just a tiny bit too late. Could have set up for a good avalanche. They are holding on to their step with advantages here in Tenacity. And they're actually going to get Roche. Wards dropped. Macropire's in. Not a single member of Quantum Esports is in the vicinity to stop this. This will be an Aegis going into the hands of Retsu. Maybe you can make an argument giving it over towards Stoikov, to be honest, but they just want to make sure that Retsu survives every time. Fezzor. In the triangle, hide underneath his own wards. Has to be careful though. Still a few moments of zero tenacity nearby.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm just waiting for what Zero Tenacity are going to try and do with this Aegis. For another 4 minutes. We're going to start grouping up, take down some tier 2 towers. Actually, maybe Coiler's the one in danger. TP down to the bot from the old Tide. And they easily find the kill. The dead in the water just makes it so damn hard to escape those situations. Although mid looks like they're going to make a counter kill on towards LeBron. Ice Path lands, they get the kill. Retsu though is going to try and control around. In comes the Cataclysm, does some good damage, and it kills Fezor. And Ray's trying to run away right now. Dukin and driving in the trees, blink up in a second, but it doesn't matter. The tree through the trees find him, and they take him out. 3-for-1 exchange. Lucas, maybe being a bit greedy there. He stopped to farm up the wave, but it doesn't actually look like he's going to be punished for it. Or is he? Pablo? He's really chasing for this one, but Lucas will make it out of dodge. Risky plays, but he doesn't get punished this time. Instead, it is just another advantage going the way of Zero Tenacity here. That time they didn't even need the Ravage to set up for the Cataclysm. Just an avalanche toss was all they needed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're just watching Retsu deny their own Sentry Ward to unblock the Radiant camp because he wanted to farm it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Because I don't care if the other team get more value out in the long run. I just want money. Retsu, invised up, runs straight in towards the Ducks here right now. Tossing it back. Well, actually, they miscommunicate a little bit, so the Ice Path misses, but I don't think it's making any difference. The dead in the water, the damage is too much. And they find the kill either way. Gone for 45 seconds. Retsu just continually hunting. He's underneath a Sentry Ward, so they know he's about. He's very aggressive. Cataclysm's back off cooldown. Ravage is available as well. Oh, Lucas at the bot. Looks like he's been found here by Stoikov.
Radiant are scanning.
Forces out the BKB. And Lucas has to just TP out. And itself is a pretty good win. I think that was the 7-second cooldown there for, or 7-second duration with the BKB, so it's down to just 6 seconds. Retsu. Avalanche does actually find the AA, forced up and back up towards the high ground. It looks like ATM. Or Quantum, I don't know how ATM came from. They thought about taking the fight. Wall was dropped, Dark Ascension was used, Ice Blast was used. And they don't get anything out of it. They still just lose their tier 2 tower. Age is intact for another minute. So I feel like Zero Tenacity, they're just going to wait another 10 seconds for this Noisog almost end and make a play. Meanwhile up top though, talking about making plays, Stoikov continuing to try and solo Lucas. In danger though, and he's actually just going to lose his life for this one. Far too over-aggressive. Retsu come in, but a 4-star puts immediate stop, attempting to vacuum him up to the high ground. But it does not work. That just ends up being a free kill on towards Stoikov, and that's a big problem. That could have been an opportunity for a high ground push. And immediately are stalled 50 seconds about their mid. And really without the Cataclysm, might give them pause for thought. Only 30 seconds on the Aegis as well, so yeah, they're just going to have to chill, fall back, and just wait for the next opportunity to go for a play. The BKB's just been picked up here for Darkseid. Oh, up top though, Race has been found. Nefrit as well as Pablo on his case, and the dead in the water, man. It's just so frustrating. His attack speed's too crap to deal with it. He can't run. He just gets annihilated as soon as this Tiny shows up. In for another Silver Edge forwards. Oh, Pablo. He's found a grab on towards the AA. He's able to get the 4-star. Found Retsu actually tosses him over towards the side. Lands on top of his own teammate. LeBron though, good use of the ice path there. Catches him mid-escape. Tornado lands. The shackle setting it all up. And he will die as well. 3 people dead here for Quantum. Could be that high ground scenario coming up very soon, as Cataclysm is definitely available. Ravage is available. More than ready to go for a push and take some more fights. Stoikov though is playing so deep on his own. There was a gem in the hands of Koiva. They saw him come in, but instead Stoikov not be able to find anything. Stand his ground. It's all a distraction though. It drew the rest of Zero Tenacity away from this middle set of barracks. Just wasting time. Darkseid is going to be up in 10.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
No smokes up here, Quantum. It looks like Zero Tenacity. They're going to take what they got. Tier 3 plus a ranged barracks. They'll just disengage. There is still this smoke that's running here on Quantum. We'll see if they try and do anything with it. It's just actually Raze and Coilo who are under the effects anymore. Maybe now Zero Tenacity might wait for the second Roche. Go again with that age advantage. As long as if Retsu has it and he's just the one set up on the high ground beating into the buildings, it's just so hard for Quantum to try and stop him. Well, looks like another Tormentor gets picked up. This time free shard going over towards Pablo, so you've got the weird foul play thing. It's not very good. it's okay. But it's a pretty naff one. Compared to the old one where Shackles would just get the snakes, it was much better. Oh, you know, I was talking about that. Absolute rubbish. Raze gets found inside the triangle area by Pablo towards Nefrit, help with the Sunstrike. That's a big kill. Ravage wasn't even used. Obviously, there is a buyback, only 30 seconds. There's not really enough time here for Zero Tenacity to do much about it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But they're going to try anyway.
Bottom tower is under
Bomb
attack.
tier 3 being aggressed, and just look where Quantum are. They're miles away from the base. They're forced to TP back. Snakes have also been dropped, so Zero Tenacity really want this objective. Glyph has already been used as well, and the creeps are still intact. Depends how hard they're going to try to defend this one. Seal Bridge has already been used, and Ku tries to go forwards there with the vacuum, but does cancel it. Snakes continuing to chip away at the buildings.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
There's just nothing the Quantum can do, they're just having to watch. Surge forwards. Macropire, Ice Path, everything drops from afar. There's going to be the jump at the Ravage. In comes the Cataclysm as well, and there's so much damage yet again. Lucas though will jump on in. He's trying to man fight this as best as possible, obviously killing LeBron, but aggressive buyback users, especially one from Anku, comes back on with a two-man vacuum. Does get a couple of illusions to help on out, but they get deleted in a second here from Retsu. They mean absolutely nothing. And with no PA for a full minute, Zero Tenacity can probably just go for Megas right now, and I don't see a way for Quantum to stop this from happening. Fisher trying to be annoying, but Retsu's attack range is so long that he can just hit over the top of it. He does not care.
Radiant's top tower has
Tier 3
fallen.
gone, AA spawning in 3 seconds. They might just have to hope everything on a vacuum, echo, ice blast play. It feels like the only way they could try and recover. But as I'm saying that, Anku's been caught. Actually, they dropped the echo. They don't blast anybody down. And I think that's like their win condition just used for absolutely nothing. As Anku's getting chucked around left, right, and center. Nefrit's got the anchor on top of Raze as well. They chuck out the Cataclysm just for dramatic effect as GG is called. And Zero Tenacity do end up taking this series down 2-1.
Dire victory.
I mean, this one was a much evener game compared to the second one for sure. Very similar start to game number 1, but this time again, Zero Tenacity actually playing as a team. Didn't make any mistakes, and they just ended up running away with it, and it didn't really seem like there was much the Quantum could do to stop them. Again, just like their last-ditch effort there to try and go for like a vacuum echo ice blast, but it just wasn't connected, and unfortunately just could not be able to hold on long enough for the PA to respawn, and that is it. Zero Tenacity take this one down in a 2-1 fashion. They do give themselves needed victory here for some more points into the CCT, so they do have one more series left after this to play, and if they can win it, I feel like their chances of going through to the actual playoffs of the CCT are guaranteed. Meanwhile, Quantum Esports are going to have to try and recover as best they can and win the next two to have any hopes of making it through. But obviously, guys, that is just the end of the third series of the day. We do have a fourth and final one coming up for you guys. It is going to be Winter Bears going up against Rabbit Yagi. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, or maybe right. I don't even know, but that is going to be the next one. It's scheduled to start in a minute, but obviously we'll have a slightly longer break considering how this one has overrun. So we'll probably be back in about 10 minutes so, but do come back for some more CCT. We'll see you guys soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the fourth and final game of the day coming up for you guys. It is going to be Winter Bears up against Rabbit Yagi here for the CCT Series number 8. Obviously, all you guys probably heard of Winter Bears at this point. It's been a team been around for a few years now, kind of since the conception of like the Messoir region. And they have been quite a staple team of the entire side so far. Last time these guys performed was at the Dream League qualifiers, where they actually had a third place finish. Obviously up against VP and Nigel Galaxy, is a very, very strong team, so it's not too surprised in all honesty. But these guys are very, very strong players indeed. Reality, Pastille, Catchall, Delight, as well as Johnny Pro. These guys have been on the same squad for quite a while now, building up a bit of comradeship, which is really nice to see. And hopefully we'll be able to see them break out into the top tiers of Dota 2 very soon, because I feel like they've put a lot of effort in, they've put a lot of work, and hopefully they can get to that point at one point. Obviously, in-game Reality, I'm pretty sure his name is Malfurion Stormrage, so that's probably what I'm going to be calling him, because I'm a simple creature. I say what I see. You know, that's just how I get by in life. So don't be confused. His official name is Reality, but it's always Malfurion in game. He never changes it because he just doesn't care. Yeah, we'll leave that to him. But obviously they're opponents of Rabbit Yagi. These guys, obviously, maybe a little bit less in the known area. Snow One, Mirel, Spirit, Astakor, and Denten. Not exactly like their household names coming on through. These guys are relatively new to the Dota 2 scene. They're trying to find their sort of opening to be able to get into a solid squad, work together to build up a big, big name. And maybe this could be this kind of beginnings for them here in the CCT Series number 8, but it's not going to be an easy series for them whatsoever coming up against Winter Bears here. So they're going to have to really give it their all. I believe this is actually Rabbit Yagi's last game to play as well. As obviously Asakura, who was a team in the CCT, actually just dropped out entirely. So they weren't meant to play on the last day. They got the bye for that. So yeah, their final game is this one right now. And they have to win it to be able to get a 2-for-2 standing, I believe. Yeah, they're currently 1-2 right now. So they've got to be able to get it to draw the line. And that's kind of like the bare minimum you need to have any hope of making it through to the playoffs here, the CCT. So we'll have to wait and see if they can do it. Funny thing as well for the side of Winter Bears, if you're looking at the scoreboard, it says they have 2 games played, but they actually don't. They had to forfeit their first game, and then they've had a forfeit because of Asakura as well. So technically this is their first game, despite the fact that it says they've had 2. It just doesn't matter. But still, the game is underway. Obviously, you guys can see, and the draft is already progressing. We have a Magnus first pick here coming out from Winter Bears. Very likely to be a catch-all hero, definitely along his line of kind of heroes he likes to play. But Rabbit Yagi do respond by going for the TB, so trying to go for that kind of late-game be-all, end-all kind of carry that can just do all the work for the squad. It just depends if you can get there to make this guy feel really, really impactful. But the way Winter Bears play, they're generally quite quick, they're quite aggressive, so they might not provide that space to allow this TB to become scary. But only time will tell. I've not even had a chance to even talk about the previous bans because I've been waffling on about other random crap, so I do apologize. There was a TA, Nature's Prophet, Tinker PA. That was banned by Winter Bears in the opening phase. Rabbit Yagi took away the Beastmaster, Monkey King, as well as the Darkseer. Was their own 3, sorry. We'll see what else they remove. They do actually get rid of the Morphling. I mean, it is a carry that they've played quite a few times on the side of Winter Bears, but I feel like now with the re-emergence of Ancient Apparition, all you have to do is just take him and Morphling is all of a sudden unplayable. Like, I was casting a game, I can't remember, it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, but there was an Ancient Apparition, but it was also picked with a Spirit Breaker. The other team thought, oh, Spirit Breaker, we'll just get Morphling because he's absolutely incredible. You get Bulldoze. But they completely forgot that AA shuts down Morphling and he had the worst game ever. And it was quite a beatdown to watch. So as long as if nobody falls into those traps, you should be all right. But Bristleback actually picked up here for Winter Bears. I say generally it's your position 3, but the fact that it's already been paired up with the Magnus leads me to believe that it could be the support Bristle we've seen a couple of times. It works well in the POS 5 role. That being said, it's also Pastil hero, like the Magnus plays Pastil plays Magnus in the mid, in which case Bristleback could still be in the off lane. It does remain to be seen. But Silencer getting picked up here from the side of Rabbit Yagi does immediately make some heroes very, very awkward to play. You know, things like Storm Sprint and like that are just kind of out of the question. One global silence used at the wrong time and you are just screwed. Absolutely screwed. Tusk picked up as well, then immediately responded by the Phoenix here for Winter Bears. I mean, it's quite interesting picking a Phoenix into a silence, I'm not going to lie. Because in the laning phase, all it takes is like, you use last words on the Phoenix, and then all of a sudden you can't dive away to safety. Because as soon as you use dive, you just appear at back of your original spot, and you're most likely just going to die again. So I feel that's a little bit awkward. But it does obviously combo quite well up with the Magnus. Like, you got the egg protection of the RP, denies retreat at the same time, so you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least a couple of heroes connected on by the egg, as long as if the spells come out in the correct order. But yeah, it's not the best thing against the silence in the world. But we'll see if that decision comes back to punish Winter Bears at all. Marcy also grabbed here. So that feels like they're two supports. Marcy 5, Phoenix 4, Bristleback 3, Magnus in the mid lane. So just their carry to grab for Reality / Malfurion. Because, again, look, I mean, you guys can't see it, but even on my screen at the bottom right now, it says Malfurion. Okay? Leave me alone. We'll pick those here, and Storm Spirit is going to be the hero of choice. You know, I was saying how Silencer kind of screws over Storm, but doesn't matter if we're on the same team at all, so it does make sense. There's no real reliable catch for this Storm Spirit as well, so it does appear to have a pretty good start. Like, the only stuns they have are the rebound from Marcy, which obviously takes a bit of time to do. You can see it coming, you can react, and RP, again, it's not like a quick instant press button stun. There is a little bit of leeway, but you can still obviously catch him by surprise. Obviously, BKB is not in the immediate counter to that. We'll see what else they're going to ban. Rabbi Yagi actually ban out the Huskar, but I feel like it's guaranteed to be Pastil on the Magnus mid. I don't know how many times Winter Bears have played carry mag. It's hard to tell. Let's see. Centaur, though, banned out from Winter Bears. Obviously, it is quite clear that Rabbit Yagi are after an offlaner, but I feel like they need someone who provides some AoE, some form of control. At the moment, they have none. Literally none. They have the Global Silence, and that's kind of it. Maybe Electric Vortex once you get Ags, but that's a long way down the road. So maybe Mars could be a good choice. Maybe Tide. Obviously, neither of those provide you any way of dealing with the egg. Centaur, at the very least, would have given you a way to escape the egg. It's an awkward situation to be in. I wonder if Slardar could be a good choice. Beastmaster's obviously already gone, can't rely on that. There's no Darks here. There's probably some other very obvious offlaner that I am completely forgetting about. Underlord any good? Doesn't really provide him for the egg though, that's the problem. I don't know if they can pick anyone that's really going to help with this egg. I mean, there was once upon a time in Dota 2 history where people were playing Snapfire position 3. It obviously deals with the egg, but you don't have any lockdown again for the Morton's Kisses, so now that's trash. Forget about that. What else is there? Doom? Doom could be alright. Give him the Phoenix before he gets the ult off, or the mag. It's a good frontliner. not a bad lane partner with the Silencer. I know, with the Tusk, sorry, so it'd be Tusk for this game, Silencer 5, very most likely. But then if you want someone just to completely combat with the Tusk, like, you know, try and find kills with the tag team or something like that. No, really trying to think. Quite a pickle. But Rabbit Yagi using a lot of their reserve time here just for this final ban. I guess they're just not sure themselves whether this is indeed going to be Magnus mids, or whether if they're just going to double down and ban another mid laner. Because again, I'm going to say Puck's solid here for Winter Bears. Like, if they wanted to play Magnus carry, then you could go Puck, and then you've got like another form of AoE troll lockdown to combo up with the egg. You have catch for the Storm Spirit. They actually get rid of the Lycan, and then go for the Legion Commander. That's quite an interesting route to take here. Generally, you have an LC. People try to pair it up with some kind of, like, you know, global presence. So an Invoker with Sunstrike, or even a Zeus to some degree. But they go for the LC here. Can't see any, like, obvious combos that work with it. I mean, it's a relatively decent lane pairing with the Tusk for sure. Like, it's a hero who wants to get up close and personal. Tusk definitely facilitates that quite a lot. Okay, well, we'll see how it obviously pans out. It's good protection for the TB as well later on. You know, if you duel up whilst people are diving on him, you give him the chance to go for a Sunder. You can even sunder people's dual targets, like give the LC extra life, or, you know, basically kill the other person. That's weird. The Winter Bears, looking for this last pick. The Rabbit Yagi did try and edge their bets a little bit. They took away a mid laner and an off laner, but they did not ban a carry. Just trying to think of what other carry could be a good idea for the side of Winter Bears. I mean, a natural Manta builder for the Silencer would be really good. Medusa... I mean, Medusa... it's okay. Sniper! Okay, I mean... Sniper on Pastille, so it is going to be the carry Magnus then. I don't know about that one. I mean, Storm Spirit can easily get on top of you, so you're always harassed unless you're like a million miles ahead. An LC duel is absolutely devastating because you don't really have any saves from your supports. I mean, actually, Marcy, you can do the pick me up. So I guess he can grab Pastille whilst he's dueling and just throw him away. Delight as well. With the Sunray, will be doing some good work. It looks like he's actually going for the Dying Light rather than the... I can't remember how the other one's called, like the Concentrated Beam one. I can't remember what it's called though. Catcher is, yeah, playing the Bristleback in the off lane, carry mag. That's pretty interesting. I don't know, some quite odd little directions that this draft has taken here. I mean, Sniper is one of the heroes which doesn't care about Silencer, so like it makes sense to that degree. You're going to be able to win your lane up against the Storm Spirit for sure. The question mark for me is literally just like when the laning phases end, mid-game, if the Legion Commander gets like a timely blink and the Storm Spirit's after you, you might get punished quite a lot. In which case then there's going to be a lot of pressure on the back of Malfury and Storm Rage here. So, I don't know which way I'm going to go. Again, as well, the Phoenix pick into the Silencer is a bit iffy. Yeah, it's a bit iffy. But, I feel like in general, I prefer just the lineup, or like the roster of Winter Bears. I know someone in chat was saying how Robert Yagi have a very high MMR carry, so if he can run away with it, sure. And again, TB is that kind of hero. You know, if you have a good start, you can 1v5 in a lot of situations if you are just that phenomenal on the hero. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be on the cards here for Rabbit Yagi, or if Winter Bears are going to be able to take down this game number 1. We'll just have to find out. Like I was saying as well, despite the fact that Winter Bears have 2 games down on the score sheet, this is their actual first game of CCT number 8. And we do have this smoke move here for Winter Bears. Oh, Snow. He runs into 4 people. There is going to be the rebound there forwards from Johnny Pro. Snow's in danger, and eventually he will go down. Pastil. I thought Pastil might have got killed there with the use of the shrapnel, but he doesn't get it. Instead, Delight is done with the first blood bonus. I also see Pastil's gone for the ghillie suit facet as well. You just don't really see the Scatter Blast or whatever the hell it's called anymore. Like, lots of people have moved away from it. Obviously, sometimes the vision is just really damn good. I don't know if you really get much value out of ghillie suit, considering how there will be a storm always chasing you or something. I don't know. It could be good. Bounties, though. Actually ends up being a 3-for-1 exchange favouring Rabbit Yagi there. Looks like Delight lost the clicking war against Snow.
All in a day's work. This is bullshit.
The game is now officially away. Start checking out lanes first. There's actually both supports and Winter Bears at the top here. Looks like Johnny Pro is going to go for a surprise gank on top of Snow. See just how quickly they're going to dive. And he actually looks like he's just walked out, showed himself. Okay, so the sneak attack play hasn't happened. We'll probably see Johnny Pro just walk back to the Twin Gate and join Malfurion here at the bot, who isn't really being punished at all in a 1v2. Obviously, the creeps have pushed out quite fast, and now he's going to be in a dangerous situation. Yeah, like Denten's just going to really zone him as best as he can. Like, they know that there is still no support. Like, Johnny Pro has only just now begun TPing back to help out his carry. Finally giving up on this kill attempt. And we'll see how this mid lane goes. I am pretty confident that Pastil is going to be able to gain a fair lead. May even have a possibility of a solo kill pre-level 6 on the cards. Just depends if maybe they catch the Storm Spirit by surprise. And just look all this brawling go along on the bot lane, man. Just endless fighting. They're going to get the sharp block with the tag team. Johnny Pro, he's actually going to dive for this one. Now Malfurion, he's standing his ground to start, but he has to then run. You've really got to pay respect to that damage. It racks up so quickly. Like Shard plus tag team plus overwhelming ults on top of that. And if you get a few lucky moment of courage procs as well, just to get the extra hit off the tag team, it's really, really devastating. Also looks like in the Dire jungle, Delight is getting ran down here by Azteca. He also has a blood grenade available. I think he's just dead. Although Delight is actually standing his ground, he's doing good damage in response. Sticks are forced. Azteca trying to go for the deny. It's not actually going to happen. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. The power of minus 50 attack speed. Just couldn't do anything there on Silencer. We'll also be able to go mid, make sure that the other water rune is taken away, so no regen here for Morelli. Catchall's taking a lot of harassment. Oh, skewer from the side. Nice cliff comes in there from Malfurion, but obviously an immediate TP puts an end to that. And with the shard block, Malfurion's in a really dangerous position. There is going to be the very minor movement from Johnny Pro there, using the pick-me-up, and Malfurion is still in danger. Can't even grab the Lotus, actually gets snatched away, and he still loses his life. Very, very unfortunate. I'm kind of surprised Johnny Pro didn't go further with the jump. Just didn't move. Oh, big kill to 5. Actually, if you have a look at the CS, Malfurion is seriously struggling. Only 9 and 2. You can compare it up to Snowy, who is now 18 and 5. is just vastly different. Can't see if that changes anytime soon, but so far I feel like Rabbit Yagi are very, very happy with how their off lane going. But we are starting to see this rift form in the mid lane now. Pastille has just completely zoned out Morelli, who is having to jungle now at 4 minutes in. He's at least going to be able to get a bottle refill on the bounty.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pastille's is chipping away. Meanwhile, constant aggression bottom. Malfurion now. He will be able to make it out alive, but just so much harassment. And they're just running out of regen. Johnny Pro might lose his life. There will be the after shockwave that makes a bit of space. But I feel like it's only a matter of time. Denten has boots. Johnny Pro does not. And he actually gives up the chase. Not willing to dive any further. They might rely on a rotation from some of these supports very soon. Even Catchel at the top is being punished. Look how low he is. I feel like the punishment is still worse here for Morelli. He's just being kept so far away from his tower. He's actually able to get a water rune refill at the bot. Pastille hadn't denied that one already.
Radiant are scanning.
And Pastille's about to hit level 6. Morelli's still on his own level 4. Okay, finally hits level 5, but there is a full level between these two already. It's not a comfortable position to be in. I definitely see him make some plays soon. Yeah, he's already leveled up Assassinate as well. That definitely means he wants to start getting active. There's tons of stats as well.
Consider yourself denied.
In top lane, still continues to be Snow having a decent time, 32 and 10. But to be honest, all things considered, every time I've looked up, Catchel's been getting harassed non-stop. He's still doing quite well, 25 and 3. I mean, it definitely could be worse considering how much effort the Silence has been doing hitting him. A 6-minute rune spawn. Everybody rotating in. And they get there too late. Pastille just gets a free deny on towards the Arcane. So no refill here for Morel. But he's getting quite close to his 6. He's getting Catchel, has to TP away, but no stuns, he is fine. Up top though, Morel in danger, Assassinate, everything used. They actually give up. Very good dodge there, to be honest, with the Storm Spirit. If he lost his life, it could have easily start seeing quite a spiral. And another cliff here from Malfurion. Spirit just stuck up top. Although the retaliation here from Denten, can he actually just get the kill either way on towards Malfurion? He's getting very low, the creep's blocking. He actually does survive. He's going to continue to chase. There's a skew up in a second.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice use actually of the skewer there to guarantee to grab the Lotus, but it's just buying time. He's going to die. So literally just gets ran down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Denton can use his shards to pull Spirit down, right? Right? Oh, okay, he's just going to go for the easier snowball play. That makes sense. I was thinking, while that fight was going on, he could have just, thrown the shards off to the side, got the LC involved, and maybe got the kill that way. But, he wanted solo experience. Can't blame him. As a support, I know what that feels like. I like experience too. But they need to change something here for Winter Bears. Malfurion is getting nothing out of this lane. He's the bottom farm core by a fair margin. I mean, a rotation from Pastille will be very handy, especially seeing how the middle tier 1 tower has already been taken away. He could definitely afford this rotation, but actually, thinking of rotations, Denten moves up towards the top, trying to get his kill on towards the Bristle, and they get him either way. The pick me up there from Johnny Pro, not enough to save his offlaner. And now Pastille's just kind of here, already shown himself, so I guess he's just going to farm up this wave now. Might see Catchel move to a different lane, soak up the XP from the mids, who knows. But the moves continue, so it looks like Malfurion now is going to be the next target. There is a duel available, Snow comes in. Easy first victory of the game there for Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And his tier 1 tower is going to drop as well. Here's a solid 1k gold advantage at this stage of the game here for Rabbit Yagi. Like Pastille easily won the mid, but
Radiant's
Snowy
bottom
is a
tower
mile
has
ahead of
fallen.
Malfurion, so they kind of
Dire's
cancel each
top
other
tower
out.
is under attack.
So it looks like the top tier one might not go down, actually. It's taking a bit of time. TB is actually coming back up here to defend it, but Pastil's just going to slowly continue, whittle this one down. And there you go.
Dire's
Tower
top
drops.
tower
Took a bit of
has
time, but he
fallen.
got there. So it feels like, considering just how far behind Malfurion is, Pastil might just be the pseudo carry for the longest time. As it looks like they're setting up to go for another attempt on towards Malfurion, but Spirit, until he gets that Blink Dagger online, it's very hard to
Dire's
catch him
top
so
tower
close to
is under
towers.
attack.
I mean, he has the Blade Mail plus Blink queued for Spirit, but I feel like you could just go all the way in for the Blink. Okay, no, he started buying out for the Blade Mail, so he definitely wants that first. Then he's going to go for the extra catch potential.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Amplified damage picked up here from Pastil. He wants to look for kills,
Are scanning.
but nobody's presenting themselves here on the side of Rabbit Yagi. They really are keeping their distance. Pastil actually just trying to steal neutral creeps away from Morelli. You know, he's shut him down the lane. He doesn't really want to give him any space to try and recover. But they're just moving around as, you know, the two supports plus this sniper trying to dominate as much of the space as they possibly can. I wouldn't be too surprised if Rabbit Yagi just make another move towards Malfurion soon. Just continue to shut down this Max game. We've had a few
Dire's
minutes
middle
apiece,
tower is under attack.
which I'm sure he's very, very happy about.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's nearly got his Mask of Madness online, which will definitely help him recover, but at the same time, Snow is just having complete free farm on this TB, which is very scary. Very scary indeed. I mean, Pastil just seems quite content at just holding this area. Appears mid every now and then, kills the creep wave, farming up the jungle. This is an aggressive charge forward, some Snow. Long zip here from the Storm Spirit, down to half his mana, but can't quite reach. They're continuing to chase though. Spirit is also coming on in. Another dive away, and Winter Bears are able to avoid everything. So maybe just a bit of wasted time here for Rabbit Yagi, but they're continuing to bring more reinforcements. Den 10 in the jungle, starting off on towards Catchall. There's the jump off towards the side there with help with the Master, but the duel and the control on towards the two of them is so much damage. Egg will pop though, connects on towards two, and a dive forwards there from Delight to get the kill on towards the LC. RP drops, they managed to kill one. Snow though turns around with the use of the Thunder. Now Furion will be the one who dies, and Pastil has to just TP out. And it ends up being a huge victory here for Rabbit Yagi, 4 for 2, and they still get a dual victory on top of that. They are super happy. And they tried so hard to kill the TB before he could get that Sunder off, but it's just too damn slow. And unfortunately, at this stage of the game, considering how rough of a start Catchall's had, he's not tanky enough to survive a lot of this. But actually, it looks like in live play, we have fights going on at the tier 1 tower. Mirel will die. I think Snow TP'd out, just giving you guys the play run. Den 10 also dies. He was trying to dive for tier 2 for a kill on towards Johnny Pro. So, okay, Winter Bears bounced back by getting 2 kills. Storm Spirit being a good one, but he's not worth a huge amount of gold considering just how poor this Storm is.
This will come in handy.
Yeah, less than 1k gold advantage at this stage in the game in the favor of Winter Bears. Win probability though has been like a steady like 60% for Robert Yagi this entire game. Out of the TB. Hello. Triangle. Morelli. He's going to be fine. Again, there's not really any guaranteed lockdown for this Storm Spirit, so he just does whatever he wants. Spirit, bonus body falls. Okay, Johnny Pro goes to the reposition. There's going to be the Blade Mail. Turns around with the duel on towards the Marcy. He gets the kill. He might not even die for this one. He's getting slowed here from the slot, but the final right click there does bring him down. So it is a support for a core at the end of the day. Golden XP will favor Winter Bears, but it's another dual victory here for the LC. Now up to bonus 30 at just 14 minutes into the game. That is a big chunk. Now, these early dual victories can make all the difference down the road. You see on the replay, this was what going on whilst the other replay was happening, as you guys can see. So they did lose the tower, but hey, killing the Storm, much worth it. So just DP's out straight away. Very nice. Now Furion resuming the recovery. Going in for a... Not sure what he's going in for next. Too many items have changed lately. I don't know. Is it just an Echo Saber?
Radiant are scanning.
It might just be an Echo Saber. I'm not even sure. I guess they just want as much damage as they can to try and kill the TB before he can just sunder again in the next team fight. Speaking of the TB, has a Manta completed in just about 1,000 gold. And there will be a big help. Still going in for the Hurricane Pike as his next item, 280 gold away, and that's going to be a massive upgrade for himself. Makes the distance versus the LC and the Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, Rabbit Yagi, they're going for the Tormentor at the bot lane. No read, no counter, so Den10 gets the free shards. It's the long tunnel of Tiki Defi.
Dire's middle tower
If you know what I mean. An immediate smoke, actually. I think they knew they had smoked because Morelli just shows himself immediately on the creeps, like appears out of thin air. So that information will be available for Winter Bears. They know this move's coming. The Spirit leading the charge on this LC. Still about 800 gold away from the Blink. That's really going to be their best form of initiation for quite a while. Until the Storm Spirit gets to the point where he has like BKB, Ags and all that sort of stuff, then he can be the one to start, you know, also chipping in. Oh, but they see Johnny Pro mid. Lots of TPs. They just really want this guy. Pastil shows himself, trying to help out. They get close enough for a duel. That is a free victory there for Spirit. Bumping up the lead to 2,000 gold now, as we do have a disconnect from Malfurion. On the one flip side, you know, this mag has been steadily increasing his net worth, has now just overtaken the LC at the very least. So that is something. But he's still a long ways away from being able to catch up to this TB. 2,500 gold separating these guys. It's a third of Malfurion's net worth. And Malfurion's actually going to go in for a Blink. Not really an item you see too much on carry mags, but it's kind of essential. He is their initiation this game. No one else can do it. Like, a Phoenix dive forward is rubbish, because more often than not, you're just going to be out of position. Bristleback is too slow. He just can't surprise people. There's no way you want your sniper to do it, so it will fall into the hands of Malfurion. So quite a few people from Rabbit Yagi gathering at the spot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just taking control of the Radiant jungle for now, but not going to be able to find any kills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh. Delight shows himself with the Fire Spirits.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
I think
attack.
that means Spirit has just found him. Yeah, he's dead. That was... that was a bit of a mistake. Delight showed himself
Dire's
whilst his
top
dive
tower
was on
is
cooldown.
under attack.
Definitely a huge punish that comes on through. It's another duel for 50 duel damage now for Spirit. At 18 minutes into the game, he's hitting for a scary amount right now.
Radiant's
Hitting more than a
bottom tower
TB.
is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified.
On tier 2, look like it's going to go down. Winterbear's nowhere near enough in a position to defend this one.
Radiant's bottom tower.
As
is
the
fallen.
Lincolns has actually been built
Radiant's
here
middle
by
tower is
Catchall.
under attack.
He's just sick and tired of being dueled, of being sundered, of being vortexed. He's done. Obviously, there's still a lot of other spells that could break this. Snowball. I don't think you can break... Does Walrus Punch
Radiant
go for
are
it? I can't
scanning.
remember. Global Silence as well. And Bristle doesn't really care that
Dire's
much
middle
about being hit by
tower is
Global.
under attack.
It's frustrating, but not as bad as some other heroes. Mariagi made this huge move across the map with this smoke, just trying to hunt for some more kills as best they can. But this time around, Winterbears are able to dodge it again. And as you can kind of see, because they're putting so much emphasis on looking for kills and trying to make space for the TB, the LC and Storm Spirit both are just not really progressing as fast as the other cores in terms of net worth. They're just stagnating behind by like a full 1,000 gold. So it's a problem that's going to have to be addressed at some point. Although if they can go for a kill on towards Catchall, it will definitely help them bump up their net worth. He does have this freshly completed Lincolns. Jump forwards, they break it immediately with the snowballs, and the duel comes through, and they get him killed. Although the Blade Mail nearly actually takes Spirit to the grave with him. But at the end of the day, it's another kill onto the offlaner. It's another duel victory.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's something that they're definitely going to have to be scared about, because they made that
Radiant's
jump
top
4
tower is
versus
under
1,
attack.
and he still did ridiculous amounts of damage. Meanwhile, Pastil just casually finds Azteca. I actually looked at what Pastil's been building for quite a while. He has 2.1k gold, no 2.3, sorry, sat in his pocket right now. He has a Mjolnir queued, he has a BKB queued, and he has Ag Shard queued, but he's not building anything towards it just yet. Actually, that's a lie, he's just bought a Mithril Hammer, so I'm guessing that means he's going for the BKB. See how quickly he gets it. Oh! 10-10? He gets spot. He's just gonna get chased down here. There's not really any way he can survive unless the rest of his team zip him from the north side. Create a distraction. The Storm Spirit just quickly jumps in and out, but unfortunately Pastil is still just gonna follow forward. They do manage to pick up this freebie there on towards the Tusk. Okay, he actually goes in for the Maelstrom first rather than the BKB.
This will come
It
in
definitely makes sense. There's still so much that pierces it. Duel, Walrus Punch, even the silence, but in the mid, another duel comes through, this time on towards Malfurion, so another death here for the Magnus. Just when his net worth finally hit the 10k mark, he gets immediately put back into the
Dire's
grave.
top tower has been denied.
And Spirit's got plus 80. Man, this is bad. The kind of damage you see in like pub games rather than pro play, because generally not many people get caught out by an LC to this degree, but this is just such a free game for Spirit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As soon as Malfurion respawns, you know, he's to get straight back to farming, do as best he can. He is actually also queued up a Lincoln Sphere now. He's just sick and tired of being caught in the same manner. But again, we saw what happened against Catchall. All it took was the Tusk to go first and just cancel, because he also has a blink. There's just so many things that pierce it. I was wondering if Pastille will also go for a Lincoln's, but I think that's too defensive. If they went for that kind of play, they would have nowhere near enough aggressive capabilities, and eventually they would just fall behind too much. Lots of pings mid. The Seals used on towards the LC, hold him at bay. Go for a smoke play here for Winter Bears. So they want to try and wrap around and reinvade their own jungle. I think they just caught a whiff of Spirit there. Observe Ward will also see him. Catcher's actually gone into the Roche pit. He's not interested in looking for hero kills right now. He's going to go for Roche, but that's going to take him a long time. Spirit, though, immediately jumps on it from Malfurion. And this is a big kill to find. Pastille getting the credit. Dominating spree for him, and now they really will go into the Roche pit. Oh, the Silencer's courier. I think it actually spot that this was going on, which is the funny thing. Trying to get vision. Okay, there you go, it does die. That's Deco. Has to be careful. Throws in some curse words and stuff, but it doesn't matter. Age is secured into the hands of Pastille. And now the true carry, it feels, on the side of Windspares does have that 2-life barrier to deal with. They're going to feel much more comfortable going into the next engagements. We do have another pause. Lots of people building now. Delight has the Agshard Q. Johnny Pro going in for a BKB. Pastille wants to complete Mjolnir, then BKB. Malfurion, Lincoln Sphere. Catchall going in for a Lotus. Meanwhile, on the side of Rabbit Yagi, we have the LC going in for the Aghanim Scepter. So just have a bit of 1v1 action going on. Actually, no, they've changed it now. It's not that they can only deal damage to each other. It just gives magic immunity, I think. Yeah, that's it. Magic immunity with that. The TB has Hurricane Pike queued. Storm Spirit going in for the Plasma, but still like 2,000 gold away. Tusk has nothing queued up, actually. Has the Blade Tag, which is the main item, and drums, but we'll see what else is going to prioritize. Ags can also be good. Ability to kick people is solid. Oh, actually, Duel may be coming in the bot lane. Catchall has been caught. Duel, does he actually get the victory for this? Just about. Very close or not, but actually it's bought a lot of time here for the rest of Winterbears to come on through. They're going to try and pursue for a counter kill. They caught a little whiff there of Spirit, but not going to dive in for more. Instead, Storm Spirit just zips forwards long distance right now. Snowballs actually grabs the Storm Spirit, which disjoints Morelli. That's a little bit of miscommunication, to be honest with you, but still, they get a kill on towards Catchall, third richest hero in the game. And it's another duel victory, so plus 100 now for the LC. And that was also another point, Rabbit Yagi making a play into the Aegis, and they felt comfortable enough to just send it, and obviously it panned out for them quite well. But with this Observer Ward in the dire triangle, they see Snow farming up. Malfurion goes for the jump, RP, it will connect onto it, but the Global Silence comes out afterwards, so no skew back play. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Delight goes down instead. So a double whammy there from the Global, sets up for a kill and saves TB's life whilst also wasting the RP at the same time. And this is why lots of teams just ban Sniper. It is so damn frustrating to play against. Oh, long zip on towards Pastille. Morelli trying to start this off right now, and this will be Pastille's first life going down. There's a couple of people nearby to try and help, but his first life dies. At the same time, Johnny Pro turns up. Now he's just completely separated solo, and Pastille gets dueled straight away, and 2 kills there for Snow, 4 kill streak. And very, very quickly, Winterbears have fallen behind by 1.5 miles, 6,000 gold lead. And even Malfurion's been caught here. Morel just playing with him. Obviously, Spirit, no duel available, but he doesn't need it. The right clicks are enough. Yeah, 10 to 19, 6k gold lead. And just nothing seems to really be going right here for the side of Winterbears. They're very split. Every kill tip they find just gets countered. They're just losing people left, right, center. There's a really well-played game of Dota 2 here from Rabbit Yagi. Just looking at the net worth of Snow is insane. 19,000 net worth. Second place. Oh, another duel. This time it's solo. Spirit doesn't need no help. Just nets an absolute freebie. Now he's getting plus 20 every damn kill. It's mad. Meanwhile, fight going on in the triangle. Trying to make a play here on towards Catcher, but he's pretty damn tanky. It might just cost Den10 is live. The right clicks though just raining in from Snow. Catcher with the backlines doing a lot of work. There will also be the egg gets dropped. Global though just Malfurion completely caught out. Snow actually standing this guy a little bit too long. Full stuff. He's trying to run as best he can. There will be the ultimate from the sniper, but it actually gets cancelled there by the good charge in from Morel. As also Spirit is here. Buyback from Johnny Pro, trying to make space there for his mid lane. It actually just dies to the Blade Mail. The damage return is too much. It's a dieback from Johnny Pro and Delight. What can he do in this situation? He has Fire Spirit, so that is about it. Nothing to make any difference at all. And it's a team wiping a bit there. Comes out from Rabbit Yaki. All they lose is their Tusk. And this just looks so completely out of control now. Winter Bears. Every engagement has just gone awry again and again. Catcher was just food, it feels. I'm wondering if a Crimson Guard probably would have been a better choice maybe than the Lincoln Sphere at this stage of the game, because it's just so much physical damage. Like, the TB for one is dealing a ridiculous amount, but you've got to contend with Spirit, who's on plus 140. He's doing 300 damage a hit. This is just crazy.
Beast bomb.
Malfurion, who is supposed to be the carry on this team, he does just kind of feel like an underfarmed offlaner, which is kind of the problem.
This will do nicely.
Like, Pastil was really the only one who could do any damage in this team, but it's just so easy for him to get jumped on and controlled.
Radiant are scanning.
And the one saving grace really for the side of Winter Bears is the fact they do have this superior team fight of the RP into the egg. But the problem is still this silencer. If he can just get off global every time, that combo is just not going to happen ever in a million years. And there's not really any form of catch on the side of Winter Bears to kill him before he could do that. I mean, you can RP the silencer if you ever find him out of position, but then you're using the combo that you want to get rid of the silencer for on the silencer. It means not really anything. Smoke's used. They see Delight. Quick jump forward. Easy duel. Easy kill. Zip pass. Real just finds Malfurion. There will be the pick me up, but it makes no difference as Johnny Poe just drags him in closer to Catchall. They hemorrhage one at a time. And Morel just trying to go for a solo one towards Pastil to the side. He kills him. Catchall is dead. It's an easy team wipe. Not a single buy with seat. And they massed hit Pastil as well, trying to get into his head. And I would not be surprised at all if Winter Bears just called GG at this point. What can they actually do to change the outcome? It's just not impossible. Like I said, that one combo, not even one combo really, just that one combo is so incredibly hard to pull off. I just don't see it happening. And all they have is defensive items, by the way. Actual has Blade Mail, Lincoln's Lotus. That's pretty much all defensive. Malfurion has Blink Dagger and trying to build a Lincoln's. There's just nothing aggressive there either. Pastil has completed Mjolnir, which is good. But that is literally it. Like, no Daedalus, nothing like that. It is really suffering the DPS department on top of everything else. And this TB just continues to scale like crazy. 25,000 gold net worth. He has a Satanic being flown out on top of everything else that he already has.
Oh boy.
Even a solar on Azteca as well, just to bump up the TP even more in these team fights. Even the LC. Like, Spirit's on plus 170 for crying out loud. Another Ag Shards. This time goes into the hands of Spirit, so he's going to be getting that +5 every duel victory and 100 bonus radiance on the overwhelming odds.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe if somehow Winter Bears can sneak the next Roche and gain that advantage, it could help, but that requires somehow getting outside your base while every lane's being pushed in, and it's not like Roshan's in the corner of the map anymore, he's in the middle. So it's pretty easy to find you doing it. Like, just look how much Pastil was struggling to even kill the damn TB reflections. Like,
Radiant are scanning.
it just shows how incredibly far behind they are, as they've just got this casual grab here on towards the light. Oh, he actually drops the egg here. I mean, it might actually get off, okay, but nice dodge. Morel just avoids the stun entirely and then still kills him. Meanwhile, fight going on inside the Radiant Triangle area. They do lose Marcy. TB to stand at his ground. He's just not taking any damage at all. He doesn't care. There's Catchall behind him trying to right-click the snow. He's treating him like a creep. He's hitting buildings rather than killing the actual hero. Catchall now dies, and the GG is finally called. Winter Bears are put out of their misery, because this game, man, it didn't even really look close. The start was fine for Pastil, and that was it. Catchall had not a great time in the off lane. Malfurion was shut down from like minute 5 and was just never really able to recover in this entire damn game. It was just really, really brutal showing. And Rabbit Yagi, man, they come out swinging here in this first game of the best of 3 series. Just was not expecting it whatsoever. But I'm very much looking forward to what else these guys are going to be able to do, because, yeah, they did not even make that look close at all. So we're going to jump over to a short break, though, guys. We're going to find out if Winter Bears could rally for game number 2, or whether if Rabbit Yagi are just going to resume this insane dominance and take the series to it. We'll be back after a short break. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned, and game number 2 is here. And let's see if Winter Bears can rally after that first game. Not quite the outcome that I was expecting, but Rabbit Yagi came into this one absolutely swinging. They destroyed Malfurion Stormrage before the game even really began. And then the TB had the freest farm in the world, was so over-farmed, really, that there was just no real way that Winter Bears can contest it. Like, at the very end, he was so damn strong, he was ignoring Catchall entirely. He had a Bristleback behind him, hitting him, and that his HP bar wasn't even moving. He was hitting buildings with, like, there's a creep on me, guys. Like, someone deal with this thing. But it was just maddening how much relief Rabbit Yagi was able to grab. Despite the fact that Pastille won the mid lane easily. He destroyed the mid tower, basically solo at 7.5 minutes in, but he wasn't able to use that lead and advantage to actually achieve much for the rest of his team, and it just gave all the space for Rabbit Yagi to work with. But this time round in the draft, we do see Winter Bears actually taking first pick Storm Spirit themselves. Clearly, Pastille wants a different change of pace, and Storm Spirit already secured is definitely going to do that. This time around as well, they do actually ban out the Silencer. That hero alone was a serious problem for them. The few times that they went for a gank or tried to kill the TB, just the global came out. All of a sudden, Malfurion couldn't just RP skewer him back. He just RP'd, was out of position, and then had to just run away on his own. Yeah, it was just a huge problem and something that they have resolved for this game number 2. But that does mean the TA slips through the gaps, and we have actually seen it now picked up here for the second game in this series. It's the first one that I've actually been able to cast in a long time, because it's just always been first phase ban. So many teams just pay that much respect to it that is not willing to let it go through at all. But Winter Bears let it go through, and yeah, Rabbit Yagi take it quite quickly. But next set of bans coming on out here, it was Tinker as well as Slardar, the hero of choices for the bans of Winter Bears. Rabbit Yagi, though, we'll see what they are considering for this last ban of the phase. There's still AAs in the pool. There are still Magnuses, even though obviously the last Magnus didn't work out too well. It's still been a highly prioritized hero for a lot of teams. And see what else Rabbit Yagi have really been focusing on a lot. They've been enjoying this patch. Fair bit of Chikiro, Ember, Slardar, which obviously makes sense to the band that Winter Bears dropped its way. They've been playing a fair bit Moeta as well. So possibility that that could make an appearance here. One thing to note actually is that they did improve their Tusk stats quite well. Before that game on the side of Rabbit Yagi, they'd played Tusk 5 times and they'd lost every single time. So they finally got a win on the board for the old Tusky boy. So I'm sure they're going to be feeling very happy about that one. And yeah, just did a great job. Really, it was like running off with the steam of the LC as well. Never before have I seen an LC have such a free game. Just infinite dual wins, it felt. Had plus 200 and something damage by the very end of the game. Was just completely free, and I'm sure this time around Winter Bear is going to be applying a bit more attention and pressure over towards Spirit. They really cannot afford him to get a similar performance. Tiny, though, is picked up as the second hero here for Rabbit Yagi. Now, I'm actually unsure whether if this TA is like exclusively carry now, or if it's always mid. I can't actually remember, to be honest with you guys. So, this Tiny could be carry, could be mid, could be 4. This TA could be carry, could be mid. That's probably it. You won't see a position for TA, otherwise instant GG. Yeah, we'll see where it ends up. Winter Bears looking for their second and third pick. AA is still in the pool. Obviously, it's not like super amazing versus a TA, but it does do some work. They go for the Phoenix, paired up with the Sand King, actually. Obviously, Phoenix with the Sunray and Fire Spirit, fantastic way of ticking through all of those refraction charges on the side of the TA. So that's quite handy. Sand King picked up good control, good protection for the egg. Extra bit of teamfight damage as well with the Epicenter. So So it feels like quite an aggressive lineup so far here from Winter Bears. Like both the Storm Spirit and Sand King could be the ones to do some initiating and you know, taking the fights into the helms of Rabbit Yagi. Shakira grabbed as the pos 5. Centaur also there as the offlaner. So it's making me feel that this Tiny is going to be the position for this game for Rabbit Yagi. Otherwise, it means they're leaving us as their last pick, and Tiny would have to be middle carry and TA would be middle carry, which I just don't think is going to happen. So we'll see what this pos 4 Tiny can do. Obviously, fantastic lane pairing with the Centaur. Like, if you catch the pos 5 out of position, Avalanche, toss into the Centaur, stomp, double edge, most likely they're just going to die. Especially if that hero is an Ancient Apparition, so damn squishy, he will most likely die in these situations quite a lot. So I'm not expecting Johnny Pro to have too fun of a time here on this AA. But we'll see how it does end up performing. Winter Bears looking for their carry as the final pick. Rabbit Yagi mid, I assume. Actually, they'll probably carry because I feel like they want to play the TA mid against the Storm Spirit. Like, the Storm's basically a melee hero, so it's quite easy to get the Cyberblade connections. Your Refraction Shield generally just avoids all the damage from the static remnants again and again, as well as the overload hits. I think that works. Let's see whichever route they go down. Wetter was banned from Winter Bear. See what else they're going to drop a ban to. I don't know if they're going to ban anything else from that previous game. Well, obviously the mid that they saw against in the last, or the carry they saw in the last game was the TB, and that has actually been banned first phase by Rabbit Yagi themselves, of all people. What other carries could they go for? Things like Morphlings are out of the question because of the Ancient Apparition, just makes it unplayable. I don't think we're going to be seeing that happen. How about a carry Pudge? Carry Pudge sounds fun. Doesn't really address the egg though. But I mean, at the moment, Rabbit Yagi have got the Centaur, so they could just be going in for the full disengage game rather than kill the egg. I'm not sure if that is going to be the actual route they do choose. But DK gets banned from Rabbit Yagi there. I mean, the Magnus is still in the pool, and it's not up against the Silencer, and to be honest, Magnus does work quite well in this lineup for Winter Bears. Like, it combos with everything. RP to set up for Epicenter, to set up for Ice Blast, to protect Egg. There's a whole lot of wombo combos that come on with all those ultis. There's nothing that stops him. The lane's not even that bad because you're up against dual melee, so there's a high chance that you can just get skewers into tower. Faceless Void this band. That would have been a pretty good pick as well. But I would not. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Winter Bears wanted to go back in for the mag carry. Like, it can't really be much of a worse performance from Malfew, and all honest, that first game was horrendous. So the only way is up. Basically, he can only improve from there onwards. So that's something to note. AM banned. Are they going for Medusa? I guess. I mean, AM's good against the eggs. More often than not, you avoid the fire spirits. Great at killing the AA as well as the storm because the large mana pools and stuff. I guess that makes sense to some degree. They do actually go for the Alchemist as their carry here. So Alchemist plus Ancient Apparition. That is a combo that can find kills, especially against a double melee lane. Just like Acid Spray, into Concoction, Cold Feet, Vortex underneath as well. There's a lot of spell amp going on. Plus reducing strength, which is nice. So I quite like it. The Doom, though, is actually going to be the last pick here from Rabbit Yagi. Okay. So this is Doom carry, and they will be playing the TA mid, of course, going up against Pastil, so did see that one coming, but the Doom carry is definitely a very, very interesting choice. Fantastic versus the Alchemist. You just ult him, all of a sudden he's not regenerating up at all from the Chemical Rage. Should lane perfectly fine versus Sand King and the Phoenix as well. Yeah, I mean, I like it. It doesn't feel like an insane pick, but it definitely feels like it ticks the box. And to be honest, the way that Snow was able to play in that game number 1, give him whatever the hell he wants. You know, he had a fantastic time. He free farmed away, did everything he had to do, turned up, killed people, whatever. Bob's your uncle. That's all you need from your carry at the end of the day. Obviously, this time round, we did see Pastil win game number 1 in the lane. Not going to happen this time, I don't think, unless somehow Morelli misplays massively out of position and just gives away a free solo kill. But yeah, I wouldn't see that happen at all. So Pastil might struggle a bit. I feel like Catchall will probably be okay as well. I feel like top lane might just be quite a lot of trading, although there can be a lot of damage coming out from a Doom Shakira lane, to be fair. There's a lot of AoE damage, the slows dots. I don't really know, to be honest, how to favor on this one. I think just considering performance from game number 1 added on to how the drafts are, I feel like I might actually go for Rabbit Yagi to take this one down 2-0. But again, I have been incorrect with every prediction I've made today. Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, my curse is working in full strength. So do what you will with that information. That's completely up to you. But yeah, I'm very good at cursing people today. Either I'm just always wrong, or I'm just very unlucky. I don't think I will, St. Tom. Obviously, you're not going to hear this for a while, but I don't think I will fulfill your request, my friend. Be safe on your journeys, and everyone around you. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. But the game has now begun, guys. Let's jump on in and see how this second one's going to go. Whether or not Winter Bears are actually going to be able to bounce back after that pretty demoralizing loss from game number 1. Because, I don't know, it definitely feels rough. Like, this team generally is quite solid. All the players have a lot of experience in the Dota 2 worlds. Obviously, they did just come out of a 3rd place finish for the Dream League qualifiers, which doesn't feel great, but when you factor in that Virtus Pro and Enigma Galaxy are in the same region, I don't know, I feel like you can't be too surprised. Well, they are very, very strong players. Every hero player except Marcy. I don't even know what that means, but okay. Okay. Not going to get any first blood plays this time round coming out from either side, so probably will just be the 2-for-2 split on the bounties. Although, quite a lot of wards used here for Winter Bears around this top bounty rune area, so I feel like if a fight comes their way, they might just take it. But with the Centaur just showing himself and running away, I think they know one is not going to come, so we'll just be 2-for-2. Boring.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I think I might be paying a fair amount of attention to this top lane, like whether or not Spirit and Den10 are going to be able to just continuously put off this toss, stomp, avalanche, double edge combo. Because, like I was saying, Johnny Pro, the poor guy, is on one of the squishiest heroes in the game, and he'll probably just die every single time if this combo lands, which is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. Also, see how this mid lane matchup in the mid's going to go. Obviously, so far, Pastil able to quite effectively. Somehow that Remnant did not connect. I thought that was like right on the edge. But yeah, the one thing about the first level of refraction, it's only 3 charges, so it doesn't take too much to dig through them. Although Morel still just applying a lot of pressure, but the bottles will be coming out soon-ish. It's constant trades for these two. Oh, Failed strike in the back. Verify use just in case. Could just be quite skill dependent in this matchup about who just wins in CS in the early levels. Actually, oof, my lord, Pastel. Pastel? He's just dead. Never mind. I kind of knew that Morel was going to win, but I thought he'd at least wait. They'd be like past the level 3 mark, but he does it at level 2. Good lord. After some revenge from that game #1 where Pastel just completely shut him down, now it's his turn to be the bully. And this time round, feels like his own carries actually can have a good time. So this is a very worrying start for Winter Bears indeed. Already you can see Snow top of CS 11-0. Not really anything that's going to be able to hinder him for quite a long time. We'll see how many points he puts into actually going for Devour as well, because there's a lot of variance between different Doom players about when they put this level in, how many points they put into it once they have it. Whether it's just the value 1 or they go for like 2 points. We'll just have to wait and see. They won't be being shut out too hard in CS thus far though. All feels relatively even. Den10 is on his level 2 now, so they could go for the, the toss Ava play, but every time I've looked up here, Johnny Pro is just the furthest away he could possibly be from this Tiny. He is not interested in getting close at all. And actually, speaking of the Tiny, Den10 making a rotation to this mid lane at just 3.5 minutes in. They want to try and rack up another kill. Oh, the scan though! Pastel with the heads up play knows that the Tiny's there and will just waste all the time of Den10. At the very least for Spirit, his creep wave is by the tier 1 tower, so he's not going to get punished for this, but yeah, just fantastic game sense there from the Storm. Does just mean more room though for Malfurion at the end of the day. Both waters being taken away, so no extra regen there for Pastel. Actually, I've just noticed as well, Morel's gone for the no bottle style. Just going straight up into the Falcon Blade. Completed 4 minutes in with a wand. Just all about trying to dominate this lane as quickly and as single-handedly as possible. It continues to be a bit of a farm fest. Snow not really being contested. He's always quite healthy down here, but at the same time, Catchall's just getting drips and drabs himself, so not being pressured out. The one leading the charge is still just Malfurion on this Alchemist. And this is like a complete contrast to what he had in the previous game where he just was shut down at the very start. He got to be shut down. Catchall takes quite a lot of damage there. And yes, Snow still no points into Devour. Just really going for the lame dominance instead. 0 to 1. Okay, puts his 4th point into Devour, so we start getting that extra gold on the line now.
What have we here?
Looks like another rotation mid here from Den10. Is this scout or not? Who knows? He's actually going to make the dive. Still no level 6 in Pastel. The immediate TP coming in from the Phoenix. Toss back though. Morel maybe not liking all this attention. Pastel will die for this. Question is, does Morel also lose his life? Refraction though is up, and he's just baiting him in. He's going to try and turn around. Den10 loses life, but Morel can get the kill. It's going to be worth it. 2 people dead for 1. Rabayaki come out ahead. Very nice turnaround for themselves. But I say turnaround, they were the ones doing the gank, but it could have quite easily gone really bad. The power of having those extra stats. And actually, he's going to grab Haste Rune immediately run top, but there was an observer ward there. The Malfurion knows this gank's coming, immediately runs, hides in the trees. Morel, though, just look at this, he doesn't care. Tries to see if he's at the camp, he's not there. Pings the trees, he knows exactly where he's hiding. Spirit will find Malfurion hiding out, but the haste rune has already ran out. The stun though, Concoction blows himself up. DP now coming in from the Storm Spirit. Morel's like, good lord, why am I here? I'm so out of position. There will be the control. Avalanche trying to make space, but Malfurion still loses life off towards the side. And Morel, Refractions back online. He's going to continue to try and turn around. He wants to fight. One more hit on to join Pros all they need, but it's not going to be there. The AA will live, but the Alchemist dying is still the big ticket hero. Costs quite a lot there from Morelli. He just runs around like a madman. And he TP's back mid, but he has to be careful because he has no regen. Literally none.
Is under attack.
That's not for the likes of my turtle.
Still though, Snow with the free farm has actually been able to gain advantage over the Alchemist now due to the chaos that just ensued at the top lane. Has bought him some much needed space. About 400 gold behind that, the Alchemist, but you know, that's perfectly natural at this stage. I mean, considering how Rabbit Yagi are 2k gold ahead on an Alchemist draft is impressive enough.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bottom tier 1 also actually just goes down 8 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under
Less place here for Catchall to work with. I think they were able to, yeah, grab their own wisdom shrine at least the 7-minute mark, which Catchall had to get himself. It definitely does help. I wonder when Morel might try and make another rotation. Looks like he's busy farming up stacks inside his own triangle area so far. With the Dragon Lance queued up. Actually, I think he has Dragon Lance... Alright, 30 gold, and he'll have that online. On top of, you know, Power Treads, Wand, and Falcon Blade. So, just all about stats for this guy. Let's see how well he can use them. Meanwhile, gank coming the way of Malfurion. He's going to be careful. Stampede used, immediately get on top. Doom also lands. And he could not get rid of the concoction either, so he's going to blow himself up. And he just ticks down. Second death on the board here for Malfurion Storage. He's going to lose his tier 1 tower as well at this rate.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So less space for the Alchemist to work with to try and recover his farm. And in this game number 2, it's Pastil who's actually the bottom farm core. I mean, this is kind of what happened in game 1. Like, the Storm Spirit was heavily destroyed in the laning phase, but was able to come back in the end. But the rest of the team was at least doing well. That's not the case this time round for Winter Bears. They've lost all 3 of their lanes. All 3 cores on the side of Rabbit Yagi at the top. At least they have the Alchemist. They have that chance to recover. Oh, nice ice bath. Catches Delight. He's going for the egg. It falls him from Pastil. Good stun control. There's also going to be the blast coming on through. But the double hit from the Chikiro secures the kill on towards the egg. Pastil, short range hit. Does make the space for him to run away. Morelli will also, like, okay, he actually walks back into the stun radius there. That's a bit of a whoops, but yeah, very close to that egg not even dying. The only problem, well, not the only problem, but the main problem I feel is, like, who's the one who's going to be making the space right now in Winter Bears? Like, they're all so far behind. I guess it's on Catchall, who's trying to go in for the blink, which will definitely help do that. But he's still, like, another 600 gold away. And then really it needs to be him and the Storm Spirit both looking for these plays. And if by some miracle they can continuously find the Doom or the TA, those will be the dream targets. But they are not easy kills. Like, the TA has 1700 HP, obviously with the refraction charge on top of that, very hard kill. The Doom, 1300s, does have the Cloak Aura, so reduced magic damage. But he's more of a feasible person to bring down than the TA, to be honest. But they're going to need the Ice Blast on top of that. Casually throwing a catapult into Johnny Pro's face. This is the one thing, because Den 10 spent so much time roaming around the map, making it. Oh, good grab there to deny the illusion room bottle refill towards Pastille, but maybe he doesn't care. Toss back on towards the AA. Heal from the Sunray will keep them safe, but that was a lot of damage on towards those two from only the supports on the side of Rabbit Yagi. Not a core to be seen, which is actually the scary part. There is also now a Blink online here for Morelli. And I wonder if it's going to be like a real traditional TA build and they go for the Desolator, or if things have changed. And actually I've just clicked on him, checked, and he has a Desolator queued. So the answer is no. Going to be very classic TA. Which makes perfect sense. Like, he's had a fantastic game. There's no real reason to go back in for a BKB or any defensive items like that. Just to continue the aggression. Look for kills. Not even for going for like a Blink reveal here. Like, he actually just shows himself mid. So Winter Bears should know that this Blink is coming their way. See if they can prepare for it as they go for a two-man smoke. They want to try and find this Alchemist if they can. At the same time, though, Winter Bears is going for a smoke play of their own. They want to bait Pastille in this mid. And Rabayagi are pinging it. So maybe they can head over here to try and take this kill, but just depends if Winter Bears can do the aggression themselves. Oh, the scan actually lands inside the Radiant Jungle, so Rabayagi knows this is all a bait. The information is there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It might just be wasted time. We do have a pause here from Catchall. Who, yeah, obviously that was meant to be their Blink Dagger reveal, but they haven't been able to find anything off of it. More lag here for Malfurion. It's just like nothing has gone their way in this game. 6,000 gold behind at 13 minutes in against an Alchemist draft is crazy. But do you want to know the crazier thing? I just checked the graph and Gaben says it's only a 55% chance for Rabbit Yagi. How on earth, at this stage in the game, against an underfarmed Alchemist, can you say that it's basically 50-50? I don't know about that. That seems miscalculated. Especially as soon as this Desolator is completed, though, I feel like that's when the hurt is really going to start. And Rabbit Yagi are going to be in a very, very dangerous situation. Just depends how quickly Morelli can get there. Like, he's not killing heroes anymore. He's put a complete, like, just pressure on the brakes of that one. All he is interested is farming creeps. Only problem is that's the same thing the Doom wants to do, and it's the same thing Spirit apparently wants to do. So they've got to be careful they don't just use up each other's space, because at the moment their own jungle is going completely unutilized. That's a good thing, though, considering how the amount of vision Winter Bears has committed to this area. We've got quite a few heroes nearby. Already feels confident to farm the leftmost camps.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Level difference as well is horrendous. Like, Pastille was only level 9, meanwhile Morelli is level 13. In fact, extremely close to level 14. After a creep's toenail, he'll get there. So TP's mids. I'll just try and bully down this tower here. Or the side of Rabbit Yagi. I catapult wave, they're all nearby, they may as well finish it off. And they could even think about going for Roche. Maybe they will wait for the Desolator before they make that play. Actually, what has Morelli just spent a load of money on? He was much closer to it before then. But this could be a nice little play here for Winter Bears. They can grab this Tormentor. The free shard is going to be quite nice. Goes on towards Delight, so you get the Sunray during the egg, which is very, very impactful.
Dire's top tower is under
Net worth
attack.
lead isn't really changing though.
Radiant's
Despite this
bottom
downtime,
tower
which
is under
100%
attack.
favors Winter Bears in my opinion, it gives them time
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
to recover the farm on the Alchemist, on the Storm. As best they possibly can anyway. Oh, they've got a grab here on towards Catchel. Oh, he doesn't actually do the toss fast enough here on towards Denton there, so he just skewers away. Or not skew away, yeah. Burrow strikes away, that's the one. Too many skill names in this game, you know? How am I supposed to keep track?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bit by bit, this net worth difference is actually shrinking. It was at 1.6k, now it's down to
Radiant's
4.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And what are the next items they're really waiting
Radiant's
for?
bottom
Like,
tower is
still
under attack.
1900 gold before the Desolator is online for the TA. Snow is trying to go in for the completed Sanjin Yasha next, which, to be fair, he's already got a Radiance on
Radiant's
top of that.
bottom tower is under attack.
This guy's got a lot of stuff.
Dire are
Well, the Alchemist has a Radiance of his own. About 1500 gold away from completed Manta. Pastil trying to go in for the Witchblade, which I think he actually has enough now to complete. Obviously, no defensive protection there, which I guess like you could go for a BKB or something like that, but it feels rough because you're most likely going to be the Doom target again and again. You don't really want to invest that kind of gold. Meanwhile, first kill in a long time. They actually would commit Doom for this one. Wow, Snow really wanted him dead. And this Phoenix off the map, and they might just try and go Roche with this one.
Is under attack.
They've got amplified damage in the hands of Rally. They're all in the area. They're pinging it out. At the same time, actually no, I think that was Winterbear's ping, so they know this is going to happen. And they're actually coming over en masse. Smoked up as well. This could be a huge play. Smoke breaks though. Catchel gets clipped by the Tiny. Then 10. Will drop very, very fast. There wasn't a big silence though. Lands onto multiple, plus another one that comes on through. Pastil has to try and run, but Malfurion is one caught behind. And they lose their carry. The silences just don't end on towards Pastil. He's running into traps non-stop, but finally he does get the space to run away. They turn around with the egg, the epicenter to control. Morelli can't survive this. Way too much damage. And they manage to take down the TA, but again, the fight continues to turn around. Now Catchel's going to be the next casualty. Stunned on towards Johnny Pro, and AA2 will lose his life. So it actually ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange favoring Rabbit Yagi. But considering how they were behind, maybe Winter Bears actually do come out in terms of net worth. No, they actually 300 gold and 600 experience there, favoring Rabbit Yagi. I suppose losing their carry and offlaner, just a bit too impactful there. But signs of life, which is exactly what they need to see. Like the wombo combo that they have, the egg, the epi, the burrow, the ice blast. Everything else can really make work, and that was obviously with them losing the Alchemist pretty much at the very start of the fight. Like they commit everything to kill Den 10. It just cost them a bit too much. Come forwards with Den 10. Control on towards Delight. Toss straight back into the silence, and he will go down. Now, these side traps are being such a thorn in the side of Winter Bears, man. The silences have just come out again and again. Very close now to having the Deso completed. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe he skips on the Desolator and goes in for the BKB. Because after that last fight, one bit of Magic Community would have put a stop to everything that just happened to him. Epi would have been doing nothing. Egg would have been doing no damage. There would have been any slows. He could have just walked away. It would have been fine. I don't know.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
DA player is always greedy. He's just going to complete his item no matter what. Yeah, he's got the Desolator coming out now. So up top, big turn on towards Snow. If they can kill this Doom, and they do. Massive kill to fight again. Epi with Ice Blast, lots of control. Like tons of ways for Winter Bears to find these very, very important kills. And it's really down to Rabbit Yagi just not hemorrhage too many of them, because, you know, they had the lead, a very strong lead, and they still do have it. But a few more misplays like that, and you could quite easily see Winter Bears swing into the advantage this game. Talking about Furion has been able to find space, although, talking about finding space, Pastille gets caught out by 2 cores, and he is taken out. Continues to be so damn poor. Like 2,000 gold plus ahead of the second poorest core, which is not a fun position to be in. Like, he literally has Witchblade and that is it.
Top tower is under attack.
There's bottom tier 2 just goes down with ease.
Dire's middle tower
No way to defend. But space made for Malfurion, you know. He is recovering as best as he can. But equal farm is negative farm when you have when you're talking about an alchemist. You know, he needs to be ahead for him to really feel comfortable. Being even standing point does not feel good. But Winter Bears, once again, coming over to try and contest this Roshan area. They don't have Epicenter though, but instead they're going to find Snow again. Fire strike forwards. There is going to be the same Death 10-10 usage of the Stampede as well. They make the distance. The Malfurion just ends up stunning himself. The rest of the team are going to stick inside the Roche pit. They want to get this Aegis for free. Winter Bears not going to get in time to stop it. That's an Aegis now into the hands of Morelli. Still not deciding to go for any defensive items. Bristless is the next item queued. It's just all about the output.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Observe Ward at the bot does spot out Malfurion, which was pinged. But no one's actually there for Rabyag to try and go for that kill, so I think he'll just be left alone for now. We'll surely be seeing a move get made for Rabyag. You know, they've got Doom available, they've got Aegis. I mean, BKB has actually just been completed here from Snow, which is coming out. Morelli has changed his item queue 3 times now. It was Chrysalis, then it was BKB, now it's just the standard Hurricane Pike. Like a kid in the candy store, so there's too many options for him. Okay, he has committed for the Hurricane Pike this time round. He's bought the items out. They've got some more items coming out, and this should be the time that they look for the fight. At the same time, Winter Bears might be looking for one themselves. They've gathered up by their tier 4. Thinking about going for a split. Oh,
Radiant's bottom
still
tower is under attack.
Does actually zip up, places an Observer Ward, which spots out, or places a Sentry Soul, which spots the Observer Wards. He gets out there before he's harmed. Now top tier 2. Looks like it's the target on the cards here for Rabbit Yagi. There are a few members of Winter Bears in the area, but I think they're just going to run. They're not going to risk everything here trying to defend a tier 2 outside of the base with an Aegis in the hands of the enemy TA. It's just not worth it.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Ooh, Catchel. He can't creep over mid, but Spirit found him whilst he was TPing. They're in real danger now here on the Sand King. Has to go for the BKB. Will have Blink available. Gets away. Makes some good space, and he should be able to get out here with his life intact. But obviously, he's kind of stuck in no man's land. TP on cooldown. He's going to have to make the long wrap around the outside of the map to reach safety. Does not feel good. Actually, he's going to cut another creep wave. The balls on this man. Just keep on cutting. I mean, you can kind of see on the minimap that the heroes he's really scared of have gone mid. There's not really a threat from them. Rabbit Yagi are just heavily split. Once again, just trying to gain control of the map rather than force any sort of team fights. And I feel like Winter Bears are just playing around that quite well. Catchall's cutting the bot lane, Malfurion's farming up the top. Does actually get spotted here from Den 10. Force stuff forward, doesn't get to the high ground, but he's just going to try and pursue as best he can. Avalanche does not connect on towards Malfurion, and he just TPs away. A good evasion once again, although Centaur looks like he has actually been found. TP's coming on through for the rest of the squad as the egg has been dropped. It all breaks. Immediate jump in though from Den 10. Grabs the Phoenix as the ult explodes. So he's gone for 40 seconds. And there is still an Aegis for a minute. Could be a good opportunity here for Rabbit Yagi to push mids. Maybe start touching on the high ground. It looks like they are going to do just that. Revenant's Brooch as well, picked up here for Morel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
Sit
attack.
from the side from Pastille. It's tier 3, taking a lot of damage. Forced to use the glyph, but there's a creep wave coming in. The backdoor protection is not going to be coming down anytime soon. And Winter Bears are going to be forced to fight this one. As you can see on the minimap, they're basically all outside of the base right now. There's nobody here to defend. As the Phoenix has just respawned, but no ultimate available. An Axe at the very least completed here for Catchall. So it does have a nice upgrade there, but they've lost an entire set of barracks in the mids. Just no response. Malfurion. He's thinking about chasing, but will change his mind. No line drawn on the map there. But Rabbit Yagi want to now change their focus over towards the bot lane. Still a tier 2 intact. There's now a BKB picked up from Malfurion. It's going to be a big help. And actually, with this item, they're going to go for a smoke play.
Dire are scanning.
All down the bot. Johnny Pro! AA! Quite out of position, just ran down by Snow. Tries to go for the Ghost Scepter TP, but the nice damage output there from the macro. Puts a stop to that one. They're still hanging about here, Winter Bears. They want to make a play, even though they're missing the AA. Now Furion breaks the smoke, big jump forward, so he's got the grab on towards the TA. It's the perfect target to find. Can they burst him down? Ready with the 4-staffs out. He's made some space. They're continuing. Pastille was trying to get killed, but it's not enough. He will die. Snow throws his body in deep, trying to save his mid lane, and he does do, but at the cost of his own life. Actually, Reddy still dies inside. The damage from Catchall is too much. And actually, Snow, with the Doom, just ticks out on towards Malfurion Storm Rage. So at the end of the day, it's carry and mid for carry and mid. An even trade. But considering how Winter Bears are behind by like 10,000 gold, it's 2k gold and experience into their favor. All in all, not bad. Still not nice to lose their carries, but they'll take it. They'll take it. And again, I feel like it's kind of a time where the TA has regretted not going for the BKB option. Like, that's the second death that they've had, and the second one because they just get dumpstered by all the stuns and all the magic damage. We'll see how quick of a respawn this next roast is going to be, as it could potentially be up in about 50 seconds. Yeah, Murray does just have the BKB queued now. He knows he has to get this item online. It's too important. Oh. Malfurion. He's going to be alright. The Polywog actually comes up with the stun. Not the Polywog, sorry, the Croco, what the hell it's called. I don't know his name. Just stunned him as he was running away, so Malfurion's going to be alright. But Tormentor up top will be targeted up here from Rabayagi. That's the nice thing about the TA, just makes it such easy work. Unfortunately, it's not exactly the best shard to get. You support Tiny, having infinite trees is mediocre at best. But hey, you took it away from the enemy, right? That's what matters.
Are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Winterbear's en masse inside the Radiant jungle, where if Den10 steps out of position, he could just die.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Jumps in, toss back onto John and Pro. The Avalanche actually misses with the Stampede. He's going to be able to chase after him. And eventually the AA will die. Meanwhile, up towards the north side, it looks like Snow, with the BKB activated, he's trying to solo onto the egg. He needs some help with the team. One more hit. It's not going to come in time. The egg will pop, and now the re-engagement comes on through Epicenter. Everything jumps onto their face. Snow will die. He can't even get off the Doom in time, as the TA2 will fall to Pastille. And how quickly this game just falls apart for Robert Yagi. Spirit, the only survivor here, he's trying to run, but I think he knows he's dead, so he's killing creeps on the escape. And it was so close. If that right click from the TA was just a tiny bit faster, that egg would have popped, or the egg would have been scrambled, and that would not have gone the same way at all. And just like that, kind of feels like Winter Bears are back in the game. I mean, they are still behind by like 9,000 goals. The net worth on the Storm Spirit is still shocking in comparison to everybody else. But it's a step in the right direction, especially if they can get the Aegis now into the hands of Malfurion, maybe even the Storm Spirit to some degree. We see what they go for. Oh, Den10. Showing himself. He's the only one left alive. I think he wanted to try and do some cute play to contest it, but he knows he can't. Let's go on the replay how this all went down. I say 3 people were distracted by the AA down the bot, which enabled just the sheer outnumber towards the north side. And yeah, that egg survivor just cost them everything, I feel. So much mag damage. They even ready to force up the high ground, but Pastille doesn't care. Just chased him down. I feel like this Sand King pick is actually starting to pay off quite well. Like, these epicenters are doing some serious damage in these team fights. Just melting people left, right, and center. And actually, on Malfurion as well, he's building a Lincoln Sphere, which he has actually now just completed. So, dooming him isn't really that easy of an option. Maybe now Pastille becomes the exclusive Doom target, because what do they really have to pop Lincolns in this team? Double Edge? Not really reliable, because it means he has to be in first. Snow doesn't have anything else. TA doesn't have anything. Tiny has Tree Toss, but that takes a long time for the tree to get there to cancel it, so that means nothing. And the Jakira also has nothing. So, feels hard to get rid of. Meanwhile, Spirit in danger. Getting focused up quite a lot. Egg chopped off towards the side as well. Will Stampede trying to run away. He's hit from the AA blast, who might just tick out to this damage as long as it forces Pastille to secure the kill. Use up all of his mana for this one though. He's in an awkward spot and silenced up. He will die. Immediately going to buy back actually. They really want to get a victory in this fight as Snow now forced to BKB himself, trying to TP out. Physical damage though, it's enough. He loses his life. Dead for 70. They just go for the +1 here of the Chikiro. That's Decor is dead too. 3 people gone. No buybacks available. Obviously, it did cost them the one on Pastille, but it's well worth it at the end of the day.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now we could be seeing Revenge High Ground here coming out from Winter Bears. And this game has just gone completely awry from how it started here. I think Catcher was thinking about going for the Wisdom steal. Does change his mind though.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
High ground coming. Still 15 seconds without the Sentinel and Shakiro.
Radiant's middle tower
25 without the Doom.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bomb tier 2 auto drops. Exposes another set of high ground if Winterbears are feeling particularly frisky to go for it. He needs to cut sideways as well. Macropie actually gets dropped, but unfortunately there is a Roshan's banner, so it means nothing. The creeps are just going to survive it all. Catapult's been a big thing. Okay, Mafia actually does stun himself. That's a bit awkward. Gonna get rid of the rest. Tower survives with 20 HP. Winter Bears gonna pay respect to it and they will back off. Or will they? Look for the stun. He actually stuns himself, but still connects onto the snow from the truth. Because the funny thing, Stampede used Malfurion in danger, but he has the Aegis. He's actually used his Chemical Ray for his first life, although he actually somehow gets away and Snow dies. Never mind, Alchemist will still lose that first life there. Pastille, dipping in and out. Running out of mana though, so he has to be careful. Malfurion now with the BK being used. Tossing it around, but so far, only the Doom who's died. Quite a few ultimates expended from either side, but Epicenter's still standing, it's a big one. And Casual's just going to use it, gets a two-man Thorough with ease! Gets the grab on towards the Jakiro. Ready though, uses his own BKB just as it comes on through, so he will survive at the very least. Well, they still hemorrhage, another kill. This is going to be a full set of barracks going down, unless they make some kind of miracle play. I just don't see it happening.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Trying to get some side blade hits off of the traps, but it's just not going to work there for Morelli. So gone. And this carry Doom, unfortunately, it's just not quite working out. Every single time he steps up, he just dies so quickly. He just can't stand against the amount of damage the Winter Bears are pumping out. And this tier 3, not long for the world. Glyph will actually be used to delay this. A Desolator picked up here from Catchall. Head up with the Ags. That could be a disgusting amount of damage. Oh, 10-10. I'll get the grab there on towards Johnny Bro. Oh, Stampede used. Okay, Rabbit Yagi really trying to get a grab. Oh, the silence, it lands on towards the Phoenix. We come straight back to his death. That's actually a big one. He's gone for a full minute. See what they can actually do with this time, though. Because at the same time, Catchall was pushing bottom. Pastille's also down there. They could try and do some damage themselves. But it doesn't look like really Rabbit Yagi could be able to get anything done here with this 40-second timer. They actually use it just to try and find some farm, maybe get some buybacks accrued.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Snow's missing 1500 prison. Yeah, the tier 3 just dies from Catchall soft push, so they're missing a hero, but they still get objectives done. Don't find it crazy how Gaben is saying that this game is 60-40 in the favor of Winter Bears, when I feel like it should be more than this. Every single fight, well, the last 3 or 4 has just gone handily in the way of Winter Bears.
Dire are scanning.
This TA, unfortunately, just can't deal enough damage on her own. Does need some help there from the carry Doom, but the Doom's dying too fast himself. Like, without any real save mechanics on the 2 supports, there's nothing they could do about it. Unless one of them's going to build a Wind Waker to just run in and cyclone the Doom up in the air when all the damage comes through. It's just too difficult. You see a smoke here from Winter Bears. Looks like they're going to wait for the 40-minute rune to spawn, and then they'll make a play. And what's it going to be? The shield rune down bottom. Can make all the difference. Looks like Catchall's actually going to grab it. No, they just ignore it. They're not interested. Oh, Snow, though. If they find the Doom here... Actually turns around to eat the creep, despite the fact that he saw all the Storm Spirit zip right close to him. Absolutely crazy. They're just going to chill. Obviously, next Roshan, third one, will be up. Well, could be up in about 5 seconds' time. We'll see how quickly it is actually going to be, because the timers sometimes lies. That looks very quick. I think that's about 30 seconds. I'm having to guess because we don't have an exact timer anymore. We just have the little glowing pip to work off of in the pit. So try and actually build into the AC next. Extra bit of protection would be quite nice. Once they can get on board, more minus armor as well to pair up with the TA. There's Shiva's guard freshly completed actually as well for the Centaur.
Radiant's bottom
Could be a big
barracks
help.
are under attack.
Roshan spawned and Robert Yagi. Display, Pastille. BKB already popped. Fake pumping on towards the ultimate right now. Not quite committed for it. Egg has been used as well. Den 10. Blinks well past everybody else. Runs towards the egg of all things. Whilst Mafia and Stormrage is there. Has to BKB return. Second egg gets popped though. Surprise with Fresh Rob catching everybody unawares. They can't make their mind up if they want to hit it or not. The indecision costs Robert Yagi big as they've lost the Chikiro, and now the re-engagement comes in with Winter Bears. Morelli knows he's screwed, he's dead. Two managed to get the Doom off, at the very least they're on towards the Storm, but it means absolutely nothing. 3 people die, not a single casualty there for Winter Bears. And the power of the refresher there on the Phoenix is big. 10-10! Okay, I mean, it's probably just cost him his life, but it does at the very least kill the Storm. There's 2 gems on the deck. Is anyone taking them? Okay, yeah, Delight will spot them. Double vision, right? That's how it works. At the very least for Rabbit Yagi's side, they have all their buybacks available, but these fights just gone so costly. And again, it was kind of indecision. Like, some people were saying hit the egg, some people saying leave the egg alone. And yeah, they just end up losing much more than they could have possibly imagined if they just stuck with either plan. But this will be another set of barracks going. Their one saving grace is that they still have their tier 1 tower standing at the top lane, which is pretty mad. Actually, Spirit, with the help of Azteco, they're trying to make space here, but my Fury just doesn't care. He's hitting buildings. So have fun wasting your time, guys. I'm not interested. Oh, Ice Blast. Doesn't actually land on towards anybody. Fury now has to run. Spirit charging out the base quite far. As the 2 other cores do now respawn, they immediately TP top, maybe looking for a kill on towards Pastille, but the Storm's already out of there as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Both Blink there online for the TA. That attack speed could actually make all the difference when it comes to killing the egg later on.
Radiant are scanning to the temple's defense.
Oh, sneaky move from Rabbit Yagi. Who did they find? They actually get the jump on towards the Phoenix. Going to quickly get him out of the scenario. Dead for 70, but Winter Bears more than willing to take this fight apparently. They have a buyback off the Phoenix, which they will use. Ice Blast coming on through. It's going to connect on towards the Tomb. They get the Doom on towards the Alchemist, so he's not going to be able to regen. Pastille is just desperately trying to finish off the Shakiro as the first egg pops off to the side. Doesn't land onto anybody. And they actually go for an aggressive buyback go. A Spirit, he's in deep, miles away from the rest of his team. And he just dies. So they force a buyback out from the Phoenix, but it costs them 2 lives and an unnecessary buyback on towards the Shakiro, as he doesn't get there anywhere near in time. But there was no TP locations to be seen. A bit of wasted money for himself. They're trying to set up for a kill on towards Pastille. Wants to get the toss back, but no, not quite close enough. And they're going to go for Roche now. They know it's coming. An observe wall on the high ground, though, for the Radiant side does spot out the fact that they're already in the pit.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And move in. Tree toss doesn't scout much out. But the well-placed Observer Ward does give a lot of information. It looks like Rabbit Yaki are just going to resign themselves to playing up against the 2 lives. They're not fighting. Oh, actually, are they? Den10's here. Not jumping in straight away. They do about get rid of that Observer Ward, so there's no vision to play around here for Winter Bears. But Axe actually, for the outcome, she gives to the Storm Spirit. They got the AoE Vortex now on top of everything else. Roche getting low. It's one they play, they've got to go for it. Aegis on the deck, who gets it? Pastille is still the one who actually ends up picking it up. Not a successful steal. They get the kill towards Johnny Probe. He fires back immediately. The Doom control. The Vortex dies so quickly there. This Epicenter doing maddening amounts of damage. A buyback actually from the Doom. But Morelli just spent his entire time running away rather than doing damage. Now he's going to turn on towards the Storm, but obviously he has the Aegis still. This is the second life of the Doom that's been used. He's trying to help out, but he's separated. He's low. He dies. The Doom ulti was thrown out at least on towards the Alchemist, but it's a 3 versus 1 against the TA here. What hopes does he have? Maybe he can take one of them to the grave with him, but it's not enough. They lose their lives. They can't kill him. Meanwhile, Spirit as well as Den10 are trying to kill Johnny Pro, but they can't even get rid of him. It's a triple here for Pastille. Immediate buyback actually from the Tiny, as he has to defend the base, but Spirit is trying to drag creep waves mid. Johnny Pro and Pastille are chasing after him. Meanwhile, Danger's coming the way of Den10. Mafurian actually stuns himself there, kind of funny. There you go, Spirit finally dies, nearly kills Pastille. It's just so messy these fights, and yeah, this carry Doom pick, it's just not working at all. Buyback from the Centaur, trying to defend their base. There is an Ice Blast coming in. I don't know if Storm Rage is going to be able to use it. Goes to the middle. TP coming in as well from the AA. They're going to try and focus it down as best they can. Good burst damage, but it's still not enough. He just goes invis, runs away. And now the Centaur is deado. And that, I believe, will be GG. There's no way Jakiro and Tiny can hold the line for 30 seconds until the other 2 main cores respawn. Lift a delay. They're going to try their absolute best here to keep themselves in this one. Den10 actually nearly kills Catchel, very close. Still though controlled. DA respawning in 2. Doom as well a couple of seconds after that. Winter Bears actually going to pay some respects to this and back out, despite the fact that everything is available. Swiftblink also picked up for the Sand King of all people. And it is down to the name of the game here, ladies and gentlemen. Defense of the Ancients. Can Robert Yaki keep themselves going here in this game too? Will they be able to clinch it around? Den10, nice throwback on towards Valkyria, but he just gets the easy purge and runs away. In comes the rest of the squad with the egg, providing all the space. They're just going to try and focus on towards the Ancient right now. Another jump in from Relly. They've got another egg in just a couple of seconds once the refresher's off cooldown. And that is all she wrote, folks. Ends up being 1-for-1 here. The last series of the day. Really fulfilling into the full best of 3. Winter Bears take the W in game number 2. It was looking really dicey for such a long time. It was about a 6,000 or 7,000 gold lead for quite a while into the hands of Robert Yagi at the start of the game. But they just could not use that to actually clinch this one out. Lots of space available for Winter Bears to recover. And that was just the name of the game. It was all about splitting the map, finding the farmer best they can. Catcher was doing a fantastic job, just buying time for Malfurion to actually become a scary carry. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Catcher had most damage. I need to check, because he was doing so much work. Yeah. 36,000 damage from Catcher. Second place was Pastille with 31. Third place was Delight with 30. And then Malfurion and Soul Rage had 25,000. Like, the AA had 24,000. So, really, I wouldn't even say the Alchemist carried this game. I think it was a solid teamwork. They had a terrible start, but they were able to recover. Yeah, it felt like Rabbit Yagi ran out of steam. They couldn't really come together to make the plays whilst they had the lead, and eventually this carry Doom just fell off the face of the earth, turned into a pos 3 really, and the Templar Assassin just did not have enough damage to be able to carry that game on their own. So that is how that one all went, guys. But we are now down to a best of 1 to see who can grab some more points here for the CCT Series number 8. We're going to jump over to a short break, and then we shall return to see the conclusion of the series. We'll see you soon. We are down to a best of one here between both Rabbit Yagi and Winter Bears to see who can gain some much needed points here. Sorry, for the CCT Series number 8. It was a pretty dominant game that came in the end there from Winter Bears, but it wasn't always that way. It started off heavily in the favor of Rabbit Yagi. They won all 3 of their lanes. They crushed them. Like the safe lane, all the towers were basically gone within about 15 minutes, all the tier 1s. The TA was overfarmed as hell. The Doom had all the space in the world to work with, and the Centaur was just freely run around and do whatever the hell he wanted. But the one big downside was the fact that Rabbit Yagi weren't able to use that advantage at all. They just gave all the space for Winter Bears to recover and just get all the items needed online, and they just really ran away with it. And to be honest, I feel like it was all on the back of Catchall on their Sand Kings. Did such a good job. Went for like the Ags into Daedalus build and was just doing such insane amounts of damage that I really think it just caught Rabbit Yagi by surprise. And maybe a few itemization issues as well, like if the TA went for a BKB earlier on rather than just a bit more greedy damage items, he probably would have survived in several occasions, which would have allowed them to snowball more, but unfortunately just didn't quite end the way they wanted it to and ends up tying up the entire series. But we'll find out how things are going to change here in this game number 3. This time round, Winter Bears are going to lead off with a first pick Ancient Apparition to start their draft. We'll see how Rabbit Yagi are going to respond. And it's actually going to be the Slardar. That's a hero which I believe has been banned both previous games. But Rabbit Yagi just really want to play with it. They're going to roll through this right now. They've played it 7 times. This patch, they've won 3 of those 7 games. So not exactly the best win rate in the world, but clearly it's something that they are quite comfortable in playing either way. And we'll see if it's going to be enough here to gain them the advantage in this final match. Not sure what other sort of picks could be seen coming through. The Silencer, nope, that's actually been banned this time around. The Weta just taken. No Tusk. Beastmaster and Nature's Prophet has been open banned every single game today. Nobody wants these guys at all. I'm wondering whether it might be worth a respect ban towards the Sand King of Catchall, but I mean, he's got a lot of other heroes that he likes to play, and it's kind of hard to just limit him down completely. So I don't know if it'd be worth it at the end of the day. Instead, they do decide to ban out the Pangolier. And they do actually. Sand King is removed. So Rabbit Yagi just not willing to deal with that 2 times in a row. I can't blame him really. It was just such a phenomenal performance. But they are going to go back in for the Tiny. It did a fine job, set up for a few good ganks. And it's basically the same kind of lane pairing with the Centaur. You know, you toss someone into the Slardar, they crush, they bash, you avalanche. It's just a lot of stun, it's a lot of damage, and it's very frustrating to play against. Especially, again, on a squishy hero like the AA. Like, I was kind of expecting Johnny Pro to die a few more times in the lane, in all honesty, in that previous one, but it just didn't really seem like they could ever get in a position to get a good toss back onto him. Like, Denten was trying, but he more often just spent time ganking the mid lane of the Storm Spirit, which obviously did still work in the end. Like, it allowed the TA to just destroy the lane handily, but it did obviously mean there was more space for the TV to work with. There is going to be a Phoenix into a Darkseer as well. Comes on through. So again, looks like prioritizing quite a lot onto the team fight here for Winter Bears. You got Vacuum into Ice Blast with Egg onto the side as well. We'll see what other heroes they want to pick up to try and utilize this. As Rabbit Yagi. I mean, there is the chance that they're going to be playing this Tiny as a core this time round, rather than the supports. Unless they just always play as support on this team. But Chikiro. So, could just be the exact same support duo here. Which I feel like the support duo is fine. They do a lot of work. They tick a lot of boxes. They provide teamfight control, initiation, all that good stuff. So, can't fault it whatsoever. Seeing what they're going to pick up, though, as... I mean, it's hard to see what core you want to grab unless they want to leave this tiniest flex, because at the moment they know that like their safe lane matchup, right? It's going to be Darkseer Phoenix, and they're most likely to be pairing it with a Chikiro. So what do you want to play into this lane yourself in the carry role? So PA's already been gone. There's no TB either. Other sort of main carries as Winterbear's been playing a lot. Maybe thinking about going in for the Alchemist again. I mean, actually, no, sorry, this is on the side of Rabbit Yagi, not Winterbear's. In which case, they've been playing. They like Lifestealer actually in this patch, and it's not too bad. Like, you could always Rage Purge off the attack speed slow to go after the Phoenix Egg. Ice Blast lands, but again, the Rage just stops all the magic damage, so you don't tick out as often. It's an alright lane against the Darkseer. Iron Shell's kind of frustrating, but you can deal with it. Okay, they go for the Ursa instead, which is fine. Similar kind of thing. You just pop your Rage and then you just hit the egg. More often than not, you'll be able to destroy it unless you get completely controlled out by the opposing team. Should be okay lane versus the Darkseer. Again, the Iron Shell is going to be mildly annoying because you can't deal with them super quickly at the start of the game. We'll see how it changes. Morphling actually also picked up here. So that is going to be the carry versus carry matchup, Morph versus Ursa. And again, considering how they are the ones with the Ancient Apparition, it does make it feel much more safe. So, both teams looking for a mid laner now, I do believe. And obviously, Rabbit Yagi are the guys with the last pick of the draft, so they will have that slight advantage there. I mean, we've seen Storm Spirit every game. And whichever team has had Storm Spirit has won, actually. That's a good statistic for this series. So it could very well be in Rabbit Yagi's best interest to ban the Storm. Just because of that one factor alone. And yeah, they get rid of the two Spirit Bros. Ember and Storm both take it away. In which case, what Winterbear is going to be afraid of here. Again, the Ancient Apparition limits quite a lot of picks, so you probably won't see a Monkey King, you probably won't see... Well, that's already banned, but you also won't see something like a Huskar. Just not worthwhile. Invoker? Invoker might be an alright man. There's some good side lane setups for the Sunstrike. Like, if the Tiny finds anybody, they will just die from like Slardar stun plus Sunstrike on top of that. Even on your safe lane to some degree, like the Chikiro with the Ice Path can set up for it, and there's just like obviously the slow from the Dual Breath as well as Earth Shock. Yeah, I feel like Invoker is a good ban / pick here. Actually decided to get rid of the OD. Not a snap pick though, I was kind of expecting it to just be straight on into whatever they were thinking. It's generally what happens when the ban comes through. I mean, if you're thinking of an OD, then more often than not you're putting someone either who is a melee hero or basically has dog attack range, and you just get screwed over by an OD, and that will be the Kunkka. So it's for the side of Rabbit Yagi. This is the thing. If it wasn't for this damn AA, Huskar is incredible right here. You're pretty good. But that really does put a whole kink in the works. So we'll see what they're going to go for instead. Storm Spirit now is still okay. I mean, the X into Torrent is quite frustrating as a grab, but it's something that a BKB can quite easily solve. Apart from that, the only stun on Winterbears it's just a Kunkka. It's literally the only stun. So there's not much catch for you there. Oh, no, sorry, they banned the Storm themselves. God, I'm such an idiot. Okay, different mid laner then. I know Void Spirit's not a hero anymore, but they could make an argument for it. Oh, they just go back in for the TA. I mean, I kind of just assumed it was banned, in all honesty, but I feel like it's going to be able to match up against Pastille quite well. Like, he did a really good job that second game, right? He did fantastically well. They gained the early advantage for his whole team, but it was just the lack of using that advantage which really did cost Rabbit Yagi in the end. Like, they had the lead, they just weren't using it, and eventually they all just fell off, and it was just all Winter Bears after that point. So if Morelli can gain a dominant lead this time round and actually be able to use it to good effect, I could quite easily see them gain the win here and actually take the series. And to be honest, I think I just prefer their lineup in general. Obviously, the team fight for Winter Bears is pretty scary. Phoenix, Egg, Vacuum, Ice Blast, plus the Ghost Ship coming on top with Torrent. There's lots of AoE control and just like effect going on from Winter Bears. Meanwhile, Rabbit Yagi feels very skirmishy, very pick-off based orientated. Like all of these people could just hunt, apart from the Jakiro. But TA is fantastic at picking people off. Denten obviously throwing people out position with the help of the Slardar. So we'll just burst down anybody they find, because they've got so many easy stuns. I feel like I'm going to go Rabbit Yagi here in this third game. If they do play that way. That is the question. They have to play aggressive. They have to be looking for the fights. And I could see them quite easily take this one. If they sit back and farm, I don't know. Even late game, I feel like they have the better draft late game. But it's still just not a nice place to be in. I feel like they have the ability to just run away with it. So yeah, I'm going to say Rabbit Yagi 2-1 to win this series. But just so you know, guys, I have been incorrect on every single prediction I have done today. It's just a ridiculous curse that's been going on. I'm sick and tired of it, but hopefully I'll be able to redeem myself on this very last game of the day. But we'll find out what's going to happen, guys. Actually, I was about to jump us in, but there's a pause straight off. Classic. There's always somebody who has connection issues, but hopefully it's resolved soon. But yeah, I also feel like, as I was saying, this tiny Slardar lane, they should be getting kills all the time. Like, it's not even too hard really to kill Merfurian. I mean, they might struggle a bit, but they have the damage to be able to do it, especially if it's just a level 2 mark. We'll see how it does go down, though, as we're now finally underway.
Your life, much like your head, lacked a point.
Calling someone a boring hero, but unfortunately I don't know what any of that says. Maybe something to do with AA. I find AA fun. I don't think it's boring.
It's hard to be this good.
Pastille gets down his ward already, which might just spot out Morelli here. He still has his reserve ward on him. There could be an easy D-ward coming up soon. Actually, we'll praise through the trees. Oh no, you got Spot doing that. So that's going to be a free D-ward coming out soon here for Winter Bears. And a smoke late from Rabbit Yagi.
30 seconds to battle.
I wonder if they can actually find anybody off of this. But they're not moving. They are just huddling by their tier 1 tower, not really sure which way to play. Because they've actually just left their Slardar to just wrap around. He's going to try and snatch the bounty rune, it seems. Yeah, it looks like he's going to get it. So 3 bounties will be going into the hands of Rabbit Yagi, uncontested as well. Easy money. Yeah, they get there, they're like, what? A damn bounty's gone. They did obviously get that D-ward in the mid lane as well, so a slight vision advantage here for Pastille. Probably won't make that much of a difference in all honesty, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this lane is once again going to be Morelli favoured. But obviously, the nice thing about the Kunkka is that there is some outplay value with usage of the Tidebringer and, you know, torrent placements. Could maybe see him use that to good effect. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm expecting level 2 to happen up top and lots of kills. Lots and lots of kills. That's what I'm after. Nothing worse than seeing a laning phase where only like 1 or 2 people die the entire time. That's just boring. That's not what we're here for.
Look to your own.
All very even so far. Actually, really the only person falling behind is Spirit on this Slardar, but again, early days. As soon as those levels come on through, we'll see the chaos ensue. And I'm pretty sure down bottom, Snows is going to have the freest time ever. Already 10-1, I think that means he's not missed a single CS. Actually, no, there's been 3 waves, so he's only missed a couple. Yeah, there's just no threat for him, really. Like, because even the Phoenix is not exactly the best Iron Shell carrier. He's quite mediocre, has to go for a dive away. Up top though, ooh, first blood is found. Donny Pro brought down. And it doesn't even look like that needed a Toss Avalanche, because Toss is still off of cooldown. So I think they just caught the Ancient Apparition out of position. And so yeah, just being free money there for the Slardar at the end of the day. Exactly what he needed, because he was struggling in CS like I was saying, but immediately recovered. Brings out a completed Bracer, brings out a Salve. In this mid is still Morelli, who's leading the CS charge. Neither one with the bottle yet. I think Paz still has one now coming out of the courier, but it's going to be all the regen that these guys see for quite a while. I wonder how much of a problem they're going to put on this Ursa this game here for Winterbez. Because there is just nothing stopping this guy. He just steps forwards, he pushes people out the lane. He's literally getting everything in the sun. Catchell is still CSing quite well himself though. 16-0, obviously with 0 denies, because there's no way you can really deny in this lane. But it's a problem that has to be addressed soon. Still both of them quite low in this mid. And this is where the real big differential is. 21-7 against the 13-3. And actually, Morelli deciding to walk all the way back to base here to regen up, then come back into it fully ready. Might miss out on a couple of CS though doing this. But it's an investment at the end of the day. As long as if you can use this full HP, full mana to like pressure out the opposing mid laner, then it is well worth it. And it's 2 creeps that he's missed out on. I was counting as he went, so what's that, like an investment of 60 gold to be full HP, full mana with a bit of experience? Yeah, that's probably quite worth it. But like the action in the top lane has died down quite a lot. Johnny Pro being very wary about his positioning now. And actually I say that and I think he's getting gone on at the top. He might just die here. Just gets ran down with ease, Bash to secure it. And Denten could have actually finished that kill a long time ago, but he was saving it for his offlaner, which has probably cost him quite a lot of HP. And Malfurion, he's just going to stand his ground, tossed up into the air though, and he actually dies, overestimating himself in this situation. The Spirit has just gone full in on the stats, much stronger than he looks. It costs him big at the end of the day. 2 kills going their way. If you want down the bot, Delight, he too's going to overplay his hand. It's a kill going the way of Rabbit Yaki's safe lane. Oh, Spirit though. He's still hanging around really low. He's going to lose his courier with boots on it. And he has to just TP back to base. But then because he's just lost his boots, it's basically the walk of shame. It's going to take him a long time to get back there. He has 0 points into Guardian Sprint. Actually, Denten, he's rotated down to the bot lane here, but I think he was spotted by Delight straight away. So he's not actually going to be able to find anything out of this. On the flip side of that though, Johnny Pro's making the rotation himself to try and balance the numbers, so there's all of a sudden come down to a 3 versus 3 in the bot lane. They actually do get the toss back on towards Catcher with right-click damage, and love is enough. No, gets the kill. Actually, Denten gets the credit for it, and they're going to focus down on towards Snow. They do get the retaliation here, Winter Bears, to get the kill on towards the enemy carry. And the TP in from the Kunkka. Bastille's going to try and net a freebie here. The Chikiro's trying to run. Johnny Pro might be able to finish him off. Well, Pastille with the X gets the grab here on towards Denten. Double kill for Johnny. Can he get the triple, actually? And he will. Triple kill for the AA. 6.5 minutes in. That's some serious money. It does help balance out this game quite a lot, because it was starting to gain a large lead for Rabbit Yagi. Slowing down the Xerxes game's a big impact. Unfortunately, it doesn't really make much difference the fact that Merelli is still a mile ahead of Kunkka, net worth-wise. Like 48 to 15 against the 28 and 4. No wisdom snatches either this game. So it remains dead even. That both teams put a bit of pressure on the brakes. Actually, I say that, and Pastille, he's still down at this bot lane, and he wants to see if they can get another grab on towards Snow. Instead, they will settle for a quick kill here on towards the Chikiro. As Deco can't do anything against that. The TA is also nearby, but I think the Watcher spotted him. And yeah, he has to just walk himself back to the mid lane. Can't unfortunately make any sort of difference here and help out Snow, who looks like he's relinquishing his lane. Oh. Phoenix, he's out. Good TP. It kind of feels like Pastille has just kind of given up on trying to farm himself, and he's just really limiting the amount that Snow can get. Like, he was chasing after him in those bottom creep camps and he's forced the Ursa basically all the way back to his tier 2. Meanwhile, mids, Morelli's using this free space as best he can. Gonna try and take down this tower, but Pastille finally comes in to defend. X-marked to start things off, but it doesn't actually get the full connection there because of the disjoint that comes through from the ice path. So he's fine, and then it's actually going to continue pressuring this tier 1. Like Pastille and Delight both have used all of their resources, and yeah, this is going to be a free tower. Space mate. On the flip side of that though, looks like Robert Yaki are going to lose their own bottom tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
A bit of tit for tat, fighting back as best they can. And Spirit is starting to recover nicely in this offlane. Like his CS and farm wasn't looking too hot, despite the fact that he had some good kill participation. But now he's been kind of left to his own devices, has balanced out. Actually, rotations en masse. They really want to get a kill on towards this Morphling if they can. They're circling around. And obviously, with the Corrosive Haze, Malfurion is constantly under vision. Although, Pastille showed up. They're going to try and turn this one around and go for a kill on towards Spirit themselves. Turn in towards the Starter. Good crush. AoE control, though. He's trying to run. Egg has to be dropped purely defensively. And Jolly Pro does appear. The usage of Wall of Replica? Yeah, that's what I was second guessing myself. That is enough actually to secure the kill on towards Spirit. It requires the entire team to rotate up here, but it is a kill, and it does very likely save the life of their Morphling, who was probably going to die if they didn't make this move. Although Delight does lose his life at the bot. Good rotation there from Denten. I imagine it's probably getting close to a blink. Like, he's been having a good game. 3-1 and 3 on this tiny. 1300 gold, doing well. Meanwhile, mids. Really, maybe overstepping his mark right now. Ice Blast did connect. They're slowly doing work. Good connection there, but the Tidebringer placement there from Pastille. Perfectly done. Azteco, a bit over aggressive there, thinking he can get a counter kill. Just feeds away a +1 towards Pastille. That's a huge whoopsie. And now considering how Malfurion's here, they might just be able to take down the tier 1 of their own.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if Morelli's going to adjust his build at all in this game. Like last time, it was Dragonlance into Blink, into Deso, into Revenant's Brooch, I think. Which the Revenant's Brooch part was kind of questionable. Could have just gone for like the pure physical damage Daedalus, but he didn't. But I might just see him do a very similar build.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is
Snow.
under attack.
Very close to having his Battle Fury online. Start to see the farmer speed of the Ursa accelerate quite a bit very, very soon. And then really it will all be down to like the TA and the Slardar to be making the space for him to actually get much value out of this item. Actually, he has a second item of a Blink queued up as well, so feels like he also wants to get involved with the rest of the team.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Pastille.
attack.
Been quite aggressive here in the Radiant jungle, but he's not going to get caught out. There is an Observer Ward on this little hill though, so there's lots of information for Rabbit Yagi to work with. If they wanted to try and make a play, they could potentially do so. Sometimes Spirit continuing to take control of the top lane, who has also gone for a Blink. He had a Midas queued, and he already had the Gloves of Haste, but he decided to pick up the Blink instead, rather than buying out for the Midas. We'll see if that ends up panning out. Meanwhile, quick drop of the combo on towards this Jakiro. Pastille's trying to finish off, he actually walks in towards the Ice Path. Macropie is still doing a lot of work here. Den10 not going to be there in time to actually save the life of his foe's support, but it doesn't matter. Spirit gets involved there with the fresh reveal of the Blink Dagger, so immediately pays for itself. And Snow can't really find a +1 onto either of these two. Although Spirit, yeah, we'll be a bit chill. I feel like every single game in this series, one of the mid laners has always been the poorest core. like one person has won, properly won the lane every single time. It's never been a trade, there's never been two people that leave it feeling, yeah, that was okay. There's always a loser here. That doesn't always mean a loss of the game. Definitely wasn't the case in the previous one. The 8-8 on the scoreline still does translate to a 3,000 gold advantage here for Rabbit Yagi. As another Blink picked up. So there's a Blink on Dentem. There's a Blink in 100 gold for Morelli. There's a Blink in 700 gold for Snow. And there's already a Blink as well for Spirit. So this is all about maximum mobility, get in your face, kill you all the time kind of playstyle. And that is what I love to see. And that's kind of what I was saying in the draft. Is what's going to be quite an important factor if Rabbit Yagi can take this win. Is just constantly take fights and just kill Winterbears. Just kill him. Who cares? The 15-minute Tormentor spawns, and it looks like Winterbears make a beeline for it straight away. Let's see who's the lucky winner of this Axe Shard. You want it to be Johnny Pro. Delight is okay. Delight is actually still fine, but you would have preferred Johnny Pro for sure. Meanwhile, it looks like Robert Yagi, they're going to use this as a chance to go Roche. Corrosive Haze plus double meld strike. A lot of minus armor. It's already down to half HP.
Dire are scanning.
Winter Bear's scan does connect. They know this is going on, and to be honest, they could make it in time. Ice Blast will scare the majority of Robert Yagi, but they're going to stick around. Obviously, the Ursa's damage is enough to secure it. They go for an immediate smoke retreat.
Clear sailing now.
Haste!
Radiant's bottom tower.
Not going to get
is
caught,
under
although I say not going to get caught. Snow actually does avoid the stun because he had a haste through, just runs away from the torrent. Quick jump forwards, lockdown on towards the Dark Seer. Manfurion has to go for the surge away. Good two-man stun lands from the Slardar. And Denten, his own blink, now off cooldown. Thinking about going for a quick grab, finds the AA. He's just going to solo him down by the looks. Doesn't need any other cause to help out. And the continuing use of these blinks, man. The reach is insane for Robert Yagi. They grab the Kunkka right next to his tier 2. And this is the power of just sheer mobility.
are fortified.
Just finding people left, right, and center. And they have to keep doing this, Robert Yagi. It's working out well so far. They just gotta keep doing it. The one mistake they made in the previous game. So what's Malfurion actually building here? Manta in 500 gold. Which will help, especially once the Axe Shard comes out for Morelli, so you have the silence on the traps. I feel like Robert Yagi can just keep going, right? Like, what cooldowns are restricted them? There's macro pyre, sure, but that's not even really essential in a lot of situations. It's handy, don't get me wrong, but they don't need it. And yeah, they're just going to go for an immediate play again. Still, X-Mark pulls him to safety, but obviously they know the direction.
Is under attack.
They could just make a blind jump. Trap doesn't get the full spot. Chucking Spirits down to low ground. Snow though, wrapping around the back, sees the light. The Avalanche not going to land, actually tosses the Ursa forwards. Bit of a mistake there, so now Snow has to try and run. But he's got this Aegis still for another 2 minutes 40. They could use this to bait in a very important fight inside of Winter Bears. Snow actually uses the Rage on his first life. He's kind of running away from his teammates, so split. Good jump here for the 10 gang. Gets a big stun onto multiple heroes, but they just lose the second life of Snow. And kind of a misplay there from the side of Robert Yagi. They use their spells wrong and they just end up losing their life. Although the quick transport towards the Morphling, that does help balance the sheet. No chance to react, just insta-stunned and killed. Just shows how much damage they can still pump out even whilst missing the Ursa. Okay. Silence on towards the light. Second silence is in. Jumping from Den10. They do get the Avalanche to cancel out the previous stun, but they're just, I don't know. It feels like they're so miscommunicated. Like, Spirit probably could have been saying, I'm coming in, I'm going to stun them. But you could see Morelli was running away. Like, if he stood and fought, maybe there was a chance they could have got the kill on towards Pastille as well. It definitely seems like there's a slight communication issue, but that is about it. So hold on to this 6k gold lead here for Robert Yagi. Gaben says it's a 50-50 win percent chance though. He is edging his bets just like the last game. And hey, he was right. I was heavily leaning towards Robert Yagi at the start, but didn't end up mattering. Still, X-Mark, but it doesn't matter. Spirit predicted, but he jumped in a little bit too late. Kunkka is able to get himself out of there. Looks like Morelli has a Hurricane Pike now completed. No on the Ursa. BKB completed up in 1,000 gold. Very, very soon to that. Spirit himself still about 1,500 away from his own blink. BKB. Actual mixed engagements going on. Pastille getting focused, but it says Spirit's getting burnt to a crisp. Does so much damage, man. Delight with that hotspot facet, insane amounts of DPS, doing the same over towards the Chikiro. Pastil was going to try and take him to the grave, and he will. Morelli does get the counter kill. Meanwhile, towards the north side, the Tiny's in a 1v2, but Delight bites off way more than he can chew there. And Morelli does get the double. So it's a 3-for-2 exchange favoring Winter Bears. Considering they are behind, they're going to take that trade.
Gold and sweet.
Morelli this time round, yeah, going in for the pure physical damage, not baffing about with no Revenant approach nonsense. Just wants pure DPS. Snow with the BKB completed. This feels like a smoke opportunity here for the side of Robert Yagi. Look for a fight and use this item timings while you can. I mean, unless they're going to try and wait for Spirit to have his own BKB completed, but he's still like 1500 gold away. That's a long time to wait. Just more opportunities really for Winter Bears to recover, and it looks like Gank's coming their way. As Pastil once again is going to be the person caught out. Although Catcher always going to try and turn this around here. He's already dropped the wall of replica. Gets jumped on though by Snow in the backline. He's just killed before he can do anything about it. 2 cores dead in a second there for Winter Bears. And Spirit was pursuing for a +1, but not going to be able to find anybody this time. Instead, this tier 1 tower is probably going to be going down. Maybe a tier 2 as well. We'll have to wait and see just how aggressive Rabbit Yagi going to use this opening.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Who was just completed the Gleipnir? I did see one. Okay, so there's a Gleipnir actually on the Dark Seer. Obviously, it provides the AoE bonus, so Vacuum is even better, and then obviously then you have the Gleipnir to follow up after the Vacuum to just further lock people down. It's a very strong item in his hands.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wait, what? Bots on Noni Pro? Huh? That seems like a very, very greedy item to have for a position 5 AA. And then he just TPs to a tower. That's just strange. I don't know. Maybe the money saved in buying TP scrolls. Maybe that's the thought process. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But we have a 5-man smoke here from Winter Bears. They want to invade the triangle, where there was actually a few members of Rabbit Yagi nearby, and Stegg, and head north, where they will bump straight in towards Spirit. They catch a glimpse. Does he get the blink away before they drop the spells? He jumps forwards, actually. Gets a good 2-man stun, but X will still connect. They turn into the Slardar of their own. Bash him into the ground. They've got a glimpse of Denten as well. Oh, he forced off the wrong way. What happened there? He was facing... He somehow turned around and then TP'd. I think that was a severe misclick that actually just cost him his life. That's quite unfortunate there for the Tiny. Next Roche though, it's going to be so quick. Snow is waiting in the pit. He just needs to wait another 10 seconds and it will spawn. He's going to linger and they will be rewarded. Roshan immediately up and probably immediately going to go down again. There's no way for Winter Bears to know this is happening. They land the scan. There's not even an ice blast that they can throw in it for any more information.
Burns immortal in me.
Now, second Aegis, once again into the hands here of the Ursa. First one didn't really achieve all too much. Hopefully, second time the charm, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see him be able to get a bit more of an impact out of it, rather than a bit of cat and mouse and running around in circles. We'll see. Go for a smoke play now here, Rabbit Yagi. Got this Aegis, they've got some fresh items picked up. Spirit with the BKB as well. Gonna feel much more comfortable leading the charge. And Pastil will show himself on this bot wave. Obviously, he is X'd. They can kind of predict where he's gonna be. Spirit, smoke breaks. Does he go for the blind pick? It does. Lands on towards one, but way too many other members of Winter Bears nearby to commit for that one, so he just decides to run away.
It's hard to be this good.
Also a Daedalus picked up as well for Morelli, so the DPS of this TA has just jumped through the roof now. People will die. The naked play on towards the Slardar mids. But the engagement is kind of scuffed, so not even forced to use his BKB.
Dire's structures are fortified in this
And now maybe they're going to get aggressive themselves. Oh, I think they actually caught a glimpse of Malfurion.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know if Den10 sees him. Knows he's running away. Jump forward. Cameraman can have a look at the Radiant Triangle, please. We might have a death on towards Malfurion in a second. He's trying to stand his ground. There's actually reinforcements coming on through. Ice Blast connects on towards the two of them. The Spirits trying to focus on towards Malfurion with the help of Snow. They get the target down. Cost of a life there, Chikiro. All the Illusions, man, doing some serious work. But Morelli, he blinks into an awkward spot, but it doesn't matter. His attack range is actually long enough to reach Catchall. And that's two big cores down. 40 seconds each in the dirt. Which will definitely be this mid-tier 2 drop him. Probably won't be able to push for anything more than that, I'd say, on the side of Robert Yagi, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
all a step in the right direction.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Bumping up their lead to 10,000 gold now here. Still only sitting at a 60% win probability. Gaben just really loves Winter Bears. You know, that's what I've taken out of this series. Lots of tips on towards Den10. What did he do? I don't even know. What did he do? It's a question mark. I don't know. He did something. 28-minute Wisdom's spawning very soon. Catchall might put himself in an awkward spot if he goes for it. Oh, good game sense. He actually dodged a gank there with a quick blink. Not that you guys could have seen. The Wisdom spawns and picked up there from Snow. Spirit even make sure he TP's back to grab his own, because Johnny Pro was actually coming in for a steal here. Smoke breaks and oh, that's a dead AA. Ripperoni pepperoni. Nah, not necessary tip, Spirit. How mean. How absolutely mean.
It is good to be among my kin.
Snow. Quite a few enemy heroes nearby, have to be careful, but he obviously does have the Aegis still for another 50 seconds. So the rest of the squad though on the side of Rabiagi. Gonna push top, take down this third and final tier 2 here, and completely open up the entire high ground on the side of Winter Bears.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dodo's all about farming. He's actually trying to go for the Abyssal Blade next after completing an MKB. It's completely countering out the Butterfly that had been picked up by Morphling not too long ago. So they're coming up to defend though here, Winter Bears. I think they see the fact that there is no Ursa nearby. They're going to use this here advantage as best they can. 10-10. Blink TP out. Vacuum though does catch him, so the Tiny will be the casualty. Well, to be honest, just losing your support, forcing the entire enemy team to rotate on in like that, it's not the worst thing that could have happened. Also now BKB online for the TA. It feels like every box has now been ticked here for the side of Rabiagi. It's a complete contrast to what they had in game number 2, where all they really had was like some survivability, but that was about it. This time round, they've all got their BKBs, they've all got tremendous source of damage output. They've got good lockdown as well, which makes this third game a million times harder here for the side of Winter Bears. Obviously, again, they do have very strong team fight of the Vacuum, Egg, Ice Blast, Kunkka. It's all there. Just depends if they're pulling it off. Ooh, meanwhile, Pastille. He's been poked out the bot lane. He's still got some vision on him, but they're not willing to dive for it there on the side of Rabiagi. Not enough information. Unsure if they're just waiting for Roshan number 3 here. Oh, actually, Pastille. Gets spot by Snowy. Immediate X mark into the torrent, but both of them just back out. They're not willing to take in this fight. But yeah, third Roche potentially up in a minute. Which could just be what Rabiagi are going to be waiting for here, to be honest with you. I mean, I feel like this time around, Winter Bears, they're going to have to contest it. Otherwise, that's Aegis, Cheese and Ags, or Refresher Shard? I can't remember which. Then 10. Trying to get a D ward. It's actually pursued there by Johnny Pro. Can't get the D ward either way. Vacuum attempt. Not going to find anything there from Catchall.
Dire are scanning.
No kit from Rabiagi. Don't force with Tiny. Yules wants to disjoint up the X, but it's not timed correctly. Pastille's able to run away. Even a haste rune.
Dire's top tower is under
You go for
attack.
another smoke.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, they caught wind there of Catchall's bot lane, so they do see the Darks here. It could be the target of choice. They're going to try and cut him off. But if Catchall can get out of this situation, it'd be a masterwork. But, oh my lord! The reactions of that blink into the Glepnir, trying to TP out. They guess the wrong direction and he gets away! Catchall, you absolute demon. The reactions on that blink into the immediate Glepnir and then just TP around the right side of the trees. Perfectly done. Unfortunately though, that does mean they have to just abandon the area, and that will be Aegis, Banner, Pressure Shard, Cheese, the whole shaboya going into the hands here of Rabiagi. Actually giving the refresher so far to Spirit. And I guess double crush is kind of nice. I guess there's not really a better refresher carrier here. Maybe if the Jakiro had Axe, you could say that, but not the case. And oh, Catchall, no! He did a great escape earlier on, but he's found by the exact same 2 people and still ends up losing his life. Very unfortunate. And Johnny Pro, as you can see on the mini-map, he's just chilling on the left side of the map here. I mean, is he literally waiting for the 35-minute wisdom? No, okay, now he changes his mind. Would have been bizarre. But of all the items in the world, an 18k gold advantage, I imagine Rabiagi are going to try and use it. Basher also now picked up here for the Ursa. And you got bot, mid, and top wave all pushing into the base here. But it doesn't really seem like Rabiagi are in a spot where they're trying to force any situations themselves.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
But they're just really cutting all the waves to continue that they're all pushed in. Like, Johnny Pro has just been cutting this top wave again and again. Does actually force a TP back here from Snow. And grabs his own wisdom at the same time. Double wisdom going into the hands of the 2 main cores. Just like back in the day when there used to be the Tome. Cores always stole it. Ooh. X-Spark pulls back Morelli, but he has the BKB. Mass 4-staff trying to get him out, and he actually just goes for the straight up TP out. Not going to risk it any further. I think the poor old Jakiro's not going to be so fortunate though. Completely abandoned by the rest of his team. And he goes AFK. He's dead.
Deep sea.
He's actually got 2 Roshan banners in his inventory, which is quite funny. But really, the fact that Winter Bears are able to push outside of their base and get kills despite they're playing up against such a huge deficit and Aegis and Cheese and all that sort of stuff. Quite crazy. It does look like Spirit is just soft pushing in this top wave. Johnny Pro just drops a couple of spells into his face, forced him to run away. MKB now also into the hands of the TA, so 2 forms of dealing with the butterfly now in the hands of Robert Yagi. As the Abyssal also now done for the Ursa. I feel like Robert Yagi, all they need to do is just group up as 5 and go, to be honest with you, but they're just playing so cagey. And when they're in the lead enough that maybe it won't matter, but this is kind of a similar situation to game number 2, where they had a sizable lead, but they just weren't quite using it in time. Although, this kill attempt on Cook may be enough. Jules to counter out the X-Mark, he is dead. Does take a bit of time, but he's gone. Full minute in the grave. And they're denying creeps rather than pushing high ground. They're not going to push there, they're heading towards the bot. Where Spirit, he's been able to get a solo up against Johnny Pro, and now you've got Fish chasing Fish. Now Furian's going to be careful. Although Spirit jumps on forwards. There is Den10 trying to deny the retreat. Meanwhile, Morel was able to pick up Delight off towards the backlines. We've got 2 fights in 2 different locations, but the one clear common factor is Winter Bears heroes are dying. Basically a team wipe, apart from that buyback from Pastille, which unfortunately doesn't do anything. And if he's not careful, he might just die again. Morelli diving into the base, gonna go for this one. Actually forces a buyback out here from Malfurion. The 2 of the main cores expending some big buybacks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And the high ground sieges are coming.
Are fortified.
Bottom and middle both are being aggressed. But they've got the Roshan banners to completely negate this.
Dire's bottom tower is fortified.
That nip. Thrown around. And again, because of the banner, the creeps just aren't dying. And they don't really have a long-range enough hero to deal with this and feel safe about it. But just the amount of respect that Robert Yagi play. I mean, the Aegis was timing out. I'm not sure if he would have mattered. But they will chill. Obviously, there is every single ultimate available for Winter Bears, so definitely makes people give pause for thought. Found a grab on towards Catchall. The Ice Bomb even connects onto the light mid-dive. So damn unlucky there for the Phoenix. Not really many ways you could predict that from happening, but now 2 people dead yet again. High ground push surely just around the corner.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
Here 3
tower
gone.
has fallen.
Full set of barracks, short to follow.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Robert Yagi, after finishing this middle set, we'll head down towards the bottom. I think they were considering going for tier 4s then, which would have been extremely risky, but they do go for the safer play. And they're just going to continue. They're like, if you're not going to use these buybacks, we're just going to try and get megas. And I think Catchall might be forced into this very, very soon. Swiftblink as well, just been delivered for the Ursa on top of everything else. He's actually just buying up this one, not interested in saving for buyback. And I can't really blame him, but they will still pay a fair amount of respect to what Winter Bears could do, and they will leave. Potentially a fake back though, with this smoke. We'll jump up to the high ground, quick grab, the Phoenix is dead yet again, but will we have a buyback? But unfortunately, Malfurion still getting control up in a huge vacuum. It lands onto every single member of Robert Yagi, but I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference. They're still hemorrhaging kills. Shakira is traded away, but no buyback available from Malfurion is massive right now. And if Rabbit Yaki know that he doesn't have available, they could quite easily go and end this. Once again, Blink up to the high ground. This Phoenix just gets so close to dying. Will at least be able to get the egg off this time round, but it gets scrambled in an instant here by Snow. Just does way too much damage and attack speed here to deal with, and now it's a 5 versus 3. They don't have any of their ultimates available. This is at the very least Megas here coming on out, potentially even the game, so I don't know if they can survive for a full minute in this situation.
Radiant are strong. Dire's top
Yeah, try and poke on towards the TA, but Snow just aggressively charges forwards,
Dire's top
buying space for the rest of the team. Ice Blast with the use of the vacuum. It lands on towards 3, but Casual unfortunately doesn't survive long enough to really get much out of it. They both just die. A buyback comes on through, but the Snow is just going to dive into the fountain, and the GG is called. It is going to be Rabbit Yagi who takes this series down 2-1. Very close series as well, in all honesty. Like, all 3 games could have really gone either way. Actually, no. Game number 1, no, game number 2 was 48-3. No, I can't. That might be a different series. It's been such a long day, guys. I can't even remember what game was in what series or what day. It's just been an absolute long streak of Dota 2. But a very crazy series indeed. I came into this one favoring Winter Bears, but it turned out to be Rabbit Yagi who just got the dominant lead and just showed to be kind of the better team. Because in all honesty, the game that they lost, they were winning. They just let it all slip through their fingers. So it did kind of feel like the entire series, Winter Bears were the one on the back foot, and maybe they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out some of the issues that they've been having here, because that was not a very good series for them in general. But as in terms of points, I do believe now Winter Bears are 2 losses, 1 win, so they have to win their final series up against Passion UA tomorrow to have any chance of making it through to the playoffs. So it's very much up to the wire, and even then it could be hit or miss, depends on how other teams perform. So it never feels good to have your fate in other people's hands. But for the sides there of Rabbit Yagi, they are all done? No. Yes, they are. They are all done, actually. And I believe they are 2 for 2. So again, basically a similar situation that Winter Bears could be in, kind of at the mercy of how other teams perform, but they desperately need that win to have any chance of making it through to the playoffs here for the CCT Series number 8. But guys, well, I've got something in my eye, it just flew in. But thank you all for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the games of today. We have 4 more group stage games coming up for you tomorrow. Actually, no, 3, because one of them is a bye because of Sakura left. Whoops. But there's 3 games coming up for you guys tomorrow. So do make sure you come around again to see the continuation here for the CCT Series number 8 and find out which teams will guaranteed be making it through to the playoffs of the tournament. Thanks for watching, everybody, and I'll see you again in the future. Bye-bye.